Hola, ¿cómo están? Muy buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a la Global Digital Week. El día de hoy vamos a tener el día de políticas públicas y vamos a hablar de varios temas que son súper relevantes en la era digital. Y bueno, para mí es un gusto presentarles a Leonardo Álvarez, nuestro líder en el Instituto de Políticas Públicas. Y bueno, Leonardo, bienvenido, buenos días.
Bien, muchas gracias, Guillermo. Un gusto estar aquí con ustedes y creo que va a ser un día muy interesante el día de hoy.
Muy bien, Leo. Pues vamos a contarle un poquito a la audiencia qué es lo que vamos a tener este día y por dónde vamos a estar navegando este año 2022 con especialistas de políticas públicas y la incidencia que esto tiene en el desarrollo de las oportunidades para las localidades, Leonardo. Entonces, si quieres, cuéntanos un poco.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Luis Godoy. Trabajo en la Secretaría de Economía. Soy director general en la Unidad de Inteligencia Económica Global, una unidad de nueva creación en la Secretaría de Economía y en la Administración Pública Federal. Y hoy les voy a tratar de explicar y describir algunas de las herramientas que hemos desarrollado para MIPYMES, pero en general para usuarios, para diferentes actores económicos que deseen utilizar plataformas digitales para tanto la toma de decisiones, para la identificación de oportunidades y para encontrar nuevos mercados. El orden de la presentación, como lo van a ver ahora, voy a darles un poco de contexto de por qué estamos haciendo esto para cada una de estas plataformas y pues el objetivo es que ustedes sean usuarios de estas plataformas porque estamos seguros que la digitalización es una gran oportunidad para las pequeñas y medianas empresas, para múltiples actores económicos, para la academia, para estudiantes, para gente que utiliza los datos para tomar decisiones. Entonces, con esto empiezo y les agradezco mucho que estén por acá escuchándome. De inicio, pues les cuento un poco sobre como dos pilares importantes que no necesariamente son lo mismo. Vivimos en un momento donde la digitalización ha abierto el camino para que las empresas y múltiples usuarios realmente utilicen eh, la web para propósitos de índole económico, productivo, para el desarrollo económico. Sin embargo, también dentro de todo esto, me gusta resaltar siempre el tema de los datos, cómo los datos, de hecho, son el recurso y lo que hoy está generando el valor agregado en en toda esta digitalización. Es lo que sigue y desde la Secretaría de Economía estamos tratando, pues básicamente de generar estos recursos para mejorar la interacción de la Secretaría de Economía con sus usuarios, con los trámites, servicios y beneficios que puede dar una Secretaría de Estado. Y evidentemente desde nuestro punto de vista esto va dirigido pues para temas muy concretos, para temas de inversión, de exportaciones, de crecimiento y desarrollo económico. Entonces, a lo largo de toda la presentación y de todas estas herramientas que les voy a platicar, ustedes verán esta combinación, la digitalización y el uso de datos como pilar de la estrategia que estamos optando. Muchos de los proyectos, la mayoría son de reciente creación y pues como siempre les digo, lo más importante y lo mejor es que ustedes mismos visiten las plataformas digitales para que hagan sus propias interacciones y las recorran, naveguen las plataformas digitales a su gusto y con muchísimo gusto estamos a la orden para sus dudas y comentarios. También es importante previamente a pasar a una por una, de decirles que esta perspectiva de desarrollo de plataformas digitales la tenemos que hacer enfocadas en los múltiples usuarios que tenemos en gobierno. Normalmente pensamos que el ciudadano, el usuario, de un solo tipo. Sin embargo, hemos visto que uno de los elementos principales en el desarrollo de estas plataformas es enfocarse en usuarios cada vez más específicos y que solicitan y demandan información y recursos cada vez más detallados. La Secretaría de Economía tenemos la responsabilidad de ofrecer servicios a nivel nacional, incluso a nivel global, evidentemente a nivel estatal y a nivel municipal. Y todos estos usuarios requieren información y recursos de diferente índole combinado con múltiples recursos y datos, y el objetivo de todas estas plataformas es llegar a diferentes niveles administrativos, a diferentes niveles de sectores, que les sea de utilidad al sector automotriz, al sector agropecuario, que les sea de utilidad a un pequeño municipio y hasta un estado, y que les sea de evidentemente de utilidad a un inversionista extranjero, a un funcionario de un gobierno de otro país. Entonces, nosotros desde la Secretaría, y lo verán a lo largo de las plataformas que hemos desarrollado, tratamos de tener un enfoque y un desarrollo de estas plataformas enfocados en el usuario. Y estos usuarios pues cada vez son más complejos, cada vez requieren de más información, requieren de recursos más detallados. La Secretaría de Economía tiene que hacer un acompañamiento a lo largo de todo un proceso. Digamos, si el objetivo de una MIPYME es exportar, tenemos que ofrecer recursos a lo largo de todo su camino. Hay empresas que están en una etapa quizás más inicial para su proceso de exportación, y hay empresas que están más avanzadas. Lo mismo si pensamos en una empresa que quiere adquirir un crédito, una empresa que está apenas naciendo, una empresa que está en proceso de formalización. Entonces, la Secretaría de Economía ofrece recursos, obviamente, que se transforman en trámite y servicios, pero también en plataformas digitales que tratan de acompañar a las MIPYMES, por ejemplo, de inicio, cuando quieres desarrollar una idea, un emprendimiento, cuando quieres formalizar tu empresa, cuando te quieres capacitar, cuando te quieres integrar a un mercado global y cuando quieres tener un posicionamiento internacional. Cada uno es un paso para el objetivo final, que es básicamente que las MIPYMES crezcan, que obtengan mayores recursos y que evidentemente se traduzca en mejores resultados para la economía. Nosotros sostenemos que las MIPYMES son el centro de la economía, emplean a más del 70% de la población mexicana y por tanto ahí está la clave para detonar el crecimiento del país. Y ahora sí, ¿cuáles son estos recursos, estas plataformas que hemos desarrollado en estos últimos 2 años y medio? Primero, Data México, que les explicaré con detalle, una plataforma de datos para visualizar información económica y para la toma de decisiones. Segundo, Comercia MX, una herramienta que nos permite machear, emparejar a empresas mexicanas con compradores en el exterior y ofrecerles recursos para la exportación. Exporta MX, que es un algoritmo que hemos desarrollado en la Secretaría de Economía, que trata de ofrecer recomendaciones a empresas para identificar oportunidades de mercado en el exterior, tanto de productos como de países. MIPYMES MX, que es una plataforma desarrollada por la Unidad de Desarrollo Productivo, que tiene como objetivo ofrecer una caja de herramientas para las MIPYMES en sus múltiples etapas en cuanto a capacitación, financiamiento, entre otras cosas. Mercado Solidario, que es una plataforma que surgió durante la pandemia de COVID-19 y que trata de ofrecer una salida de los productos de empresas que apenas están empezando su vida digital, que quizás no están ni siquiera formalizadas, pero que con ello podemos darles el siguiente paso. Y finalmente, Invest in Mexico, que es una plataforma digital para inversionistas, particularmente para inversionistas extranjeros, que les ofrecemos desde Invest in Mexico todo lo que necesitan para realizar una inversión, desde los trámites necesarios, el paso a paso, por qué invertir en México y por supuesto también las estadísticas de inversión. Empiezo primero con Comercia MX, desarrollada por nosotros acá en la Unidad de Inteligencia Económica Global, y que la presentó la secretaria Cloutier hace unos meses como parte de esta estrategia de facilitación comercial. Ustedes pueden encontrar, como les decía, en el siguiente link, comerciamx.economia.gov.mx, la plataforma. Esta plataforma nos ayudó y cooperó la Connect Americas, una plataforma global y regional, y el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Y Comercia MX, y quise empezar con esta plataforma porque combina dos de los mundos que creo que van a ser más interesantes a lo largo de la presentación. Por una parte, el mundo digital, y por el otro, el mundo como tal, el componente global y los recursos globales a los que pueden acceder las MIPYMES. De inicio, pues es importante que todos sepan que las MIPYMES en realidad en México hoy todavía no participan como quisiéramos en el comercio exterior. Desde la Secretaría estamos buscando que haya más participación de MIPYMES en estos mercados globales porque para ellos generan grandes oportunidades de innovación, de productividad. Hoy, por ejemplo, solamente 2% de las exportaciones provienen de MIPYMES, es decir, el 98% de nuestras exportaciones son de grandes empresas, tradicionalmente de manufacturas, más del 80% son de manufacturas, y eso pues evidentemente tiene consecuencias en la estructura económica del país. En segundo lugar, y como parte de tratar de entender por qué las MIPYMES no participan, nosotros a través de la ENAPROCE 2018, que es una encuesta que realiza la INEGI, identificamos un dato muy interesante que creo que aplica para muchos otros, digamos, problemáticas que tienen las MIPYMES. Y es que cuando se le pregunta a las MIPYMES por qué no exportan, el 35% de estas, es decir, la mayoría dentro de las categorías que ofrecía la pregunta, es la primera razón, no exportan porque no tienen la información suficiente y adecuada. Esto es al mismo tiempo alarmante, pero también representa una gran oportunidad porque de hecho la información que hoy puede ser una gran barrera para la participación de las MIPYMES en cadenas globales de valor, también es algo que realmente podemos hacer. Podemos ofrecer la información otra vez detallada, profesional, de calidad, actualizada a las MIPYMES para que tomen mejores decisiones y mejoren sus procesos. Y en este caso, Comercia MX trata de ofrecer diferentes recursos, pero en particular uno, que es la conexión. Ahora más adelante les mostraré cómo. En tercer lugar, las MIPYMES están cada vez más pues, buscando este tipo de recursos. Sin embargo, la diferencia y la brecha que hay entre una gran empresa y una MIPYME para obtener estos servicios, consultorías para identificación de oportunidades, pues es brutal. Una MIPYME realmente no puede pagar una consultoría que le responda a las preguntas que una gran empresa pues fácilmente puede contratar a través de un despacho. Y eso no es nada más inteligencia de mercado, es también, por ejemplo, información relevante para un trámite, para una certificación, para un requisito no arancelario, que es algo clave en temas de comercio exterior. Entonces, para las MIPYMES, las asesorías especializadas no son una opción y tratamos desde de que Comercia MX ofrezca esta caja de herramientas cada vez más detallada para que una empresa A de producto X exporte a mercado Y tenga todos los recursos necesarios para contar con un cliente y contar con la información necesaria de cómo exportar. Finalmente, aquí vuelvo al tema de la digitalización. Hoy y con la pandemia, evidentemente, esto se incrementó. Realmente tenemos una enorme oportunidad para las MIPYMES que ya se refleja. Ya las MIPYMES se han volcado a la digitalización. Sin embargo, uno piensa que las MIPYMES utilizan las herramientas digitales, plataformas, marketplaces, B2Bs, B2Cs, en una lógica muy, digamos, nacional, ¿no? De distribución de sus productos en mercados nacionales. Sin embargo, y esto es muy interesante, y no solo Comercia MX está ahí, sino otras plataformas y herramientas, también las MIPYMES ya pueden exportar a través de plataformas digitales. Es decir, una MIPYME puede encontrar un gran porcentaje de todo el proceso de su exportación a través de medios digitales, cuando antes parecía que era un proceso pues todavía mucho más manual, artesanal, con muchos intermediarios, y pues evidentemente la digitalización es una oportunidad enorme para la exportación en particular, también para la exportación, y representa una reducción en estos costos comerciales, no nada más costos monetarios, sino también de intermediarios, de riesgos, y por supuesto que nosotros siempre le sugerimos a las MIPYMES que en el proceso de la exportación contemplen este proceso digital que estamos viviendo. Y pues bueno, por eso lanzamos Comercia MX, por estas razones. Y digamos, la forma más sencilla de describir Comercia MX es como una red global y digital para las MIPYMES mexicanas. Ustedes van a encontrar las características tradicionales de una red social. De inicio tenemos un directorio muy completo de empresas. Todas las empresas que participan en Comercio MX son verificadas. Queremos generar un espacio seguro para las MIPYMES y los compradores globales. Entonces van a encontrar una red internacional y nacional de contactos, clientes, proveedores, socios e inversionistas. No es, digamos, el directorio tradicional, es bastante sui generis porque pues las MIPYMES mexicanas, al mismo tiempo que están tratando de posicionar su producto en algún mercado internacional, también quizás están buscando un partner global, también quizás están buscando compartir producción para llegar a un destino. Entonces hay múltiples contactos que se pueden generar desde ahí. En segundo lugar, ofrecemos oportunidades específicas de negocio, y esto es quizás lo más relevante y por lo cual les invito a las MIPYMES que visiten ya Comercia MX, porque continuamente se publican estas publicaciones que ofrecen una conexión directa para las MIPYMES mexicanas con clientes en el exterior. Es decir, digamos, un comprador en California o en Singapur o en Alemania está buscando harina de trigo mexicano o está buscando algún tipo de servicio de IT en español o está buscando alguna manufactura. Esas oportunidades aparecen en Comercio MX y les ofrecen a unos clics a las empresas mexicanas la oportunidad de competir. Entonces, las empresas postulan y pues, pueden concretar y encontrar estas oportunidades a través de esta plataforma. En tercer lugar, y esto es porque sabemos que la conexión es necesaria, pero no es suficiente, también desde Comercio MX ofrecemos servicios de apoyo empresarial, capacitaciones, información sobre trámites, en fin, una gran cantidad de información enfocada en múltiples temas, desde financiamiento hasta requisitos arancelarios, entre muchas cosas necesarias para la exportación, porque el objetivo al final sí es que las empresas materialicen esa exportación. Y finalmente, una característica que tiene Comercio MX y que a mí yo la recomiendo mucho es la de comunidades empresariales. Y yo la recomiendo porque por las mismas razones que las empresas se juntan, digamos, en asociaciones empresariales, en cámaras de comercio, etcétera, por esas mismas razones, las empresas, en este caso las MIPYMES, tienen que colaborar y tienen que generar este espacio, esta comunidad en los medios digitales. Y pues ofrecemos comunidades sectoriales, comunidades temáticas, donde, por ejemplo, las empresas hoy mexicanas se están reuniendo en empresas de mujeres exportadoras, por ejemplo, o empresas de economía social que están explorando exportaciones a múltiples mercados, o incluso comunidades muy específicas como productores de miel. Y los beneficios de tener una comunidad empresarial digital, en este caso desde Comercio MX, es que ahí se pueden publicar los anuncios de compra para que las empresas conozcan la información compartida, y muchas cosas en la economía son colaborativas, pero particularmente la exportación ofrece, es un proceso donde hay mucho conocimiento compartido, es un proceso colectivo. Si una empresa logra abrir mercado digamos, en un país que México no ha llegado, eso representa beneficios y puede abrir también oportunidades para otras empresas. Entonces, estas comunidades hemos descubierto que ofrecen ese espacio para colaborar. Entonces, evidentemente me voy muy rápido porque quiero enseñarles muchas cosas. Conozcan Comercio MX y ahora me traslado a otra plataforma que también desarrollamos aquí en la Unidad de Inteligencia Económica Global, que se llama Data México. Data México es una plataforma que presentamos ya hace más de un año, que es relativamente nueva, pero que también ya se ha posicionado como una de las plataformas pues de datos más utilizadas en el país y también en la región. Data México es una plataforma que trata de aprovechar de inicio los datos públicos, no solamente los datos públicos, pero los datos con vocación pública, para transformarlos y ofrecer en perfiles integrados información de utilidad para que las MIPYMES y otros actores utilicen esta información y mejoren las decisiones que toman. Data México hoy tiene más de 13,000 perfiles integrados con millones de visualizaciones, donde estamos integrando información de múltiples fuentes, por ejemplo, de INEGI, evidentemente, de la propia Secretaría de Economía, de la Secretaría de Hacienda, de la Secretaría del Trabajo, y estamos tratando de aprovechar este momentum que vive la datificación de la economía, porque, por una parte, las empresas, las MIPYMES, están demandando esta información, pero por el otro también grandes empresas están interesadas en que se reusen los datos para que también las tomas de decisiones, por ejemplo, sectoriales de cámara, sean más inteligentes. Y hoy, pues, Data México, y otra vez les invito a que exploren ustedes mismos Data México y nos den sus comentarios. Pues van a ver información de perfiles de inicio de 5 categorías. Las categorías geográficas, van a ver perfiles de el país, de otros países próximamente, de todas las entidades federativas, de todos los municipios y de todas las zonas metropolitanas. Entonces, el objetivo es que cuenten con información granular para que ustedes puedan tener tener una experiencia y una exploración de datos útil. También, y esto es importante desde el punto de vista de la economía, no solamente ofrecemos información geográfica, que es muy importante, sino también ofrecemos perfiles industriales, de tal forma que ustedes van a encontrar perfiles de múltiples sectores a través del sistema de clasificación internacional de América de América del Norte, y verán, por ejemplo, información integrada, un perfil muy completo de las industrias manufactureras. O si quieren explorar un poco más granular y saber cuál es el estatus de la fabricación aeroespacial, entonces ustedes encontrarán el perfil con datos integrados de múltiples fuentes para que vean temas de inversión, de empleo, de productividad, cómo está la fabricación aeroespacial, la agricultura, las tecnologías de la información, en fin, todas las industrias. También contamos con perfiles ocupacionales o de empleo para que ustedes puedan explorar con mucho detalle y utilizando el catálogo de INEGI las ocupaciones que hay en México, si quieren saber información particular de salarios, de productividad, de competitividad, de, por ejemplo, médicos o de agricultores o de múltiples profesiones, ustedes encontrarán también esos perfiles. Lo mismo para productos, es decir, si ustedes quieren explorar un producto en específico, por ejemplo, como computadoras, como automóviles, a través del sistema, del sistema arancelario, ustedes encontrarán múltiple información, particularmente de comercio exterior, sobre estos productos. También en esta primera versión tenemos información de instituciones de educación superior para que cuenten con datos integrados de universidades. Típicamente esta información es muy útil para temas de inversiones, para saber cuáles son los recursos humanos con los que cuentan ciertas inversiones que llegan a México. También tenemos dos secciones especiales, una sobre complejidad económica, una metodología que nos especializamos en la Secretaría de Economía, que, un segundo. Disculpa. La complejidad económica básicamente nos funciona para identificar oportunidades de inversión, de desarrollo económico, para tener perfiles, productos o actividades económicas a sugerir, a recomendar para múltiples, tanto funcionarios como empresas. También tenemos una sección de COVID en el marco de la pandemia para que también vean datos integrados. Visiten Data México, creo que van a, si no la conocen, espero que la visiten para que vean las millones de visualizaciones que hay. Cada mes estamos actualizando Data México, sin embargo hay datos que se actualizan diariamente, pero estamos presentando nuevas funcionalidades y realmente es una herramienta, creo que de mucha utilidad para las personas interesadas en utilizar los datos para mejorar las decisiones. Una de las perspectivas que tiene Data México es que deseamos que tenga la información con mayor granularidad. Una disculpa. Y esto es porque los usuarios cada vez exigen que la información, los datos se presenten pues lo más granular posible. En el caso geográfico, pues a nivel municipal, la zona metropolitana también, industrial, hasta rama industrial. A nivel ocupacional, ustedes pueden ver a nivel ocupación, a nivel producto, hasta 6 dígitos. Y en instituciones, pues tenemos esta primera versión que les decía, instituciones de educación superior. Siempre el objetivo es que encuentren datos granulares, pero también actualizados, confiables y que sean de utilidad para los múltiples propósitos que hay. En Data México estamos, como les decía, tratando de aprovechar este momento en que vive la datificación de la economía y necesitamos generar también capacidades y estas capacidades pues se tienen que generar a través de el ecosistema de datos que hay hoy en México, y es uno de los temas que creo que en la Global Digital Week será interesante que platiquen, porque sin duda que los datos representan hoy una gran oportunidad para los países. Y en México tenemos muy buenos recursos en cuanto al ecosistema de datos, desde las universidades, y por eso también estamos creando un nodo de investigación y múltiples vinculaciones interinstitucionales, desde donde, por supuesto, que instituciones se pueden sumar a Data México, pero también para generar capacidades, para generar más y mejores científicas y científicos de datos, para también tener mejor infraestructura, incluso inversiones en cuanto a este ecosistema de datos. Y por tanto necesitamos una gobernanza de datos, algo que a pesar de que hoy tenemos en México una buena infraestructura de protección de datos personales. Hace falta hacer mucho en cuanto a la gobernanza de los datos. Estamos trabajando con múltiples instituciones para ofrecer una regulación en materia ya no nada más de privacidad, sino también de uso y en una lógica más de compartir y de que los datos también puedan ser aprovechados en esta economía datificada. También sabemos y estamos muy conscientes de los derechos digitales a los cuales acceden las personas en el ámbito digital que tienen, y Data México es una buena excusa para siempre sensibilizar a quienes preguntan sobre a quién le pertenecen los datos. Y como siempre nosotros decimos que el dato le pertenece al usuario, al ciudadano, no importa si es administrado por una empresa, no importa si es administrado por el gobierno, los datos pues son de ustedes. Y los datos que ven en Data México pasan por ese proceso, y también queremos que esa misma lógica se replique con plataformas como con redes sociales, entre otras. Y finalmente, la industria del dato, ¿no? El valor y el volumen de los datos crece exponencialmente, y pues nosotros como Secretaría de Economía no podemos dejar eso a un lado. Tenemos que entender bien cómo sacar provecho, cómo la economía mexicana también puede tener un impulso a través de esta industria, y hay múltiples actividades y proyectos que se están llevando a cabo para empujar esta, digamos, nueva industria. Eso es Data México. También me fui rápido, pero pues el objetivo es que tengan un poco una idea de lo que estamos haciendo, de los recursos que hay, y que exploren ustedes mismos la plataforma. Sigue Exporta MX, que esta es una pequeña plataforma que realizamos en casa, un algoritmo, pero que va muy enfocado a ofrecer inteligencia económica a las MIPYMES. El objetivo de Exporta MX, y otra vez pueden explorar ustedes mismos la plataforma en exportamx.economia.gov.mx. Ustedes van a encontrar ahí una plataforma que ofrece datos para impulsar las exportaciones mexicanas. Tratamos de orientar las decisiones de la exportación de pequeñas empresas en México, y tratamos también de guiar a instituciones mexicanas en el desarrollo de políticas de promoción comercial, con básicamente dos preguntas con sus respectivas respuestas. Si el usuario, en este caso una empresa, quiere explorar cuáles son los productos que son más interesantes para explorar a un país, digamos, digita en la plataforma Colombia, Exporta MX lo que les va a dar es los 15 productos más atractivos para exportar a Colombia. Entonces, los usuarios verán este catálogo, esta lista de productos, y les acompañamos con otras visualizaciones, gráficas, para que sepan y tengan la información y puedan tomar una decisión sobre exportación. Lo mismo sucede en la lógica inversa, que es básicamente si ustedes teclean desde Exporta MX un producto, digamos que son un productor de naranjas, entonces teclean naranja en Exporta MX y les aparecerá las oportunidades, los países a los cuales es más atractivo exportar naranjas. Entonces, esto es una herramienta que responde preguntas, que es una pregunta fundamental en el proceso de la exportación, y ahora van viendo, por ejemplo, cómo va este recorrido de una empresa, digamos, que quiere exportar, que quiere recursos sobre el proceso de exportación, puede acudir a Comercio MX, ya quiere identificar un mercado específico, acude a Exporta MX, quiere entender mejor su producto, la región donde está produciendo su producto, va a Data México, y entonces tendrá una experiencia digital donde tendrá diferentes recursos para diferentes decisiones que está tomando la MIPYME mexicana. En cuarto lugar, en diciembre recientemente presentamos Invest in Mexico, que es una plataforma. Ahí está también el link, economia.gov.mx, /Invest in Mexico. Es una plataforma que sobre todo es para inversionistas en el exterior, y que trata de orientar a estos inversionistas para proveerles de información estratégica, para darles información relevante para el proceso de la inversión, para contactar a los propios inversionistas, para simplificar procesos y trámites, ofrecer una ruta específica para que los inversionistas puedan materializar una inversión, y también tener un diagnóstico de cuál es el momento que vive su inversión y cómo podemos ayudarles desde la Secretaría de Economía. también visiten Invest in Mexico, encontrarán, por ejemplo, recursos sobre por qué invertir en México, los argumentos económicos de por qué invertir en México, un video que explica las 10 razones principales de por qué invertir en México y todos estos procesos, trámites necesarios. Es muy importante que si están interesados en hacer una inversión, ofrezcan la mayor cantidad de información para que nosotros los recibamos, y pasa por un proceso a través de la Comisión Nacional de Inversiones Extranjeras que trata de dar respuesta a las múltiples solicitudes, requerimientos, incluso problemáticas que puede tener una inversión, y pues nosotros tratamos de digitalizar este proceso para que se sistematice y demos una mejor respuesta a estos cuestionamientos. Finalmente tenemos MIPYMES MX, que es desarrollado por una unidad hermana, la Unidad de Desarrollo Productivo, que también les recomiendo que visiten porque ofreces un sitio web de la Secretaría de Economía donde les ofrecen, digamos, toda la información que necesita una MIPYME, desde financiamiento, y te los voy a enseñar qué recursos tiene, pero es una herramienta que promueve la digitalización de estas MIPYMES en múltiples etapas, en las etapas iniciales y en las etapas quizás más avanzadas. Van a encontrar 6 módulos de inicio: aprendizaje, con información de capacitaciones; emprender, para esa etapa de creatividad inicial; ventas, para facilitar los procesos de ventas, sobre todo a nivel nacional; crecimiento, exportaciones, y una sección especial del TEMEC, donde nosotros participamos también con algunas presentaciones y recursos. Diciéndoles que, pues, primero que utilicen las plataformas digitales que les acabo de mostrar, que si las utilizan y les parecen una herramienta adecuada, corran la voz, compártanla con sus colegas. Si alguna les pareció más interesante que otra y creen que hay áreas de oportunidad, mándenme comentarios, les dejaré mi correo con los colegas de Global Digital Week. Y también, y particularmente para las MIPYMES que nos están escuchando, que aprovechen el gran momento que vive la digitalización, utilicen las plataformas digitales, los datos, para mejorar sus procesos, y particularmente, pues, y pensando sobre todo en esta lógica global, también exploren las oportunidades que ofrece materializar una exportación. Vivimos en un mundo donde los mercados cada vez son más interesantes para las empresas, y también los procesos de exportación están siendo cada vez más sencillos. Entonces, si tienen cualquier duda sobre cómo exportar, sobre cómo lograr utilizar estas plataformas digitales para encontrar mercados, para identificar oportunidades, pues no duden en contactarnos, y anímense a exportar, anímense a crecer su empresa, y pues con esto les agradezco mucho y les mando un saludo a todos.
Gusto para mí estar con ustedes. Muy buena oportunidad el día de hoy de compartirles evidencia, datos y análisis sobre la digitalización en general y particularmente en el ámbito de desarrollo de las pequeñas y medianas empresas. Muchísimas gracias, Guillermo. Muchas gracias, Leo, por esta invitación de estar, ¿no?, en este espacio sobre políticas públicas y la transformación digital. Entonces, pues vámonos entrando en materia. Tengo aquí entonces una presentación con datos, aprovechando mi experiencia que es muy reciente. Yo soy exdirector del Centro de la OCDE en México para América Latina y concluí este ciclo hace cosa de un mes. Entonces, pues traigo información muy reciente. Yo creo que independientemente de el cargo de manera particular, es siempre muy útil, muy relevante consultar estos reportes de la División de Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación de la OCDE, porque además hay todo un equipo de expertos globales dedicados a mapear las oportunidades, los riesgos y las políticas que pueden tomar ventaja de la revolución digital. Entonces, vamos entrando entonces a esta diapositiva. Mencionar que las pymes son clave para fortalecer la productividad y lograr un crecimiento más inclusivo. Son una fuente esencial de empleo, de innovación, de ingreso, de inclusión y de cohesión social. En los países de la OCDE, las pymes representan aproximadamente 2/3 del empleo y la mitad del valor agregado. Desde la crisis financiera mundial, las pymes, en particular las empresas jóvenes, han impulsado el crecimiento del empleo. Pero las empresas nacen más pequeñas y la mayoría de los nuevos puestos de trabajo se crean en actividades de baja productividad, especialmente en los servicios, ya saben, en el turismo, ¿no?, en restaurantes, por decir algunos ejemplos. La creciente brecha de productividad frente a las grandes empresas se refleja además en la calidad del empleo y la vulnerabilidad o incluso la precariedad del trabajo. Y eso siempre tendrá que ser materia de atención para poder entonces encontrar claves que permitan aumentar la productividad entre empresas no solamente grandes y medianas, sino pequeñas y micro. Entonces vamos a la siguiente diapositiva. Un gran porcentaje de las pymes todavía se ven afectadas por falta de recursos y habilidades. Muy importante este tema de las habilidades porque es ahí donde es el frente estratégico en el cual se puede actuar para desarrollar estas empresas. Y bueno, también hay limitaciones financieras y de infraestructura, ¿no? Entonces, algunas pequeñas empresas, microempresas, pues todavía tienen dificultad incluso para conectarse a Internet, ¿no? A la Internet de banda ancha, que es la que realmente impulsa la economía digital. La mitad de las pymes de los países de la OCDE usan la computación en red, en comparación con el número de grandes empresas que también lo hacen. Las pymes también tienen la mitad de probabilidades de vender en línea que las grandes empresas. Y cuando lo hacen, tienden a vender a través de sus propios sitios web en lugar de los mercados electrónicos, quedando así sin aprovechar las ventajas de los efectos del mercado digital. La contribución de las pymes es cada vez más importante frente a las megatendencias globales. ¿Cuáles son? Naturalmente, la digitalización acelerada y la nueva revolución industrial, la naturaleza cambiante del trabajo, ¿no? Y de ahí, por ejemplo, mucho del análisis que se hace en distintas regiones del mundo está enfocada en entender el fenómeno del empleo frente al crecimiento de las plataformas digitales. Luego también hay tensiones, es otra gran megatendencia, tensiones comerciales internacional a nivel global, luego desaceleración de la inversión extranjera directa, también por causa de incertidumbres en el proceso de globalización financiera y la evolución que además ha sido muy conflictiva de las cadenas globales de valor, las cadenas de producción global. Entonces, luego existen otras tendencias como las demográficas, el envejecimiento progresivo de la población en regiones del mundo donde ya es muy pronunciada esta tendencia, como en Europa. Y bueno, la transición ecológica y de sostenibilidad, es decir, ahora nos damos cuenta que el planeta no puede sobrevivir, no es viable bajo el esquema de industrialización de las últimas décadas, y es así que estamos viviendo una revolución afortunadamente tecnológica enfocada o centrada en la sustentabilidad planetaria. Y es así que vemos impactos diferenciados de estas megatendencias, oportunidades y desafíos en la población de pymes, necesidad de un enfoque más granular y estrategias de política pública más integradas. Entonces, también importa mencionar que de acuerdo a evidencia reciente hay una creciente demanda o un creciente imperativo de desarrollar habilidades de la gente en nuevas tecnologías digitales y prácticas de gestión. Entonces, de ahí que ahora con la pandemia, cuando muchas empresas pues transitaron aceleradamente al trabajo remoto, entonces se ha visto de manera más clara, como lo comprueba una encuesta que recientemente se llevó a cabo en algunos países de Europa, que los principales obstáculos para la adopción de nuevas tecnologías y prácticas están del lado de la preparación de la fuerza de trabajo. Entonces, cada vez más importante este aspecto de las habilidades de la fuerza de trabajo, solamente por debajo de los aspectos macroeconómicos y de las dificultades que son clásicas ya mencionadas con recurrencia sobre limitaciones financieras para las pymes. Es así que la digitalización de las pymes debe seguir siendo una máxima prioridad. Nos ha quedado claro que la pandemia de COVID-19 aceleró los procesos de la digitalización y que ya esta digitalización llegó para quedarse. Entonces es necesario y clave el poder adaptarse desde el ámbito del emprendimiento a pequeña escala. Pero, bueno, pues ahí, como siempre, los habilitadores tendrán que ser, como ya sugerí anteriormente, la calidad del acceso a las redes digitales, ya mencionamos las habilidades digitales, y la participación y la palabra es coordinación con los cambios en las cadenas de producción globales. Estas cadenas de producción globales pueden naturalmente servir de propulsor para, pues figurativamente, para jalar a las empresas medianas, pequeñas, no necesariamente también las micros, pero deseablemente así sería, hacia esta nueva era intensiva en digitalización. Entonces, la crisis de la pandemia aceleró, como ya dijimos, la digitalización de las empresas, y vemos aquí la proporción de pymes que aumentaron la digitalización. Entonces, de manera muy interesante, en muchos países de la OCDE, entre el 30% y el 50% de las pymes aumentaron su uso de la tecnología digital durante la crisis. Y la aceleración digital ha sido marcada en América Latina. Vean ustedes cómo en Chile, del lado izquierdo de esta gráfica, pues hay un aumento muy marcado en la digitalización de las pymes. En menor medida ha sucedido así también en México, pero no muy lejos de Chile, por encima de países de mayor ingreso per cápita como Italia, Japón, Reino Unido, Austria, Francia, Finlandia, etc. Y luego, incluso con algunas diferencias sectoriales importantes que vemos aquí, la proporción de pymes que aumentaron la digitalización, y vemos del lado del eje horizontal la proporción de pymes con acceso a banda ancha. Y entonces efectivamente, donde hay más o donde hay banda ancha de mayor calidad, pues más rápido se suben las pymes a esta ola de la digitalización. Entonces vemos aquí solamente nuevos sitios web empresariales por mes durante el año de 2019, comparado, que esa es la línea azul oscura, comparado con el año siguiente, el 2020, que es la línea más tenue de color como rosa. Y entonces vemos cómo hay unos picos abruptos en países como Chile, Brasil, Colombia y México. En Brasil es muy impresionante cómo hay estos picos muy pronunciados en el año 2020 en cuanto a la presencia en línea de las pymes. Entonces, muy por encima en el caso brasileño de los países como Chile, Colombia y México. México también tiene un repunte muy importante de la presencia en línea de las pymes, pero sí definitivamente en una escala mucho menor que en el caso de las pymes de Brasil. Se abrieron nuevas oportunidades en particular para las pymes más maduras digitalmente. Bueno, pues eso no es sorpresa, porque tenemos aquí el porcentaje de pymes que indican que la pandemia ha presentado nuevas oportunidades. Eso es el eje de las YES, ¿no? El eje vertical, y un número de tecnologías digitales adoptadas, ¿no? Que ese es el eje horizontal, ¿no? Entonces aquí la muestra, bueno, perdón ahí porque no aparece la línea de las leyendas con los países, pero vemos sin duda que hay sí una tendencia clara de confirmar que la pandemia se volvió un acelerador de adopción de tecnologías digitales. Y luego las barreras anteriores a la pandemia para la adopción digital de las empresas permanecen. Entonces, la digitalización, bueno, pues ha sido un imperativo de las empresas para mantenerse competitivas, pero al mismo tiempo, pues siguen estando presentes problemas de acceso a la infraestructura de conectividad, los problemas de interoperabilidad de los sistemas, las distorsiones en la competencia donde el pez más grande se come al pez más chico en el mundo digital, incertidumbre legal de los marcos regulatorios, las brechas de financiamiento para cubrir costos hundidos en la vida de las empresas, particularmente de las pymes, y la brecha muy importante, ahí se ve la brecha de las competencias y las habilidades, particularmente las habilidades digitales en la fuerza laboral, bajos niveles de cultura de uso intensivo de datos, y bueno, también la existencia de tecnologías propietarias que mantienen cautivos a sus usuarios frente al resto del desarrollo del ecosistema tecnológico digital. Y luego, bueno, también en menor medida, riesgos reputacionales también en el mundo digital y como sabemos, en el caso, por ejemplo, de América Latina, la relativa aversión a el uso de plataformas digitales por problemas de fraude digital, ¿no? y de ciberseguridad, ¿no? Entonces ahí veamos que hay que actuar. Son estas todas áreas en las cuales la política pública puede hacer una diferencia positiva para remover barreras a la entrada en cuanto al emprendimiento de nuevas empresas en el ecosistema digital. Y también, bueno, pues reforzar la certidumbre para que entonces quienes pueden emprender lo hagan con mayor posibilidad de desarrollar competitividad y además de, por supuesto, crear soluciones que aumenten la productividad de la economía en su conjunto. Entonces, si bien la oferta de soluciones digitales se expande, persisten las debilidades estructurales. Falta de conocimiento y conciencia, entonces es importante relacionar la adopción digital con las necesidades comerciales y las estrategias de negocio a largo plazo. Falta de cultura digital, competencias organizativas y técnicas. Importante ahí la capacidad de planificar, absorber, adaptar e innovar. Aversión al riesgo y la falta de confianza en cuanto a la seguridad de los datos. Entonces son todos estos frentes de oportunidad para poner en práctica modelos eficaces de política pública. Y además, bueno, otro imperativo es el generar compromiso y apuntalar al vacío intermedio, ¿no? El vacío intermedio que hay entre las capacidades de las empresas medianas, pequeñas y micro frente a las empresas más grandes. Y entonces ahí, por ejemplo, pues organismos internacionales como la OCDE sirven y han desarrollado plataformas de intercambio de experiencias y aprendizajes para que las pymes de distintos países puedan aprender unas de otras, aprovechando el trabajo que hacen estos organismos como la investigación, las redes de práctica entre pymes de distintos países y fomentando la comunicación transfronteriza sobre lo que funciona mejor para poder empujar las fronteras de la economía digital a una escala que es la que mayor empleo genera a nivel mundial, la de las pymes. Y luego entonces las oportunidades empresariales en el contexto de la revolución digital pueden ser un canal formidable para la inclusión económica y social. Entonces, la crisis por la que hemos atravesado nos ha puesto frente a dilemas, ¿no? Como por ejemplo si la estrategia de reemplazo es la vía o la estrategia de renovación del tejido empresarial, es decir, si en términos un poco crudos pues a 10,000 pies de altura, se vuelve verdadero el tener que escoger entre dejar morir a las pymes, ¿no? Que eso fue algo súper complejo en el contexto de la pandemia, o más bien darles herramientas a las pymes para que puedan, las que mejor lo logren, renovarse, más que solamente ser reemplazadas, ¿no? Entonces, la renovación del tejido empresarial, más allá de la decisión que realmente pues, se vuelve, yo creo que inviable, incluso políticamente, de solamente dejar a su suerte y a morir a las empresas en el contexto de un choque tan fuerte como el que ha sido la pandemia. Y luego, el otro dilema es el de cómo cerrar las brechas que se han aumentado entre grupos sociales por efecto de la pandemia y, por supuesto, también de la digitalización, porque entonces ahora pues hay brechas de tipo, por ejemplo, los que tienen buena banda ancha y los que no la tienen. Los que tienen residencia o se ubican en áreas densas en infraestructura de conectividad y los que están en áreas de bajo servicio o de bajo acceso. Las brechas entre quienes tienen las habilidades digitales relevantes para poder acceder a los empleos de calidad de la nueva economía digital y quienes no tienen esas habilidades. Entonces, los problemas específicos que enfrentan los grupos desfavorecidos para un emprendimiento innovador deben ser reconocidos y abordados con medidas de política efectivas y eficientes. Entonces, hablando del emprendimiento, haciendo aquí una revisión, el impacto de la pandemia en la región latinoamericana se ha amplificado por el bajo uso de medios digitales en las operaciones diarias de las empresas. Entonces vemos aquí la digitalización de la cadena de suministro de las empresas en el año del 2018 antes de la pandemia. Y entonces vemos, por ejemplo, en esa línea, en esas barras de color azul celeste, vemos el porcentaje de empresas que usan Internet para adquirir insumos, para comprar insumos. Y esto es muy importante como indicador porque hace una diferencia muy marcada entre la capacidad de las empresas para desarrollar ecosistemas digitales y encadenamientos de un mercado interno robusto basado en la digitalización. Y vemos así que quien lo ha logrado mejor en ese porcentaje de las empresas que usan Internet para comprar insumos, quien más ha integrado hacia atrás su cadena de proveeduría de las pymes es Brasil, ¿no? Vemos ahí muy alta esa barra azul. Luego seguido de países como Argentina, como Colombia, como Uruguay. Y lo más interesante, bueno, para mí al menos es como una paradoja, es que México, siendo el país con mayor capacidad exportadora de manufacturas de toda América Latina, tenga un nivel tan bajo como el que se observa ahí comparado con sus vecinos de la región, en términos de el encadenamiento empresarial por vía de la cadena de proveeduría a través de plataformas digitales. Entonces hay un área de oportunidad, ¿no? Porque entonces seguimos viendo el problema de que en el frente de las pymes y su digitalización se encuentra la clave de la inclusión, es decir, de ganarle terreno a la informalidad, por ejemplo, y conectar a los dos universos empresariales de México que hay en México, uno el que está integrado a la economía global de exportación y el otro que pues está en el ámbito de la subsistencia o de la baja productividad y la informalidad. Continuamos para poder ya ir así, llegando a la última parte de esta presentación. Las pymes han estado en el centro de la crisis durante la pandemia y esto incluyendo, por supuesto, a México. Y entonces, alrededor del mundo, 180 encuestas a pymes muestran por encima del 70 y 80% de las pymes han generado una gran caída en los ingresos, ¿no? Eso no es sorprendente, es un gran choque muy destructivo. 20-30% de las pymes aún se sienten en riesgo de tener que cerrar su negocio en menos de 3 meses. 40% de las pymes dejó de operar durante la pandemia. Y en México los sectores más afectados del tejido empresarial han puesto en una situación de grave incertidumbre a cerca de 35% del total del empleo. Y así las pymes representan casi un 77% de todos los trabajos en los sectores más afectados, en el caso de México. Entonces, de ahí que muchas pymes han cerrado, sin embargo, las tasas de quiebra han declinado en el 2020 en algunos países. Entonces, pues esperemos que la tendencia de recuperación gradual del tejido empresarial, particularmente de las pymes, se mantenga pese a lo largo que ha sido este periodo de choque sanitario durante la pandemia de COVID-19. Entonces, las startups, las empresas, nuevas empresas intensivas en innovación, se han visto notablemente afectadas. En algunos países han disminuido y en otros comienzan a remontar o a repuntar, ¿no? Entonces vemos aquí proporción de startups mexicanas que ejercieron la siguiente acción durante la pandemia, ¿no? Y entonces ahí tenemos varios parámetros. En cuanto allí, voy a nada más acercarme un poquito porque sí está retador el tamaño de la letra, ¿no? Y vemos aquí, buscaron, ¿no? Por supuesto, frenar la insolvencia y la crisis de liquidez, ¿no? Después, ¿no? Es que, perdón, ahí sí creo que me ayudaría a tener, nada más voy a hacer un pequeño salto para poder poner en otro plano, un poco para que yo lea más en grande la diapositiva, si me disculpan un momentito. Entonces, hacerle justicia a esta diapositiva. Un segundo. Un segundo nada más. Y aquí el poder ampliar la letra. Ok, ya lo estoy viendo mejor. Disculpen. Entonces, la mayor parte de las pymes buscaron nuevas fuentes de ingresos. En el caso de las startups, pausaron proyectos y actividades. En buena medida también se ve en la siguiente barra roja. Es decir, pausaron proyectos y actividades no esenciales, renegociaron contratos de renta o renegociaron contratos con proveedores o adoptaron nuevas tecnologías de pagos, de ventas, etcétera, CRM, por ejemplo. Congelaron las contrataciones ya cada vez en menor medida, ¿no? Es decir, las primeras que mencioné son las medidas como más típicas de la respuesta de las startups tecnológicas al choque de la pandemia, ¿no? Y entonces ahora en menor medida las startups difirieron pagos o redujeron costos de mercadeo o recortaron salarios, afortunadamente en menor medida, o en menor medida gradual despidieron trabajadores y también en relativa menor medida, por ejemplo, ya rondando el 48%, renegociaron deuda, ¿no? Entonces, así la respuesta. Y luego, el cambio porcentual año a año en el número de solicitudes de apertura de nuevos negocios, ¿no? Y entonces ahí se ve, ¿no? En el 2021, cómo distintos países vieron que hubo un aumento de solicitudes de apertura de empresas, como en el caso, siendo América Latina, en el caso de Chile, lo cual habla de que Chile mantuvo una cierta resiliencia en cuanto a su capacidad de emprendimiento digital, en el caso de las empresas, de las startups. Si no tenemos aquí un dato, por ejemplo, de México, pero vemos que en donde sí la película fue muy diferente, es decir, donde hubo una contracción en el número de startups innovadoras, muy fuerte el golpe en España, Rumania, Portugal y Rusia. Entonces, el fuerte impacto de la pandemia en las pymes mexicanas reflejan algunas vulnerabilidades previas dentro de lo que resalta, como ya mencioné, la informalidad, ¿no? Voy a irme un poco más rápido. Entonces, y esto abona a un fenómeno estructural que es la brecha de productividad, es decir, de niveles relativamente bajos de productividad laboral previos a la pandemia en el año 2016. Entonces vemos que la productividad laboral es, ahí vemos hasta hacia la derecha el promedio de la OCDE, ¿no? Mucho mayor la productividad laboral que en países de América Latina como México, Costa Rica, Colombia y Brasil. Interesantemente, ¿no? Que Brasil tiene un músculo importante de emprendimiento digital, pero su productividad sigue estando a niveles más bajos que los de México. Entonces vemos aquí América Latina, tiempo promedio de tramitación para apertura de empresas, y vemos que México se ubica entre los países donde es más demorado el abrir empresas. Entonces esto apunta a la necesidad de un trabajo más sistemático de mejora regulatoria para el desarrollo del emprendimiento. Y entonces aquí pues está el diferencial, el spread entre las tasas de interés que pagan las pymes frente a las tasas que pagan las empresas grandes. Y entonces ahí vemos que en México este spread es muy alto, es decir, entonces las pymes la tienen muy difícil para poder financiarse comparándolas con las empresas de mayor tamaño, ¿no? Y entonces hablando de instrumentos de política para pymes y emprendedores, muchos países introdujeron amplias medidas para mitigar el impacto de la crisis, ¿no? Mejorar el acceso a crédito, además de por supuesto, la respuesta sanitaria. Luego, políticas estructurales como la digitalización, la internacionalización. Luego, medidas para frenar la hemorragia financiera, aplazamiento de pagos, por ejemplo, la reducción temporal de empleo y también en buena parte de los países el uso de subsidios. Esta ya no la voy a poner porque, bueno, aquí ya vemos una variedad importante, ¿no? En esta diapositiva de las medidas ya a nivel más granular, en cuanto a qué tanto se usaron, ¿no? Entonces, pero entre grupos de países. Entonces, los países de ingreso medio, como los de América Latina, se ven representados en esas barras de color verde, mientras que los países de mayor ingreso son los de las barras de color azul, más oscuro, y entonces vemos aquí que, por ejemplo, los países tanto de mayores ingresos como los países de renta media, recurrieron a medidas a niveles más o menos similares en cuanto a subsidios al trabajo, subsidios al empleo, o, por ejemplo, se ve ahí que hay una brecha mucho mayor en el caso de que los países de mayores ingresos se fueron o pudieron darle préstamos directos a las pymes en mucha mayor medida que los países de clase media, digamos, o los de renta media. Y así pueden ver ustedes, bueno, quienes puedan, o sea, esperando que tengan acceso a esta presentación de manera ya muy detallada, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el patrón de aprovechamiento de distintos instrumentos para apoyar o para mitigar el impacto de la pandemia en las pymes a nivel de estos tres grupos de países, ¿no? Los de renta media, los de ingresos altos, o no, renta de ingresos medio altos, y por supuesto también hay una barra de azul más claro, los países de mayor ingreso per cápita en el mundo, ¿no? Entonces, los gobiernos subnacionales muy involucrados también en la implementación de políticas de apoyo para las pymes. Y entonces, aquí lo que vemos es que la presión de la pandemia en el gasto de los gobiernos subnacionales, en el caso de México, pues serían los gobiernos estatales, se ve aquí muy marcado ¿no? Niveles altos de presión para los gobiernos subnacionales se encuentran de manera muy esquemática aquí, yéndonos hacia del primer renglón en servicios sociales, luego los costos de mantener los servicios de beneficios y prestaciones sociales, y en tercer lugar el apoyo a las pymes y el autoempleo. Entonces es ahí donde se vio mucho más evidente la respuesta de los gobiernos a nivel subnacional frente a la pandemia, teniendo como una alta prioridad a proteger a las pymes. Y así, en México hubo una respuesta de política que incluyó apoyo estructural, pero no fue muy importante, fue más bien tenue el nivel de apoyo financiero a las pymes, en el caso mexicano. vámonos un poco más rápido porque esta confirma lo que ya dije. Y entonces las medidas laborales para las pymes también fueron limitadas en comparación con otros países de la región. Y ahí se ve lo de México, ¿no? La diferencia entre los aportes al salario y los ajustes a la jornada laboral. Entonces en México no fue una política la de aportes al salario, pero sí los ajustes a la jornada laboral. ¿No? Luego, apoyos fiscales, también esta es un poco compleja, pero lo que confirma es que los apoyos fiscales en México fueron más bien bajos comparados con el resto de países de la OCDE. Y entonces, bueno, retos que enfrentaron los implementadores de política pública junto con las pymes, el de la entrega rápida alcanzando a aquellos que más lo necesitan, la asequibilidad o el nivel de costo, bajo costo, para evitar el sobreendeudamiento de las pymes y evitar el surgimiento de empresas zombie, ¿no? O sea, empresas que no tienen una actividad productiva, pero que no se declaran en bancarrota. Y entonces, pues el imperativo ahora es reconstruir mejor, ¿no? No volver a lo que había antes. Entonces, la oportunidad es la de revitalizar el tejido empresarial mediante al poderoso catalizador que constituye la revolución digital. Entonces aquí, para terminar, les muestro 15 lecciones aprendidas para reconstruir mejor. Entonces aquí tenemos desde asegurarse de que haya una entrega más transparente, más confiable y más efectiva de los apoyos a empresas en los lugares donde existen, el enfocarse de manera más estratégica en el apoyo a empresas viables y a las startups, porque son las que absorben de manera más clara, más directa el avance tecnológico. Luego, reconsiderar el hacerle un reboot, un reset a las políticas de apoyo al emprendimiento tecnológico de las startups, el alcanzar a los segmentos más vulnerables de las pymes, el repensar el enfoque de política pública para los que están en autoempleo, freelancers, ¿no? Luego evitar el crecimiento desordenado de la deuda de las pymes, luego preparar estrategias de salida o de liquidez, de apoyo a la liquidez de las pymes, apoyar el emprendimiento de segunda oportunidad, muy importante porque en América Latina no se valora esto de que es normal que se fracase, pero debe haber siempre apoyos para que las empresas, los empresarios tengan una segunda oportunidad de llevar a cabo un buen negocio. Luego, el pensar a pequeña escala, pero como primer paso en los programas de recuperación para evitar el riesgo de desperdicio de recursos escasos fiscales, incluir la digitalización como una piedra de toque de la recuperación frente a la pandemia, el mejorar la resiliencia de las pymes y las startups, el fortalecer la capacidad de previsión hacia el futuro de las pymes, el asegurar el que haya herramientas de gobernanza multinivel y además que corten transversalmente entre distintos ministerios o dependencias del sector público, el asegurar la representatividad de las pymes en la toma de decisiones sobre las políticas y el monitorear y evaluar las políticas de pymes, ¿no? Entonces este es el compendio de lecciones que a nivel internacional ha arrojado, digamos, el amplio abanico de medidas y políticas para el fortalecimiento y para, por supuesto, el mitigar el muy destructivo choque que ha representado esta pandemia de COVID-19. Y entonces, con esto, pues, agradezco mucho el espacio. Naturalmente, esto es, pues, el inicio de un diálogo nutrido sobre la competitividad empresarial, sobre el emprendimiento y sobre su interacción con las tendencias que caracterizan la revolución digital. Entonces, hasta pronto y ha sido un placer el compartirles en este espacio los datos y el análisis.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Guillermo Armenta, soy el presidente del Instituto Global de
Hello
Competitividad
everyone, how are
Digital.
you?
Y el
It's
día de hoy
a
quiero
pleasure
presentarles
to be here with
a
you.
Leonardo Álvarez,
Today
que
we
es un
have
especialista en
an
todos estos
expert
temas
in
de
this field
políticas
about
públicas.
public policy, and we are really happy that you are Hello, everyone. How are you? It's a pleasure to be here with you. Today, we have an expert in this field about public policy, and we are really happy that you are here. So, Leonardo, welcome to this conversation, and let's start to talk about a little bit about the challenges of this field. So, please, if you can help us in order to introduce yourself, please.
Okay, yes, it's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm Leonardo Alvarez. Well, I have some experience in public policy. I've been working as a scholar, as a government officer in Mexico, and as also as a consultant in this area. And I have studied public policy all my life. Mm-hmm. And I'm part of the board of the Global Institute of Digital Competitiveness, precisely in the area of public policy. And here we have one big interest, Guillermo, and our interest is about the mission of this institute. The mission of this institute is to promote digitization and development in all regions of the world. Is a big mission, but we can start from many places, and the audiences are going to help us achieve that. But the question really is, do they come together? Do digitization and development come together? And I think this is a pretty strong question because we have seen countries that have digitization, and we have seen a world that's getting more and more digitized, and poverty is still increasing, and some countries are not developing. So that would be a question: is this going to help? Is this helping us? And well, we should start with the experts in this area, in these global institutions that know about this. And according to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, 2/3 of economic growth in the world come from technological innovation. I'm not talking only of digitization, but all sorts of technological innovation. So you might think, oh well, maybe it's other kind of technology, not the digital technology, the ones that's helping countries develop and grow. But no, we really think digitization is very important in this area. Most of the economic growth is really associated with digitization of productive processes, services, and commerce. And here the World Economic Forum tells us that more than 60% of the global GDP will be digitized in this year, in 2022. We're not talking one decade from now, we're talking this year. And so we already more than the half of the global GDP is part of a digital economy. So it's something very relevant. If we are left aside, then we are not getting all the benefits and all the potential of what we can do. And the same institution would say that 70% of the new added value in the world economy will be based in business models based on digital platforms. So this is very important. The new things that we are creating comes 70%, more than 2/3 of it will come from these digital platforms or these business models based on digital platforms. And sadly, currently 50% of the world population does not participate in the digital economy. They are just not part of it. And this is what we call the digital gap. And some countries, this digital gap is much bigger than if we average the whole world, because there are some countries that are highly digitized and they have very high productivity. We'll look at that in a moment. And so this is very important. Information, knowledge, the adoption of new technologies are clearly the main engines for growth, productivity, and competitivity, which is one of the core interests of our institute. Because if we achieve this productivity, this technology, and we make it growth, well, our regions are going to be more competitive, and we are going to get more benefit of development for more people. How does this happen? Well, I think everybody is pretty aware of the benefits of e-commerce in this pandemic, in which we were forced to stay indoors, and sometimes the only way to get the goods and services was through e-commerce, and that saved enterprises and saved the world economy in many ways, and saved us from getting exposed. So that's very clear. And I think a lot of people are also very familiar with online education and tele services, working remotely, because that started to happen a lot also during the pandemic, and that changed a lot on the way we interact. So this is not something that is going to come; it's something that's already arrived. But there are other things that are very important for the world economy. One of them is the innovation and the development of new business models.
Yeah.
You have the chance to develop more and better products and services through digitization. And you have also some smart manufacturing or intelligent manufacturing that allow us to use the resources more efficiently and flexibly. And this makes us much more productive, and it allows to customize productive processes, or to make them just in time, really just in time, coming even from the consumer needs to the productive process, to the delivery of those goods and services. And we're becoming very efficient and tailored to the needs of the consumer. So this is quite a change from the previous paradigm that we had in production. It's actually called the fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.0. And it's an important trend. We also have all the health issues. They have a great potential to become digitized, Guillermo. We could change our approach to a more preventive approach, in which we can have a follow-up on all patients, or people that are actually not patients right now, but that they could have develop a condition, and we could have the physicians and artificial intelligence interacting with them and monitoring their needs, their problems, and even some smart devices that could help you to dosify what you need. And so that really changes on how you're going to experience health, and that's going to reduce costs also. And there's also a great potential for interoperating medical files, and this would change a lot of things also. It sounds like something bureaucratic, but it is not. It is about all the information that we have about our health, sharing it together, and having the patient the possibility of having access to all his information everywhere.
And actually, Leonardo, I think that is a new way to work internationally, because right now we have data, and this data can help us in the government sector to identify the trend, to change that trends, because this is the health of the citizens. And I think that we are living in a new era, right?
That's correct. And if we take those benefits, we would have better lives, we would have better health, but we would have better economies also, because we have higher productivity. A lot of the losses in productivity in the world are reflected to people that are having illnesses or problems that do not allow them to go to work. One of them is clearly related to the epidemic of obesity. And there are ways to work with that, with also these preventive approaches. And some other things that are very important is smart logistics. We're developing ways in which we can connect providers, clients, and all the chain in a much more efficient way, and more timely, and with in a much more sustainable manner, I would say. You don't have all this agglomeration. You have things that arrive faster. You don't have wait lines. You can really have a hold on these logistic processes. And something that's very important, that is not in the mind of many people, but that is going to be key in the future, is what I call digital identity. We are going to have the need to be identified in the cyberspace, and to do this clearly, and to work more securely, or interact more securely in all ways. in financial transactions. But even if we are in the metaverse and doing something, well, there are sort of interactions that we want to make people responsible for. And that's going to allow us to have better rules and much more civilized meetings in this place that is not going to be anonymous completely, and everybody becomes responsible for its own things, and you wouldn't have the problem of having to deal with all financial losses from someone taking your accounts, and that's something very serious right now.
Yeah, and actually, I think that there are a lot of big challenges for governments around the world, because the technology is advancing really, really fast, and with the public policy, you can manage that challenge, right? So in different countries, there are some cases that they are doing things in order to regulate, to establish rules in some industries. But I think that we need the public policy. For example, here in this day, Leonardo, that there are many people that they work for governments, governors, there are several people that they work there. Which is your recommendation? Because I think that they know that there are some challenges there, but how to manage, how for example, in the institute, how do they can request help in order to improve that policies, in order to start to work in the future, for do this regulation and work for the progress in each locality.
Yes, well, we have to have some sort of assessment of where we are standing. And when you talk about regulation, Guillermo, usually we are thinking about an interconnected world. And so it's not a good idea to invent some new things that are not going to the international trends, but also you have to adapt whatever regulation you have to the needs of your local population. And this is a great challenge. You have to be very based on what's happening right there, but also you have to look at the international trends, because if you move very far away from those trends, then you are not going to have security in investments, and information flows are not going to work well, and you're not going to have safety in many ways, and you're going to be sort of an outcast with other countries. So you have to be very careful, and the view of an institute like us is very helpful in this way, because we will go there and tell you where you're standing. You're standing in relation to how your people see things, because we work with the local communities, and we identify their needs. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. But also we look at the broader picture, because we have this team of international experts in different fields. I'm just one person that works on public policy, but there are substantial areas like cybersecurity or data science and all those things. We have international experts that will tell us how those technologies are evolving, because those technologies are constantly evolving, and regulation is evolving also, and it's never set. So knowing what are the main trends is very important. That's what I would say. And about this, probably the greatest problem that a lot of countries are experiencing is how to make this digitization inclusive, how to reach to small businesses and to independent professionals. And that's not happening in most areas of the world. That's why we have this digital gap. And for that, that's not going to happen by itself. We need to have public policies that will address that need, and that will help us to work with the digital ecosystems, or to foster digital ecosystems in a particular place, so that we can have this process of all those small businesses having their needs addressed and having them incorporated into the digital economy. And let me show a little bit of what we're talking about. Well, in this institute, I think we are about helping in these big goals that governments will have and communities will have, that is about more and better jobs and more dynamic and competitive economies, to have a sustainable and better use of resources, and to foster this technological innovation we've been talking about, and all of this working with digital ecosystems. It's very important the focus on digital ecosystems, because we don't have something that works by itself. We wouldn't be able to digitize small businesses or independent if we don't have an ecosystem to work on that. So what's happening right now? Well, we have this thing that we have different levels of development across the world, and there are some countries or some cities, some areas that in which you have a lot of technological development and a strong digitization. And this is what we call in the institute, this is not my invention, is part of the group in the JITCOMP, we call transformational poles. And these regions are the ones that everybody knows about in the world, like San Francisco or London, places like that are really going ahead, and they are extremely productive and getting a lot of investment. And well, eventually we would all like to get there, but we are not there. Most countries in the developing world will be in a place where you have low technology and low digitization. And if you go to the area of increasing technology in, let's say, manufacturing, you would go to what you call a structural pole. And that's very good. That will make you more competitive. But that is expensive and takes time, and you have to compete with all the economies in the world. And perhaps a way to advance faster and to reach to more of the enterprises that you have, especially small businesses, is to go to the digitization. And then we would get this area in which our pole is becoming more digitized, and we would have more opportunities. And some of those things are actually not that expensive, not that they are easy. It's not that is that the technology is not the obstacle. Is the adoption of the technology what is becoming the problem. And it is not a small problem, but the good news is that we have the technology available, and that will give us a lot of opportunities. And if we look about what do we need for this digitization, let's say in a particular area of the world, well, what works? First, it's important to have a good regulation, clear regulation that is according to international standards, but also according to your local needs. As we talk about, it is important to have infrastructure. You wouldn't advance much without infrastructure in telecommunications and information, and that's sort of the basis for all of this. And it's important to know how we are standing and what policies work better to develop more of your infrastructure. And then something that really changes an economy and is when you have digital payments. Because you can incorporate a lot of the population into this. And the Chinese example is very famous about this, how everybody uses their phones to pay for everything. And it's actually not that complicated as a technology. If you have the right policies, you can have that reach. I would talk about Latin America, for example. In Latin America, a lot of people have already phones or smartphones, and even people with lower incomes would have access to those phones, maybe second-hand phones, but a lot of the population are using them. And these people can have access to a safer way to make payments. Let's think about someone that sells tacos in Mexico City. There are some people that will go in a bicycle, Guillermo, with a basket, and they have a lot of tacos in there, and they are sold. Every unit is sold in a very low price, but they could sell more than 1,000 tacos in a day. Sometimes they would sell 3,000 tacos, and that would make an amount that will be probably close to $200 in what they are carrying in their pocket. And when they go back home, if the people know that they are the guys with the taco basket, they know that they can get to them and take their money away. And that's dangerous. So if we give this guy a way in which he can make his payments and charge with a digital tool, well, that would change his life. And
Yeah.
I bet that would make it would be a very smart investment for that person, which is a very, very small entrepreneur, which, like many all around the world. So that would be very important. And then we have this the adoption of technology. The adoption of technology is very important. The technology is already there. The problem is how make people to adopt them. And this leads us to the next part, which is probably the hardest one, is digital skills. What we need to have is to have some basic literacy in digital skills. And then let's think this about as the elementary education. We need to have some more training for some specialized areas in what they precisely need. And this needs to be targeted. We need to know what goes to transversally to all population, and what is in different areas, what's needed, and how to provide this. And governments can work on that, not by themselves, I would think. You have to work with the industry, with the association, and with the digital ecosystems that are already in place, and they will help you a lot. They have a lot of muscle in terms of how to reach to people, in terms of technology, all of that. And if we get to have these digital skills in population, then the next stage, in which is like the biggest one, is to have digital business models. If you find a way to make a model that really works digitally, in which you can provide the services and you can really take care of your customers, reach them, do all that digitally, then you are in a different place. And it's not the same as having some web page. It's very different, a web page to a digital business, in which everything is part of the digital world. And you have to have some sort of standards and ways to reach to people that is not so easy to understand. And we have the experts at the Institute in doing that, from the enterprises themselves, the guys that do this with the big guys. And they will help us, because their interest is how we make this technology more accessible and how to get more people into this digital world.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the challenge. And maybe the thing is, how do we start? Because this is a big challenge. It's an extremely big challenge. And I would say there are many ways to start. We don't have to solve the whole problem at once. We can start small and make digital interventions, like something for example, like the digital districts. You can go to a special region or to a neighborhood in a city, actually, and start there as an experiment on what will happen if we digitize payments in this area, or logistics. And you can do that. It's being done in many places of the world, but it requires a lot of cooperation and very intelligent design to make this work. And once you have this working, it sets the example for the surrounding areas. And then you can make it broader. And it's very interesting, because people learn by seeing, learn by participating, but also learn by examples.
Yeah.
They know that someone is doing something and is getting something good out of it, and they will be interested. So that's a way to start. Or maybe we can go in a sort of a broader way to think about clusters. How do we work with certain industries? And let's say the auto industry. Can we work with them and help them digitize? And people will say, do they need to be helped? Well, if you think in the biggest companies, they don't need any help. But if you think in all the chain that's working for them, which is very big, it gets to small enterprises. Start with big enterprises, and then you have a lot of people participating in that chain. Actually, there is a need on having some sort of connection between providers and customers and all their needs, and digitizing all this chain, knowing everything, will give a lot of certainty on how you can interact by knowing the history of the people and being able to make transactions online. So this is one of the things we could be working on, and we could go to broader areas, not only the digital clusters, but to think in a much more broader part of the economy, like health technology or e-government, and that's really going to change things for everyone. If we digitize government and the way it's working, well, then you're lowering cost for enterprises everywhere, and you're making things more certain for everyone. The same happens with health technology. Everyone is getting benefited, and that's going to start a lot of changes, because a lot of people will work in that chain and make things different, and that requires a very specific design and a very clear path on how to get there. And we could go even broader and think about how we digitize payments in a whole country.
Yeah.
And that's been done also, Guillermo.
Yeah, but actually, Leonardo, I think that is a big challenge for the governments. I think that you need to work in the new digital public service, in order to offer the different sectors of the economy, offer possibilities of growth. I mean, it is a kind of example like a one road, the one bridge, etc. But we are talking about of digital infrastructure. So I think that it is a big challenge, because I am thinking, for example, maybe right now some public servers they are watching this video, but how we can start to do that? Because you need investment, you need a plan, you need a whole plan in order to grow in this new era. Because if you don't have that in that locality, in one locality, it can be a barrier. It can be really difficult to go digital, right?
Right. Well, let me address your question. First thing you should do always is to have a serious diagnostic on what is where you're standing and what you need. And this diagnostic should be always done with the people in your region, with the communities. And I'm not talking about digital communities. I'm talking the entrepreneurs, the associations of different areas. Let's say that in your city, the main business is furniture or jewelry. You have to work with those guys and to see how they are doing and what their problems are. And then you can come up with some ideas on how to work with them. And I'm not talking only on those sectors. There are many sectors in an economy, but you have to include them to develop a consensus on what are their main needs. And some needs will be for all of them. And some needs will be very tailored to some specific sectors. And if your economy is based on those sectors, you have to address their needs in order to become more competitive, because otherwise those sectors might disappear. It has happened also very often. In Mexico, we were very good at making shoes, and we are still good at making shoes, but we don't export that many shoes. We import more shoes than we export now. And that's happened in 30 years, and it doesn't seem to be changing now. If you want to become competitive at manufacturing shoes, you should have a policy in where you move your way of manufacturing and your public from the place they were to a new place in which you are able to compete. And so that's the kind of question you have to ask yourself, and that's the work we will do in the institute. Work with all those constituents, but also look at international experiences. And once we do that, we have an identifications of problems and priorities, which are sort of a consensus, and we can set a public agenda for changes. And that's what's probably most important, Guillermo. You have to have a consensus. You have to have support for the things that you're going to work on. It's not only a technical issue. I mean, you have to have the technical analysis before trying to do something. Otherwise, you will fail miserably in front of everybody, and you will throw away your resources and your legitimacy, which is not a good idea. But you also need to have the consensus of the people, or otherwise you won't be able to implement them. And that's why what you get, how you get, and then you can make this roadmap with projects. And that's what we help you. We help the governments, or we help associations. We help everyone interested in public policies to find this roadmap and how to work on it.
If you let me add one experience with in our consultancy projects, I remember talking about the strengths of the of each locality. I remember one client that they has a plan to invest in Latin America, but actually the clients say when we want to invest, we need the strengths with the localities, education, talent, infrastructure. You know, it's not a matter just like do the FDI investments in any country, because they are looking for productivity, right? And if you have some localities that they have strengths with the digital talent, with a cluster organization, with the government benefits, etc., the FDI, they goes, you know, where there are more benefits, and where they have the right talent, the right manufacturer, as you said. But it's really interesting because it's not a matter that the companies, they choose US, for example, or maybe Canada to invest because they have a really, really good strength in this field, in the digitalization, right?
Yes, and some regions or some countries, they have these chances to hone their competitiveness with this digitization and with these digital skills, and they will attract more foreign investment, and they will become more competitive, and they become a pole or a competitive cluster in the world economy. But sometimes maybe that's not your strategy. Maybe your strategy is to help the guys that are there doing something by themselves. And let's think about artisans, for example, or people that are growing in agriculture. And some countries that is their strength. And perhaps you would think, oh no, those are so far from technology that we wouldn't be able to help you. Well, the good news is the greater gains in productivity come from those people that don't have the technology. They are the ones that they get most benefited, and the trick is to work with them as communities, not as single persons or single enterprises, but to develop an infrastructure for services that works for all of them. And you can put together a whole group of those and work on their marketing, work on a digital platform or a digital district that goes virtually and becomes attractive, and you have certainty on the kind of services that you have or on the kinds of products that you have and on the way you will interact. You can consolidate logistics. There are many things you can do there. And I'm talking about the artisans, but you could do the same thing in the agriculture. And it's been done. I have been part of those projects, and in which you could help people to become more productive working together with digital technologies. And so this is something that we should think about. And how do we work in this in the institute? Well, we have this digitization model, and this digitization model is a model that is very comprehensive, and the idea is not that you have to do all the steps of this model, but if you're able to work on parts of this model, you're certainly going to look as very different at the end of the project. So one part of this is to know where you are. It's like your digital monitor. It's just where are you standing right now? And we have these methodologies where we can compare you with other regions of the world in terms of some basic things in terms of infrastructure, education, human capital, payments, all those things we can give you an idea of where you start. And yes, this is just the basis. And then you have to have how competitive is your sector in terms of business competitivity, and we have to work on how they stand in relation to other areas of the world, and like in areas which are their benchmark, the ones that are good at that, but maybe are their real competitors, not maybe the ones that are in a different category. Let's say if Mexico is producing shoes, maybe Vietnam will be a benchmark and not Italy, because we are producing different kinds of shoes than the ones that are produced in Italy. Or perhaps we should change to move to the market where Italy is, but we have to know whether that's possible or not, and how we are doing in terms of our capacity for design, materials, quality, because that's a very important change. It's a big challenge. And the same goes for tourism and health, and whatever is the sector you're supporting. It's the same. You have to have this benchmark, and you have to have this comparison, and know how you're doing in there. And then you have to know how are your digital capabilities in your area. What do the people know? What capabilities they have, and what do they need, right? And this is very basic in order to have a digital skill strategy. But more important than that, you have to go to the digital talent part, in which what's the match with the needs of the market. And that, I'm telling you, Guillermo, normally nobody knows that. You know how many people get into school to become lawyers or doctors. You know that, and you ask for the Ministry of Education that. When you ask how many engineers of these things are asking the enterprises, they say, well, I don't know. I can tell you how many are employed, but I don't know how many they are being demanded. And that's something you need to know in order to be able to direct people to more productive areas, or to convert their own careers toward paths that will be more successful and that will be more productive for the whole economy. So that's something that we work also on. And if you put everything together, we have this, we can develop a regional digitization plan, or national digitization plan, in which you will have this international harmonization, in which we will give you this broad view, but also the local diagnose, and also a roadmap of strategic projects and how to work with them from a technological standpoint, which is very important, from a business standpoint, because you have to work with many communities, from a stakeholder analysis, in which who is you have to work with and how to put them. And in this stakeholder analysis, Guillermo, the good news is that we can get close to the stakeholders and put them to work in there, because they really want to work in these areas. They are raising their hands to do this. And so we can mediate to have the proper language to work with them. And then we can think about the house, how this has to be done in terms of how you devise a policy or a governance system for an institution that you're creating, or for a regulation. All these things are called details, and these details are usually the most important part of how those things work.
But you say, the many things that you say are really complex. I mean, all of the countries, they have the digitization country plan, but they have the plan, but if you see the results in the years, it's really, really difficult to face the new era. So how the institute, how your vertical can help the governments with these digitalization plans, country plans, because they have the plan. But one thing is the plan, and the other thing is the reality. Because right now, Leonardo, we have increasing the poverty around the world. There are some countries in America Latina that the GDP is down every year. So it's a really complex time to face the technology and the leading, your sector industries internally. How do you can help these countries or these states in order to achieve that goals in the plans?
Well, I think like most things in life, it is very important. It's not only about what you want to achieve. That's a start and it's very important.
Yeah.
But I may want to become a movie star, but if I don't have the path, the talent, and the relations and all sort of things, maybe that's not going to help me to become a movie star. And then I have to reframe my idea. And if I know I'm not as likely to become a movie star, but I'm interested in the movie world, I could see what talents I have and how to get there. And this is very important. And so it's about having realistic goals on terms of what you can do. And those realistic goals don't mean that you cannot achieve a lot of things. It means that you have to know where to start.
Like
maybe you can get there, and at the end you'll become the movie star once you are in that area. And I'm not saying it's not possible, but you have to start somewhere in which is feasible to start.
It is like a cost opportunity theory that says that if you choose one road, you lost the other roads, right? So the idea is try to focus. Is the idea?
The idea is to focus on realistic goals, and then what is most important is to know that something very important is the timing, when you can do something and what it requires to be done. And so you have to take into account the timing and the collaboration. Collaboration is very important. And I would give some big advices that usually can be very helpful. First, you have to focus on projects that create value. I mean, if your project is not creating value to the provision of public or semi-public goods, which is what you can do as government, if you try to compete with the enterprises, you're not likely to succeed in this world because they are advancing really fast. The technology is really good. The incentive systems are very powerful. And even your talent will go away from you and work for those guys if you have good talent. That sounds sad. I know some people that are very, very devoted, and then they will stay in those institutions and will do great things. But they mainly do it because they know they are creating a value for society.
Okay.
And that they have this feeling that they are changing things. So you have to empower your government officers to do things that are going to be beneficial for society. And that's going to happen when you create these public goods, which are the collective benefits are going to surpass the individual benefits. That's sort of the definition. And then you have to take into account something very important, which are the competitive advantages of your economy. That doesn't mean that you're going to stay there forever, but that's where you have to start now. And this is your regional economic vocation. What are the things you can really do and that are strong, that will give you the basis of your economy? And so on that you can improve. And you have to have a clear business model on how to fill those voids that you will have in terms of creating value. If things are not sustainable by themselves, all innovations tend to get blocked, and they don't advance really that well. You have to have something that people will want and will want to use, and sometimes they will want to pay. Sometimes you don't have to pay to have a good business model, and we know these big titans from the digital economy that they don't charge a dime, and they make billions of thousands of dollars because they don't charge a dime to the user, but they charge they use information for something else, right? You have to have those business models because that will make those things sustainable also. And biggest thing I think is you have to think in terms of ecosystems and consortiums. You can work with consortiums of different enterprises or associations, and that will help you to get governance, and that will help you to develop greater economies of scale. And once you have that, it's very tricky because you have to have clear mechanisms of governance and incentives to make a conscientious use of resources. And that's very, very, very tricky. And fortunately, we have a lot of experience on working with that.
Yeah.
And I can tell you there are a lot of successful cases.
And for example, here, Leonardo, there are right now many people that they work for government, states, and public servers. So can you share some experience maybe in your career that where you work with sub-communities and start to do this? Because I think that many things that you said is related with the structure at the same time with the incentives that you put in place, right? But can you share some stories that you do in your career?
Yes, I'm going to tell you a couple of different stories that are related to two different tools. I think they are very useful. One of them is the fertilizer. I will explain later how the fertilizer is used. And another one is the glue that makes things stick together. And let me start by one example with the fertilizer. We have this state in the Pacific coast of Mexico, which is very tiny. It's called Colima. And it's not a specially developed place. I mean, they have a touristic industry. They have a logistic industry because they have a big port. And mainly they are based on agriculture. Mm-hmm. That's their main thing. And when we work with them, we identified that those were their competitive sectors. Mm-hmm. And said, if you want to invest in something, we should invest in one of those things, because other investments are trickier and more risky. We have to improve what you already have. Yeah. And then we decided, why don't we go with the agriculture, which is the sector that needs most the help. Mm-hmm. And they said, yes, we have this huge population of people that are growing bananas. Mm-hmm. And these people are very small farmers. Mm-hmm. And these small farmers, they don't have much money. They don't have a lot of infrastructure. And unfortunately, lots of those guys have migrated to the north, to the US, and they are even forgetting how to cultivate the bananas. Mm-hmm. How can we help them? And he said, well, there is a way to work with them. But we have to put the technology people to help them. We're not going to do it from abroad. Mm-hmm. You have to have your own communities, and we have to have the enterprises that are interested in receiving those bananas as part of the deal also. Mm-hmm. Because what could we do? We could have this system in which you have digitized the whole technology for these small farmers, and you can document everything that they do, and you will have a different product. You won't have a conventional banana, you will have an organic banana. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you that those are really different products in national and international markets, Guillermo. Mm-hmm. An organic banana certified will cost 3 times more than a typical banana.
Yeah, and actually it's a global trend. People, they are looking for organic products, and the price is really, really high, as you said.
Exactly. But those guys, many of them were already growing organic bananas. Mm-hmm. But you couldn't call them organic because you wouldn't have the way to prove that they were organic. Mm-hmm. So what these guys did is that this technology cluster in the state took pictures and digitized all their fields. Mm-hmm. And with all those fields, they took a technology for cultivating banana that was already developed by Ministry of Agriculture, and mm-hmm. then they systematized this technology on a day-by-day basis on a platform, and they would put how many of that area you are growing, and what your needs are in terms of how you do all the agricultural process. And mm-hmm. each part of this process was systematized in terms of when you were doing what, how you were doing, and what you were putting in there. Mm-hmm. And that was a cost that was a fixed cost in general to develop the platform, not very expensive really. And mm-hmm. The next thing you had to do was to give these guys an iPad mm-hmm. or a tablet, mm-hmm. and with that to give them some training on how to use it. And for the surprise of everything, all those farmers learned to use this because it was very easy to do, and they started working with that, mm-hmm. and they are earning more now. And mm-hmm. suddenly the guys that grow lemons came and they say, we want to form part of this also. And the guys that grow pineapples also. So they are developing the system for all this cultivation. And we are talking about small farmers, people that don't have much money and that are getting much more out of their cultivation procedures, not only because you can document that, but also because you have all these weather advices, you know when to plow, when to do the different stages. And you could even use these sensors that tell you about humidity, heat, that would sound like they are very expensive, and they are not. You can just rent them, and they are sort of not that expensive, and they increase your productivity of what you're growing in there. So that's an example, and I call it fertilizer not because it's related to agriculture. You could do this with the automotive industry in terms of design of the components and prototypes, and we have done that in Mexico, in Tlalnepantla, for example, or the aerospace industry in the state of Chihuahua, which is the same kind of thing, or with medical devices in Jalisco, and which is extremely complex. It's extremely technical because you have to test all the relations to the human body at the electronic, and the prototypes are very complex, and you have to do it dynamically. And how do you do it if you are a small enterprise? Well, you have this infrastructure that will help you do that, and that you share this infrastructure. That I call the fertilizer. Because why I call it the fertilizer? Because you plant a seed in there, and with this fertilizer, it will grow much more. And it requires an investment, and usually is part of the investment is from the government. Most of it should come from or at least half of it, I would say, should come from the guys that are participating in a consortium. And you have to have these governance mechanisms that will make sure that they are properly using the resources and the technology, and having a correct business model. You have to do all of those things, but once you do it, it's very successful. Well, that's the example of the fertilizer. Sometimes you don't have fertilizer, you don't have the resources to do that, or you have very limited resources to do that. And then it comes the different instrument. Let's say we have this Black Friday in Mexico. It's like the one in the US is just 1 week before. And what is the advantage of having a Black Friday? The idea is that you can sell a lot of merchandise before, because you have only so much storage, and so you have much more mobility on the merchandise, and that lowers costs for everybody. So that's why you get lower costs. And you can sell in the Black Friday, or you can sell it in December. But you have much more productivity in the retail business. And this retail business is not only about the retail business, but also about all the enterprises that are selling in there. And there are a lot of small businesses that could be selling in there, and sometimes are not taking advantage. Sometimes the big businesses are the ones that take advantage because they have the best marketing and digital platforms, payments, and everything. And you say, what about the small enterprises? And so that's what we said here in Mexico. And we said we have to have a digitization campaign for small, medium businesses to incorporate into the Mexican Black Friday. And we talk with the associations of e-commerce, of internet, of retail, and we talk with the enterprises that are on e-commerce, the big platforms that everybody knows. In Mexico, there are several. We talk about the logistic enterprises, that there are very big enterprises in logistics also, and smaller ones. There are many smaller ones in Mexico, and I imagine in many of the countries. And we talk about the guys that do marketing and the guys who do payment. And we told them, we want to do this an opportunity to digitize enterprises. And they say, it sounds like a great idea, because it's going to have a greater market and greater impact, and the more business that we get in there is the more benefit for everyone. And they say, it's a great idea. Well, then we need you to help us. We need you to help us to get those businesses on and help them with training, with special offers, with relationships, maybe packages in which you can relate the logistics with the payments and maybe some agreements between you guys, but to make things easier for them. And all of them say yes. Even small marketing firms, they say, I'm going to volunteer to give training, free training to these guys so that they know how to merchandise in the Black Friday. And so this has increased the number of businesses that are participating in it. And it didn't cost a dime to the Mexican government. It was a lot of effort, but it didn't cost a dime. And like that, there are different ways in you can work. Like you want to promote the professionalization of the digitization of professional services, like lawyers, architects. Well, you talk also with these big enterprises, smaller clusters, industry associations, professional associations. They will work with you, but you have to know what the message and how to deliver those things. And that's another way to work with that. And there are many experiences in which you can work in there. And the idea is, Guillermo, not to have just one shot at something. You have to work systematically in getting those pieces together so that they will make a difference in your economy. And that's a greater challenge, but you have to start somewhere. And so that would be sort of the example of what we can do.
I think, Leo, there is no one formula that you can apply, you know, as any industry of any field. I think that it's necessary to work in the strengths of the locality, try to do and run pilots, etc. So what do you recommend right now that there are some governors, some public servers here in this event? What do you recommend that they can start to apply with your experience?
Well, I think they should be very close to their constituencies, to their public, to their enterprises, small business associations, and to tune them into what their problems are. But also, you need an advice to give them a broader view of where they could be. They often see their business the way they have always been. If you talk with a small tender, for a small store, a convenience store, they are used to having no technology. Well, they have refrigerators, and that's about it. I mean, electricity and refrigerators, and they will have the big chains providing things. But if you talk them about how introducing some scheme of payments that's consolidated, that are going to give them information and is going to give the big companies information too, and that will make them the potential beneficiaries of credit and potential channels for distributing other sort of merchandise, they will open their eyes. They will open their eyes and they will become very interested. And they were not thinking about that. But once you talk with them about this opportunity, they say, okay, it is a good idea, or perhaps it could be a good idea. And then you start with the pilot, as you said, Guillermo, because you have to demonstrate that these things work. You cannot do it all at once. It's very difficult. It's very challenging. You have to start smaller with the guys that are more interested, more tuned in the idea, and then you work. You have to do that systematically in several ways. And you have to look about some things that could help all sectors, like payment systems, for example, stuff like that. We can work with governments in dealing with that. And so you start seeing that something changes and that gets noticed. And other sectors will raise their hand and say, I want to do the same. And always the answer is you have to cooperate. There's nothing that is going to happen by itself. You have to put a lot of by yourselves. But if we will be able to provide to the ones that are working harder and the ones that are showing the best results, then we will help them. And that's the way to start. And you have to do one by one. But then some of them will do it by themselves. They will they will tell you, I don't need that you give me something in particular. Just give me the advice. That's what I want. There's already a model. Help us with the model. And then people like the Institute can help you to develop those models so that your own government officers or maybe your educational institutions can do that in a massive scale, because we're not doing those things on a massive scale. We're doing on the strategic level.
Yeah.
And that's how we can work, I think.
And for example, if there are some public servants here, yeah, and they want to start in some point, they can reach you, and you can bring some experience to that public service governors.
Yes, and the idea is not only me, Guillermo, which I'm just a channel. We all are in some ways, but I'm just a channel with all the experts, because we have this network of experts in the institute that will know about financial services, data science, all sort of technologies, cybersecurity, you name it. And we can put together not only the experts, but the guys that are doing or have done those projects in some places, and the enterprises that are willing to work on that, which is something like much more of an advancement in a project. So that's the way we would work, is just not first understanding their need, understanding the problem, getting an approach, and then we go to our network and make a first idea, and perhaps from that we will develop a basic diagnose, and we start on a project.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, it's super interesting, the cases that you share with the audience, and I think that it is complex manage this situation, because we are working, for example, in some smart cities, in some states, we are managing several technologies, new trends, new needs about citizens, Leonardo. So it is a pleasure to talk with you, and thank you very much for sharing this knowledge. And we are here to help the people that they want to grow in digital, in this digital era.
Thank you, Guillermo. It's been a pleasure to be with you and the people that are watching us. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. See you. And I hope that this information, it can be helpful.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hector Cardenas. I'm president and Hello, everybody. I'm Hector Cardenas. I'm president and CEO of the Ergo Group and continuing lecturer at the Goldman School of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley. It's a great pleasure talking to you with you today. And thank you so much, Guillermo and Leonardo, for this kind invitation to be part of this important Global Digital Week. I'm going to focus this talk on a topic that I've been passionate about for many years: how information technology and the analytical practices that it allows can be used to improve the quality of public services and therefore the positive impact of public services and on the lives of people who they're supposed to serve. I approached information technology from a very different trench than many who are dedicated to this and who maybe are logging in with us today. I'm not an engineer, nor did I start a tech startup, nor did I work at a large tech company. It was my passion for public policy that brought me closer to technology already many years ago. In 1994, I entered the doctoral program in public policy at the Goldman School of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley. It was a time of a great revolution in technology. It was the year in which the first browser, the Mozilla browser, and the first internet search engines were launched. And many of us who were interested in public policy wondered how these technologies were going to affect the way governments acted and how they would seek to meet the demands of the population. In those years, I taught myself to program databases and web systems just a little bit later. Right at the time when those systems were just starting up, certainly they were just starting to make an impact on the way governments were run. It was this intersection between public policy and technology that encouraged me to create the company that I lead today, the Ergo Group, back in 1999. My ambition from the very beginning of the company was for Ergo to help governments make better decisions and offer better services to the public through the application of information in databases that they already held and the application of analytical tools to public policy problems. That, until then, had been prohibitively expensive, except for the wealthiest governments and agencies. I wanted that way of doing things to develop and be available to all governments, whether it be local or state or federal governments, or to different countries across different development levels. It hasn't been an easy road, but I want to tell you of an example of a project that I worked on that seems to me to clearly illustrate everything that can be achieved and how the government's work can be transformed with this vision of applying technology, modern thinking, analytic thinking, and the public policy lens. It's a story that I find interesting, but that starts from a topic that perhaps most of you will find boring, right? It's the issuance of passports and other official documents. I think we all know that passports are important documents. Sure, of course they're important. They allow us to travel, right? I mean, there's one thing that we all want to do now that we're in this pandemic is to travel. But they're also important for other reasons. They allow people to identify themselves and to do this with certainty. They confer on the holder the rights of nationality. They're therefore instruments of great value to citizens and also documents in whose generation you have strong national security implications. Therefore, if we approach them from the point of view of the quality dimensions that they must have, passports are indeed complex documents. You see, they must be safe. They must be accurate in the information that they contain. They have to conform to certain international standards so that they can be recognized and recognizable throughout the world. They must be affordable for citizens, and obtaining them must be easy, but without compromising their security. Now, in the case of Mexico, there's another important dimension that derives from a national peculiarity: the enormous number of Mexicans who do not live in Mexico. Now, all countries have mechanisms in place so that their nationals can obtain a passport when they're outside their own country. But these mechanisms are based on the exceptional nature of the phenomenon that a person needs to renew or obtain a new passport while away from their homeland. But for Mexico, with more than 12 million Mexicans born in Mexico abroad, right, and almost all of these in the United States, the issuance of passports abroad is a priority. So you can imagine that the great challenge for the government of Mexico is how the hell to get passports to a population of 12 million people that is scattered throughout the United States. In addition, with the aggravating circumstance that a little more than half of these people are undocumented. And when I say undocumented, I mean not only that they don't have a valid visa to be in the United States, but in many cases that they don't have valid documents from Mexico either. Well, I began to get involved in this topic back in 2009, 2010, through a series of projects that I led for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Mexico. I'm going to give you a little bit of context. So Mexico has 50 consulates in the United States. There's pretty much a Mexican consulate in every state of the Union, although some, like California, Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, have several consulates. California has over 10. It's these consulates that have the task of liaising with the Mexican populations that are locally based. And one of their tasks, not the only one, but one of the most important tasks, is to issue documentation, passports, consular registrations, birth certificates, and visas for foreigners. Well, that huge network of consulates, the largest that one country has in another's borders, in 2008 was almost completely collapsed. There were consulates that had a virtual waiting line of more than 6 months. That is, when you called for an appointment, it would take 6 months until you got your next appointment. Now, this is right now we're living this COVID pandemic, and sometimes government services are stretched just as thin. But this was not a pandemic time, and this was extraordinary amount of pressure on the consulates. On a day-to-day basis, the physical queues at offices were hair-raising. In New York, in the dead of winter, people lined up at 2 a.m. to get one of the coveted 500 daily slots that the consulate gave when it opened at 7 a.m. The line went around the huge New York block. And at the end of the day, for many, the feat of getting up early to see if this time they would get one of those appointments was just something that they had to repeat again. This problem was present across the country, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in Dallas, in Houston, in San Francisco, among many other cities where there were Mexican consulates. So this is when the ministry asked me for help in solving this problem. What I did with my team, hand in hand with the excellent officials that at that time directed consular policy for Mexico, was to apply 4 elements to the problem. We started by applying operations research techniques. We used statistical analysis of the huge troves of data that the foreign ministry had in their possession. We applied novel information technologies, and we used user-centered design to come up with a good solution. And all of this, of course, with a vision, with a public policy vision or a public policy approach that would allow us to fully understand which were the important problems that had to be solved and for whom. In other words, having the problem at the center of analysis and action at all times so as not to lose direction. So what did we do? I'm going to try and make a long story short here. So we started by using operations research techniques, as I said, to understand how the service process was structured. We began by looking at the appointment system, which had been partially implemented. We looked at the specific steps that were carried out when people arrived at the consulate that corresponded to the jurisdiction to process their document. We went through an analysis of the technology that was used in each one of these steps. The main findings were that we had to eliminate waste, waiting times, and activities that did not generate any profit. For example, we decided that appointments would be given in periods of 15 minutes rather than 1 hour periods, and that these periods would be strictly respected in the offices. So people who arrived on time could be served immediately. That wasn't the case before with the 1 hour slots. People would just congregate in bunches because they had a 1 hour slot, right? And everybody was having to wait. The other thing we did is that the number of appointments had to be set in a way that it was related to the capacity of the consulate. I mean, it sounds like an obvious thing, right? But that wasn't done at the time. Nobody had bothered to figure out what was the real capacity. We wanted to stop them from doing what they had been doing before, which was filling the consulates with people to the brim and just kind of wait and see how the staff would respond and try and tend to everybody who was there. The other thing we did was to identify what requirements were in the process that didn't add any value. Why bring photos and copies if the documents were going to go into a digital computer system? So that was the application of operations research kinds of techniques. Second thing we did is we tried to use the data that was already available. You see, the foreign ministry had a lot of data. In 2010, they already had more than 10 million records of calls to their contact center. They had 14 million records of foreign issued passports since 2006, but no one used that data. We also decided to generate some additional data that didn't exist. We put in place a fairly rudimentary, but really very effective system to measure the times that it took to process, applicants in the consulates. And then we consolidated that information so we had a view for the whole consular system. With that, we were able to do analyses that revealed some very interesting things. First, the demand for passports and other documents was seasonal and predictable from year to year. Second, a very significant number of passports were renewals. Third, demand was changing geographically, and Mexicans were increasingly dispersed in the US territory. The consular districts no longer necessarily corresponded to where the demand for services was growing the most. Some very large and other medium and small consulates were losing demand, while others were seeing very significant increases. We were also able to calculate the times it took to carry out the different processes for the issuance of a document. We managed to have a system that, without a large investment, by using practically free software, allowed us to have information on service times in each consulate almost in real time. So with all this information, we were able to take advantage of operations research techniques to generate a new uniform standard process that saved time. We were lucky because we had a very close and fruitful collaboration with the officers who run consular policy. And the director at the time moved heaven and earth to modernize the ministry systems so that we could take advantage of the findings that we had made. She was able to change the system so that the paper application was eliminated. She was able to eliminate the photo that applicants had to buy and bring in to the consulate, often at a cost that exceeded $16. We were able to eliminate the need for copies of documents so that everything was scanned on the spot. And that way, the user just had to bring their original documents. In addition, the project happened at a time when the government was developing other significant projects that allowed linking the ministry system with other systems for birth certificates, for example. And this allowed that within months, it was no longer necessary to struggle with old paper birth certificates. These could now be verified from the operator's screen. Better machines were purchased to print the documents, greatly reducing production time. And with all this, we were able to launch what we call the integral window, or the single window, in which the entire process was carried out. So no more steps for the user. The user just arrived at the consulate. They reviewed the user's appointment. They gave him a turn. And when he arrived at the window, everything was done in a single service window. The user just had to wait a little bit for the document to be delivered to them. These innovations were largely the result of applying a user-centered design approach. From the very beginning of the project, we put ourselves on the side and with the user. We did interviews. We followed users on their customer journey. We carried out surveys. We found that users had a very good disposition towards the consulates. They cared a lot about the documents that they were going to get, but they hated some of the characteristics of the process. They hated uncertainty, useless waiting, disorder. Being charged for useless copies and photos outside of the consulate was something that they loathed. Or even worse, being charged by an intermediary to speed up the process. So once we had done that, we had our mission. Our mission was to improve the process for users, reduce clutter, queues, waiting, useless extra costs. It was indeed a very successful project. It was through this project, the ministry was able to reduce waiting times for an appointment from 6 months to less than 3 days on average. The physical waiting time went from several hours to less than 15 minutes. And the total time between when you arrived at the consulate and when you left the consulate with your document went down from between 4 to 6 hours to just 45 minutes on average. Now, I've told you this story because I think it's an example of how the application of modern techniques and technologies based on data, centered on the user, with a clear mission of doing things better, can transform what the user does and how he does it. It changes the way that government goes about its business. Of course, it's not the only success case. There are loads of very interesting case studies from around the world. Whether it's starting a business in Estonia, or getting food stamp aid in California, or delivering services to address the COVID pandemic in New Jersey. There are lots of very successful examples of, I would call it sort of technological entrepreneurship in government, where thought leaders in government are working with their users to try and make significant changes to the way that government does its business. I believe that these successful cases have some things in common. It's the will and the application of the factors I've described in this talk. But of course, much more needs to be done. We have to have more transformative projects. I hope that you, after listening to me today, get excited about participating in this great and constant challenge of improving the quality of public services around the world. Thank you very much.
Hello, all the viewers. My name is Erika Pirmets, and I am the Digital Transformation Advisor in the Estonia Briefing Center. And today, I will tell you about the various aspects of digitalization in Estonia. I want to give big thanks to the Global Digital Week for having me speaking about e-governance. So now, could you imagine a communication with your government as simple as using iPhone's application? If you want future money, make simple environments. This is what we in Estonia believe in. But let's talk about the roots of all of this. I suppose the question on everyone's mind is why digitalization happened here. There are several factors that came together in the end. Estonia is a sparsely populated country with relatively small population and had a small government budget of around 130 million euros when it regained independence in 1991. Quite frankly, it couldn't offer traditional bureaucratic structures because of a lack of money and manpower. Another factor may very well have been the Estonian culture. You see, Estonians are not the most talkative people on earth. So for us, digitalization could save not just time and money, but also the need to interact with people at government offices. Estonia has implemented a system called Digital by Default. This means that government authorities were asked to offer their offline services online in a digital format as well. Still, it is important to note that people are not forced to use these things online. It's just that most people choose to use the digital route instead because it usually saves them a lot of time and some money as well. As you can see, these developments to turn digital were based on bare necessity, as much as forward-thinking mindset. So the digital-minded leadership is essential because, of course, there were some challenges. When Estonia started building its information society about 2.5 decades ago, there was no digital data being collected about its citizens. The general population did not have an internet connection, let alone the devices which to use it. It took great courage to invest in IT solutions and take the information technology route. But I am very, very proud of our decision makers because this has brought us to be the leaders of e-governance right now. Benefits. How do we really benefit from digitalization? There are only a few examples of money and time saved when using online services. Thanks to having 99% of the services online, we can benefit from fast transactions. The banking sector was one of the first private services that was tied to electronic identity because it was much more effective to use safe authentication provided with the government issued electronic identity than to issue another authentication method by the banks themselves. Declaring taxes is really the prime example of one of the most popular e-service in Estonia, as it only takes 3 minutes to file a pre-filled declaration form. And so I'm really happy to be talking about this because February is our tax declaration month. The tax board is in charge of collecting all my data needed, and I only need to confirm that the data presented is indeed correct. In case of filing the declaration online, I can expect tax return in a matter of weeks, really. When filing the declaration, the classical on paper form, which of course is still available, I should wait for the excess tax to be returned, let's say for months, much longer time. Another statistics, digital signature can have economical save of around 2% of the national GDP, which is equivalent to the security commitment Estonia is investing to NATO. Moreover, thousands of years in working time is saved thanks to the interoperability of the data through X-Road, which I will introduce you in more detail very, very soon. Optimized procedures and digitalization saves us valuable working time that can be put in, for example, building unique businesses instead. In fact, the only 2 things you cannot do online in Estonia is marriage and divorce. Well, at least for now. Now that I've touched a bit on the fundamental principles of Estonia, it's time to talk about how these things were put into practice and how it is possible to consume all these services online. One of the cornerstones is undoubtedly the electronic ID, which enables Estonian citizens and residents alike to prove their identity online, benefit from convenient, safe, and fast, hassle-free e-services. We've got this card since 2002. Every citizen and resident will receive a unique ID code that is the reference of their electronic identity. Nearly every one of Estonia's 1.3 million citizens and residents has an ID card, which is a mandatory national card with a chip that carries embedded files and functions as definite proof of ID in an electronic environment. The ID card serves as a physical identification document as well, so I can travel with it in the Schengen area, for example, in Europe. However, if I happen to lose my ID card, no harm can be done to my identity only by possessing the card. It is so thanks to the 2-key authentication process through PIN codes that only the card owner, me, knows. To be able to use ID card as an electronic ID authentication method, one needs to connect the card to the card reader. Thanks to the electronic identity, I can prove the validity of my driving or fishing license, should I have it, with the same ID card, or by prescribed medicine from the pharmacy. But the utility is not at all limited only to government services. The ID card serves as a loyalty card replacement and prevents me from carrying a wallet full of plastic cards from different businesses. This is why so many citizens and residents choose to use the ID card regularly, because they simplify their lives. If authentication process using physical elements, I mean the ID card and the card reader, seems too much of a hassle for you, a comfortable app-based smart ID solution is also available that has similar security standards in place as authentication with the ID card itself. The architect of certification services for the government-issued ID cards is an Estonian company, SK ID Solutions, who made the digital authentication service also available in all the Baltic countries to provide the same safe electronic identity and digital signature possibilities. That enables more countries to benefit from the online services and authentication methods that are based on the strongest identity Estonia is using since 2002. Another really important backbone of the digital society is our X-Road. Estonian governmental bodies operate on once only principle, which means that the data collected about the citizen is asked only once by the authorized entity and then exchanged with the citizen's explicit consent with other databases or registries entitled to know the data as well. For example, my home address is stored only in the population register. And if I consume any service that requires my address, the population register needs to provide it. This is how it is possible to declare my taxes in just 3 minutes that I was explaining before, without me stressing over it or without me having to pay accountant fees. Now, when you think about all the data exchange that is happening between the hundreds of different government servers, you might think, how can we ensure the efficiency and the safety of these data exchanges? It is the software backbone built by the top-notch experts in Cybernetica that encrypts and transfers our data. It works like an open source highway for data traffic. X-Road interconnects public and private databases which are held in a distributed manner. This decentralized approach means that there is not one big super database, which could be extremely attractive for hackers. All data transfers are endpoint to endpoint encrypted. And we can see that we are on the right track with this principle because many other countries have gotten on board with our solution. The X-Road ecosystem is incredibly valuable, as mentioned before, saves enormous amount of working hours for civil servants and allows interoperability of all the collected data and connected e-services. So here on the slide, you already see the current Latin America situation. The purples have X-Road implemented and the blues are in the consultation phase as we currently speak. This is managed by Nordic Institute for Interoperability Solutions that ensures the development of digital society solutions and cross-border cooperation to provide other countries similar digital government infrastructure that Estonia uses today. The X Road is our busiest highway since 2001 that is an essential part next to the electronic identity that allows us to use a wide range of interconnected e-services faster, more convenient, and safer. However, we talked about electronic identity before. I have to mention there is one more method of electronic identity existing today that literally everyone listening today can have as well. It's called the e-residency card, and in many ways it is the culmination of many of Estonia's previous efforts. Estonia started this project in 2014 and thus became the first and still the only country in the world to establish global e-residency. So e-residency is perfect for people who want to set up a business on Estonian legal soil, therefore meaning inside the European single market, and also give digital signatures that are legally binding, just like the Estonian citizens and residents can give with their ID cards. With this solution, we solve different problems for people living in different countries. People from non-EU countries are interested in having a EU-based company because they want to make use of the digital signature, and creating and running a company might be really more expensive, bureaucratic, time-consuming in their own country. By now, we have e-residents from more than 160 countries who have created over 13,000 companies in Estonia. Imagine more than 88,000 e-residents, of whom many have never physically set foot in Estonia ever, but have companies here. Being a country with 1.3 million inhabitants has its limits when it comes to economical growth. So Estonia made a strategical decision not to limit the business opportunities only those inside our territorial borders, but widen the entrepreneurial environment to the entire world using digital tools. And here, of course, I think that you have been looking with the corner table about the Latin American countries that have e-residents. Impressive. The amount of businesses they have created, many of whom probably never visited Estonia. But I must mention, bear in mind, please, that the digital identity is not the physical identification. It's not a travel document, no visa or citizenship. And also it does not display a photo. So the e-residency gives you the digital identity, but not a physical identification possibility. So how do we start? Estonian society wasn't born digital, and we had to start teaching information literacy to students with the Tiger Leap and to the elderly with Look at World programs to help them learn to consume e-services. Estonia aims to implement modern digital technology more efficiently and effectively in learning and teaching as well, to improve the digital skills of the entire nation. Estonia has also adopted a lifelong learning strategy because the modern world needs more tech-savvy users. Thus, both state and the private sector companies offer a variety, and often they are free IT courses for enthusiasts of any age. This gives the opportunity for people to educate themselves and increase their IT skills while making it easier to make the necessary changes in their career choices and make e-services as a natural part of their lives. They need to learn to use these services, and as a country, we need to help all of our citizens and residents. Advanced technology to resist cyber attacks exists already. I would say the weakest link is the person using the technology, the final link. Therefore, it is essential to teach cyber hygiene as well, and especially to the government workers. So let me tell you that when I started to work in my current position in the Estonian Briefing Center, I too had to take a cyber hygiene test, not to pass an exam in a way, but to point out my possible weaknesses. So I and the IT department could strengthen them to avoid unnecessary leaks or any risk behavior. Estonian company Cybexa Technologies offer a safe training software where personnel can use interactive simulations and fill cyber hygiene tests, similar to what I did as well, to assess their risk behavior, and thanks to that, become more aware. Again, no one is born with a digital gene, and forming new digital habits needs support and is not immediate. Developing skills takes time, as we are still working on it over 20 years later from implementing e-services. However, just because it is complicated and time-consuming doesn't mean we shouldn't put the effort in developing the astonishing skills that is fundamental in forming the digital habits of the people. So when you see all this, you might wonder, what does the future have in store for Estonia? Well, it is clear that Estonia is doing its best to remain an innovative, efficient, successful northern country that leads by example. Here are some of the plans that are in the works as we speak. One of the big steps is to create what we call proactive government services. Even though 99% of public services are available digitally at this point already, it would make citizens' lives even easier if government would automatically approach them when it knows that they are entitled to a certain service. This would also further decrease the burden of bureaucracy for both the people and the state. The first of these services actually came online in October 2019. Since then, parents automatically get a notification after their child is born to ask them to which bank account they would like their child benefits transferred. That is because in Estonia, the child benefits are universal and every new parent is entitled to them. So why should I spend the valuable time to communicate with my country when my country could take a proactive attitude and offer this service to me so I could deal with what matters most, my newborn baby? Another big trend is that of seamless services and life events centered around particular situations. bringing the different kinds of information from different authorities and databases to make life easier for us. This means with maximum one interaction, or ideally even none, that it would work automatically using artificial intelligence in prediction and processing the data. Compared to the current e-services, the new seamless services are supposed to function automatically and be more user-centered by providing voice-based interaction with an AI virtual assistant. When new bureaucrat, the network of virtual assistants will be implemented, it works as a gateway that a person can turn to without knowing which institution they have to interact with. Bureaucrats will lead you to the corresponding service. Similarly, like Siri or Alexa could assist you, but on a much bigger scale of e-services. And another topic for the upcoming decades is the cross-border digital governance. Estonia is the first in the world to interconnect decentralized components of state and public sector databases on an international level via the X-Road data exchange system. This public sector data exchange facility was created in 2017 between Finland and Estonia. Depending really on the future policy decisions, hopefully cross-border data exchange will soon become possible between all European countries. This is why we are encouraging other countries and governments to follow suit. As Estonians, we can't wait to have similar e-service possibilities connected with other countries too. So as we are already nearing the end of this presentation, these were some of the points to bear in mind for your digital journey. Digitalization is a never-ending and I would even argue inevitable process. Do you remember my comment from the beginning of this presentation that stated, if you want future money, make simple environments? We Estonians believe it to be true, as we have the most unicorns per capita. And similarly, I would also say, if you want a digital society, make simple, user-friendly solutions. Estonia can back this up with our own experience in going digital. Be boldest to have the governmental and public services as accessible as any iPhone application. Thank you so much for the interest in Estonia's digital society. And this was my brief overview about e-governance in the experience of Estonia. Thank you so much for listening.
Hello, everyone. Today is an honor to present some speakers that they are experts in e-government and public policy. So is Erica Permits with us, Hector Cárdenas, and Leonardo Alvarez. Leonardo Alvarez is helping us to moderate this panel.
Hello, everybody, and it's a great pleasure to be with you all. I think we have a very interesting discussion today because we have two leading experts in the field of e-government. We have Erica Pirmets from eStonia, and Estonia is the leading country in terms of digitization, and she's been working on this for quite a long time. She has worked abroad, and then she's been part of the digital transformation strategy on eStonia as a transformation advisor. And well, all her work is devoted to supporting the spread of digitization and the improvement of government services in Estonia. And we also have Hector Cárdenas. He is a lecturer in the Goldman School of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley, and he is also the CEO of the Ergo Group, a consulting company that works on e-government. And he has worked on North America, especially in some states in Canada, in the federal government in Mexico, and in state governments in the US. So now that we have them here, we have a very interesting agenda, and let's start with Erica and what's been done in Estonia. We have this all these accounts of what's happening in Estonia, but I imagine not everybody is quite familiar. Is it true that all the government services are digitized, that you don't have to use paper documents, that you don't have to be present to do things? How far has this gone in Estonia, and what have been the results of this experience for Estonian people?
Yes, really happy to share a bit more. I would start from our historical background that after 50 years of Soviet occupation, Estonia restored its independence in 1991. As it was a very happy event, we were now facing the struggles of building up a completely new country with no currency, law, or governmental processes, and no money to construct them. So it is often said that Estonia decided to go digital when internet boom really hit off. The truth is we really did not have a choice. You see, Estonia is a very sparsely populated country, and our remote villages consist of 3 households with 3 kilometers apart from each other. So keeping this in mind, it is really hard to reach all the population physically. So digitalization was essential to bring the state closer to its citizens. It is correct that 99% of the public services are accessible online. However, no one is forced to use the digital way. There are still possibilities for the classical paper forms to be used. It's just that it often saves time and money to consume e-services instead. And as far as interactions go, people are still meeting face to face, just less with civil servants and more with their close ones. And when I say 99% of the services have been digitalized, it's only the number of public services, but there are many private e-services that are accessible as well, such as banking or telecommunication, shopping, etc. And one big benefit from digitalization is undoubtedly the save of time. Statistics show 5 full days per year for the citizen and thousands of working hours for the civil servant is saved. And in addition, of course, the economical gain, 2% of our GDP is saved annually thanks to the use of digital signature. Also, there are many, I would say, hidden parts in digitalization, and we are currently advanced society with the standard of living having risen massively since the Soviet times. And we cannot be sure if we would be the same economically and socially good position without the digitalization implemented in the society in the early 90s. So I would say that there are several gains that we have gotten thanks to the digital society.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the scope? Because it's hard to imagine from some other places what kind of things you are doing online. What happened when a child borns, or you go to school, or you go to a medical service, public medical service? How or a new enterprise is born? How does this work in this digital work in Estonia?
So the basis of all the digital society is actually our electronic identity.
Okay.
And this is really the backbone, because if we can safely authenticate ourselves online, then this is like the groundworks of where the digital society can be born up to. The next part, of course, is to gather all the essential data about the citizen so that you could build the e-services and to make them available. And there is a very easy but really functional software layer that is called the X-Road, that interconnects all the collected data about the citizen so that we could easily consume the e-services. So, and because we have once only principle implemented in the society, that means that a government entity can ask my data only once, and it has to be stored in the database correspondingly. So, for example, a population registry cannot have my health information, for example. Only the health registry can hold my health information. And in case I need to consume an e-service where my health records are needed, the X-Road brings the different parts of the collected data together, enabling me to use all the services online. And as I mentioned before, that when we started to make all the governmental processes physically, they also had to be born online as well. So we implemented them at the same time.
Well, that's really very, very, very impressive. You've gone ahead of all the world, literally, in terms of thinking how to interact with citizens. This part of digital identity is part of what we're trying to achieve in other parts of the world in usual interactions. And this respect on having each part of the information of the citizens in a special compartment where only the citizen can use it when it's necessary for the purposes that are necessary, is a very important principle. And those are lessons that are going to be very helpful for all the audience and for all people that are trying to work on that. Thank you very much, Erica. We'll ask you a little bit more on how you did how you achieved this in a few minutes. But let's hear from Hector. What has happened in North America? Hector has worked in different places. What are the things that you think had been successful in this as part of the hemisphere, either at federal, local, or state levels? What has been done?
Well, thank you very much to all of you for this opportunity to talk to you about this really important topic. So, I mean, North America is a very big place, of course, and there's a lot of very different initiatives that have happened over the years. I think the most important, the most groundbreaking thing that happened in North America, of course, was the creation and expansion of the backbone for all of this, which is the internet, and the capacity to do the kinds of things that Estonia is doing is you know, the fundamental basis that's required is wide accessibility of connectivity to everybody. And so I think that's one of the most important trends that we've seen that have allowed for this kind of modernization and digitalization to happen. Now, beyond that, we've seen, you know, steps forward in various areas in North America. It hasn't been as extensive as what we've seen in Estonia, but as Erika mentioned, Estonia is a small country, sparsely populated, and some of the challenges that come with trying to create digital services begin with the identification of the person. And that's something I think that Estonia has done very well, and it's been a major headache in other parts of the world, including North America. If you look at Mexico, Canada, the United States, all three countries, for different reasons, have had a very hard time creating that clear and unassailable identification for everybody. Mexico, as we know, it's been a very, very difficult process to create a single database and also to protect the data. And so I think there's been a lot of difficulties in getting people to sign up for digital IDs. The Mexican Ministry of Finance, for example, has come up with a digital signature. But because they're so worried about the access to that information, about the security of the information, they've made it into a very onerous process to have a digital ID. So it's sort of an interesting contrast between the way that Estonia did it and the way that Mexico did it. Mexico did it by creating very complicated ways of becoming a digital citizen, right? You have to go physically to get a certificate, then you have to load the certificate on your computer, then you have to do another 3 steps to get your e-signature, and you always have to keep that certificate around you. So it's very complex. Most people can't do it properly. So that's been the Mexican example. The US example has been quite different. The US is a country with a legal system that is based on responsibility and litigation. And so basically there, and because there's also very strong First Amendment and other procedural rights, there has not been any kind of effort to create a single national identification model. What we see instead are various levels of identification. So everything from what we see through Social Security numbers and tax records and also credit rating companies. So there's there's an intermix of private and public actors who create the identification of individuals, right? So it's a very complex mishmash of ways in which you identify yourself online. And private companies have taken a lead in helping citizens to become digital citizens by doing IDs through Facebook, through Google, right, through other kinds of, through their Social Security number and their tax records and so on and so forth. So it's a very different set of challenges that we've seen in at least these 2 countries. It just, I say this just to give you a sense of how complex all of this framework is. Now, once you get through that, we have been able to expand the availability and the number of digital services in government quite substantially. In the United States, a lot of the major things that people have to do can be done online, from filing your taxes through, again, the intermediation of an entire very, very large, I think over $20 billion a year tax preparation industry that has really taken advantage of this and produced all of these goods. So it doesn't come without a cost, right? But it allows people to be able to interact, for example, for their tax. I'm thinking of these because I just did my taxes just a couple of days ago, all online, right? Fairly simple, even though disappointing. but anyway, you can do those things. You can work a lot on local governments in the United States with very different levels. So, not necessarily where you would expect them. It's not, for example, California, which is the home of the Silicon Valley, the home of digitalization, is not a particularly digitized state as far as state services are concerned. There are other states that have gone a lot further in this route. States that have smaller populations, states also that have dispersion of communities in their territory. So not so different from Estonia, right? So states like that have actually advanced a lot more than the bigger states like New York or California. And then you go even lower, at a lower level, at the city level. And at the city level, there's a lot of innovation in using digital services. There's a whole initiative around smart cities that has been having a lot of effect in the United States. Whether it's San Francisco with a host of online services to people, everything from parking to certainly to permitting and construction permitting and all of those kinds of services. So it's a very vast patchwork, I would say, of efforts and successes and failures also in digitalization. And it's not always where you would expect the most progress to have been made, where there has been the most progress. Certainly, it sort of underlies the exceptional story of Estonia.
That's very interesting contribution, Hector, because we can compare these two worlds, and maybe the technology is not the key or is not the different part, but how we approach these things. And in Estonia, they have this unified system that makes everything interoperable. And in North America, we have a lot of different efforts, and some of them are very large, like the ones that for filing your income taxes, whether in the United States or in Mexico, that work very well. And they are national, and they're broad, and they are working, and you have a registration of a lot of people. But once you get to the different levels of government or the different parts of government, not everything is the same thing. It's a very complex situation. Perhaps there are some political parts, there are technical issues also, but it's an interesting contrast, which put us on the complexities of government itself in order to be digitized. Well, let's think about these complexities a little bit and understand about these experiences, how that they have been working. Erika, how did you guys achieve this transformation? What were the first steps? How did you proceed from your first steps? And what did you do? What was the basic start of this strategy?
Yes, well, I believe that there was more or less a political consensus about taking the digitalization route in the small round of the decision makers in this time, because there simply weren't many alternatives back in the day to build the country with the resources available. The first step was the creation of the mandatory electronic identity that all the infrastructure of e-services is built upon. And I completely agree here with Hector that this is essential, and it has to be simple and accessible and really understandable for the end user, because when we are building businesses, we are always looking to cater the needs of the end user, our client who is buying the service. So in e-governance, the emphasis should go the same way. Our end user is our citizen. So whatever we do needs to facilitate the end user, our citizen, to gain the maximum benefit. And really, if we take, for example, our neighbors in Finland, they have very identical system to what Estonia implemented also. They have the ID card, they have the authentication methods, they have the secure digital identity. They are making some of the services also online, but people are not using this. And why? Because their ID card, the digital identity, is not mandatory. And Estonia made a really strategical decision from the beginning to make this mandatory for all the citizens. Because if you are developing all these expensive e-services and no one is going to use them, then this is just a waste of money. So the electronic identity that everybody holds is the first step, is the key in my opinion.
Well, that's a great comment and a great insight. What were the main obstacles to achieve this? Because it's not a small thing to get this identity, electronic identity. Were the challenges technological, economical, organizational, political?
Well, yes, when you have the electronic identity in place, you proceed step by step. This is how you build up the digital society. Estonia had the unique possibility of constructing the whole country from zero, basically. And while implementing governmental processes, they were also made available online. This gradual development, digitalization, and the collection of data has led us to the present, where Estonia has 99% of the public services online. This is not achieved overnight. Of course, this is a gradual process, but the decision, the digital-minded leadership has to be before there to make the fundamentals, to set the principles that yes, we're going to go the digital route. And I would argue that the technology is rarely an obstacle, because our digital society was built using the best technology available back then. And nowadays, of course, many of the systems are outdated or carry a complicated legacy architecture, but they are continuously being renewed and modernized. So having the best technology available does not mean that you will have a digital society by default. The bigger obstacle seems to be the lack of this digital-minded leadership that I mentioned, that we see as a reason why some countries are hesitant to digitalize. And really, if you make the processes user-centric and you gain the acceptance from the citizens, and step by step, gradually, this is not overnight dumping a digital society on them and leaving them in a sink or swim situation. This is building up your digital society gradually, introducing new services and making the existing services as citizen-centric as possible.
Well, those are great lessons, and they make me feel quite optimistic about the possibilities of doing something like what happened in Estonia in other countries. But not everybody has the same situation. Perhaps, Hector, you could tell us about the projects that have been successful in this side of the hemisphere. What kind of things were characteristic of those processes? What's the characteristic of the design or implementation of the successful digitization projects, and even the ones you've been part of?
Certainly. So I think first, there's a very important thing that Erica said here, which I think is critical to understanding where you can have success in countries that are very different from Estonia and their historical experience. Estonia was building from scratch, right? That's what Erica's telling us. They had to build something from scratch. And because they were building from scratch and they were building with a vision of an electronic society, they built the government services from the ground up to be digital. This is one of the main obstacles that we have in the rest of the world. When you look at what's been done in Mexico or the United States or Canada, in neither of those cases were we building from scratch. We were building on the basis of government services that already existed and that were designed for the paper world, and were designed also in accordance with the problems that these countries had in the 1930s and 40s and 50s and 60s. Look at the Social Security card in the United States. It is completely not what is needed for the 21st century, right? But yet it is what we have because it is a legacy technology from the 1930s, right? And the same thing happens in other places. In Mexico, the government processes are not designed for the digital world. So the first thing, and I think one of the key aspects of when we have had successful digitalization and automation processes is when governments have recognized that the existing processes are no longer match what is needed in a digital world. And so you don't just digitize a bad process. You change the process first. You recognize that what you have in place is not the right way, and then you can digitize. One very successful example has been in Mexico, for example, with passport issuances. And both Leonardo and I were part of that project a few years ago. And it was a project that began step by step. And before technology was involved, what was involved was careful understanding and re-engineering and redesign of the underlying processes. That's what we had to do. We were dealing with how did you produce passports? It was a completely paper process with typing machines, right? You typed some pieces of information on a piece of paper that then, in the best case, you put a plastic film on top, right? And it was all backed up by paper, right? Old birth certificates crumpled up, right? Photographs taken at the local photo store, and so on and so forth. All of this was completely not the right way to do modern passport issuances. Very difficult to authenticate all these documents. And on top of that, you're doing this in a very large country with a very large population, of which, close to 20 million are abroad. So you had to do it abroad. So it was a very challenging area. And if the Mexican Foreign Ministry hadn't done the work that was necessary to redesign the process, they would not have had the success that they had. In the end, it was very successful because the project allowed the ministry to redesign the process, for example, to integrate databases from Mexico, the civil registry database, where you have the registry of births, with the passport database, so that it was no longer necessary to bring your birth certificate. You could just go to a consulate, say your name, give some basic information. They could look up your birth certificate, authenticate it on the fly, and then issue a passport. And then, of course, the process of issuing a passport became different. And we went from these sort of very old-style paper-based passports to passports that were digitally produced with digital photographs, with iris recognition, and so on and so forth, sort of really modern processes. But again, the most important thing for me wasn't the technology. It was getting the process right. Once you got the process right, the technology wasn't really that expensive to develop. Everything is out there. You just have to source it, right? But you needed to have the vision, and you needed to have the technical understanding of what it is that you wanted to do. So for me, when governments are successful is when they have the right vision, when they are able to get political consensus, either large P political or small P political, the local politics or bigger political issues, when they get the processes right, and then they find the right tools to implement those processes. But without that, the technology isn't going to solve the problem. Sometimes it can make it worse.
Hector, I have a question, because most of the countries, they have the digitization plans, but why then they don't achieve the goal that bring services? Because we see that most of the countries, they are they have a challenge in that field.
Right. Because they're trying to digitize bad processes. Mm-hmm. That's what ends up happening for the most part. They digitize a bad process. And so, there's a famous dictum in modeling: garbage in, garbage out, right? If you have bad information going in, you're going to have bad results. And this is what happens many times when governments decide to digitize. they don't want to spend the time and the money to first redesign. Like Erica was saying, from a user perspective, you need to put the user at the center. Governments many times don't do that. They put themselves at the center, and they design a mechanism that is comfortable for them, that covers their liabilities, that gives them protection, but that doesn't serve the citizen. And you've got to change that. And I think that the really interesting examples where that has changed, the passport example in Mexico is a case. Other cases in the United States where they've put the citizen at the center. There was a really interesting project in New Jersey during COVID to bring COVID services to where they were.
I think we lost Hector.
Yeah, I think. But
well, let me wrap up a little bit what Hector was telling us, because it's really very interesting, the coincidence. Okay, welcome back, Hector.
What happened there that I don't know if I pressed the wrong button or something happened when I got disconnected. No. But anyway, just finishing the thought. I think there was a very interesting project in New Jersey during COVID where they used a mixture of technology, but also user-centered design to figure out what services were needed and where were they needed? Where was testing needed? How do you get the testing through that last mile so that it's accessible to people in sufficient quantities and sufficiently easily to make it available? I think that kind of thinking is what makes digital economy and digital society projects successful.
Very, very clear statements from both of you, and there is a strong coincidence on first having the view of digitization clearly is very important, and then to work from the outset in a digital model, which is completely different from the standard bureaucratic procedure. We have to change that, and in order to change that, we have to have the vision, but also we have to put something into the process design that goes differently. It's not working with the same processes that we already have, and this user-centric perspective that you both are telling us is sort of the key of everything. Sometimes the government, how you said it very clearly, Hector, governments have a government-centric perspective to be comfortable, to reduce liability, and that's not going to work at the end. So we have to make these decisions, and these are very hard decisions. And having said that, both of you, I like to hear your thoughts. What would you guys advise to a government that's watching us? How should they start if they are thinking in terms of e-government? What should they do first? Erica.
Yes, thank you. I would say that raising awareness is the key. This is what we do in the eEstonia Briefing Center too, raising awareness by telling the story of eEstonia and what are the benefits and the learning curves we have experienced in implementing the digital society. Start with educating the population and giving enough and honest information about the different aspects of digitalization and show people the real benefit they can gain through this transformation, because in my honest opinion, digitalization loses its value when it's not citizen-centric and when it's focused on, if it's not focused really on simplifying their own lives. It's just not worth to build technologically impressive modern systems just for bragging. I believe in functionality, and before and during the digitalization process, to be as open and transparent as possible to demonstrate the reliability. And naturally, people have fears connected to the digitalization. What if I lose my job? What if I fail to use these services? What if my data leaks? These are all very reasonable fears that need to be addressed and explained. Estonians were very skeptical about these services as well in the early implementation phase, but once the credibility grew and people could really see the positive benefits from e-services, were they eager to change the attitude and behavior to use more digitized services. And now Estonians are a very demanding crowd. Not only do we want to consume the services, we want the high quality, well developed e-services. Moreover, according to a survey, close to 70% of the whole Estonian population is satisfied with the digital services that the government provides them with. And that is a solid satisfaction rate. And when we talk about policy, then there are noticeable political differences in our society, of course. However, the digital solutions and e-governance are supported by all the parties, regardless of their political views. So I would argue that this is an important key part also, to have all the country's leaders or the political powers on board with the digitalization processes. Because if some authority is always undermining the process that a government tries to sell to the people or to introduce to people, then this creates more fear, more misunderstandings in the society. But your goal, as the goal in, if you are making any transformation in a big organization or business, is to include your members, and therefore you will have less resistance and more availability for them to be part and to try the new ways that you're offering. Nothing can be done by force. If a government has a good idea, let's be very efficient, let's digitalize everything, but forget to include its citizens and inform them how all the processes are going to work, and also not going to help with any courses or any type of support of how to use the new services, then
Excellent.
it's really, really easy to have big resistance.
It seems so excellent advice, because it would seem that everything was peachy, very easy in Estonia, and I can see that you had to struggle to get where you are, and that's kind of normal. Is a very big achievement, and that can be encouraging to government officers that are watching us. Hector, what would be your advice to the government officers on how to proceed on this?
Well, if we're thinking about large countries like the ones in North America, I would say the first piece of advice is simplify. Going with what Eric was saying, put the user at the center of things and make things simpler for the user. That's the first thing you got to do. And the second thing is federate. 4 words: government as a platform. I think that's where we have to go. Government should create the platform for all of its services to become digitalized, and then let other levels of government, society, private industry, etc., whoever wants to build on those platforms, use them to create a truly digital society. The best thing that government can do, in my estimation, is to create the basic platform tools. For example, like the identity for all individuals in the country, right? The sign-on, right? The e-sign capability. This idea that Erica mentioned before of I only need to provide things once, right? So create these digital repositories of information that's been validated, and then reuse it as a platform across government and across government levels, so that every time you're doing something with the government, you don't have to go back and show your tax return and show your ID and show your birth certificate and so on and so forth. I think that sort of the platforming of government digital services, I think that's the way to go, and it's the best, the best direction that a complex, complicated, and politically difficult country can invest in order to make a headway in this sort of digitization agenda.
Well, I think there are some very clear lessons from where we listen from both of you. I mean, this awareness, this consensus is very important to have all the population, but especially to have a consensus in the political field is important. And then to have a simple model, a very clear model in which you don't construct everything integrated, but you just have a platform. Right? That's what both of you are telling us. If you have the platform, everybody can build on that and interact on that, but you have to have the rules for that interaction to happen with certainty, and in which everyone can build things on a secure basis, which is the digital identity in Estonia, and we should have it probably all over the world, not only for government services, but for all kind of e-services. We need digital identity. That's some of the key challenges of society. And talking about those challenges, there are a lot of technologies being developed right now. A lot of things are new. I mean, we have blockchain, we have the metaverse. How are those things impacting on e-governance? What are the trends that we should be thinking about, considering now? Erika, perhaps you want to tell us about.
Yes, very curious that you mentioned blockchain, for example. Blockchain is deployed in our governmental databases already years ago. So this is not a technological innovation for us so much because it's in practical use. Back to your question, I would point out that Estonia's current challenge is to bring the e-governance to a new level with innovative solutions and maintaining the already built infrastructure simultaneously. Estonia has been learning by doing, because there are no pioneers in this field who could verify for us that this works and that doesn't. So the new digital agenda is to build new solutions in blocks and not as a monolith, so that innovative changes could be easily implemented. And in case the technology, because technology advances in a rapid pace, and in governance, we are always one or multiple steps behind. So we are just about to implement, for example, virtual assistance network in Estonian governmental services, but iPhone Siri is not a big technological news anymore, but figure that it's only reaching our government systems right now. Another essential part we need to pay attention to in all spheres of life, including e-governance, is the environmental sustainability and the growing technological footprint we are leaving due to the increased use of internet and consumption of the devices with which we connect to internet. Just because the internet is an intangible benefit similar to electricity, we tend to not pay attention to the impact it can have, but we should. If no changes are made, the tendency for 2040 shows that the greenhouse gas emission from the ICT sector could grow above 14%. In my opinion, the future e-governance solutions should strongly focus on having environmental sustainability and climate-friendly solutions as the main principles in developing and choosing the future technology, because I think that we are very close into having very aware users who will demand the sustainable sources also in the digital world. And lastly, I would point out the increasing necessity for cyber protection, because e-governance innovation can only take place in a secure environment. That requires better and comprehensive understanding the global tendencies and the development of the technology. Also, countries need to focus on creating strong cyber defense intelligence within their digital systems, and at the same time be able and willing to contribute to the international crisis management mechanisms. Because as we know, cyber crimes rarely correspond with territorial borders and laws. So these would be the three main principles for me, what we should be focused on when we look to the future.
Excellent, Erica. Thank you very much. Hector, what should be thinking about in terms of these new trends?
Well, let me say that I agree with everything that Erica said, first of all, and many of the things that she said I would have also underlined. I want to underline perhaps just two things. First of all, the last piece that Erica talked about, which is security. And security has two different aspects. One of that is what Erica was talking about, the security from outside forces, from hackers, from the misuse of information by third parties. That is a very important part of securing the internet, securing public services using the internet. But then there's another aspect of security, which is the security from misuse from within. How do you protect people's rights, the rights to privacy, the right to free speech, etc., when government has an extraordinary amount of information about them? And I think that's another one of the important e-governance issues that we have to deal with in all countries. What are the kinds of measures that we put in place to protect people's information from misuse by the very people who are supposed to help them use it? And at the same time, not create such rigid systems that we cannot reap the benefits of all that information being in one place and being useful, right? Because one of the big tendencies that is coming in government is to use the information that government has, not just for the initial service that it was used for, but to create added value, the same way that private companies are using information to create added value. There's no doubt for me that as an Amazon user, right, I get a lot of value from the way that they use my information. But at the same time, I'm worried that every time I have a conversation around Alexa, they know what I want for lunch, right? But if that's something to worry about with the private sector, it should worry us even more when it's in the hands of the public sector. And so we have to be careful with that piece. The second thing is we have to keep in mind the equity aspects of how we roll out this new world to all of our populations. And by that I mean that we have societies that are very unequal and that have very unequal access to technology, to the internet, to government services, and so forth. And we have to be very careful that we work decidedly towards reducing that digital gap and including everybody in this new digital society. We don't want to have yet another level at which we are separating each other and creating greater inequality. So I think for me, those are the two things that I would add to all the other items that Erica so aptly mentioned.
Well, thank you very much. You've been very helpful in this. There's always the temptation to think on what is new, like the newest trend is going to be the most helpful, and we could imagine these virtual settings with a robot taking care of us, yeah, and sitting in there and having all sort of special experiences. But there are some more basic things to be taken care of when we're dealing with government services, and security is certainly the core of everything that we do online. And we have to think in this security in a way in which is not only defensive, but in terms of building strategies for those government services to be reliable and to be capable, redundant, and to be capable of not being destroyed or not having the information taken out. And that's a matter of design on the way we think. We have to think on those blocks on how the government works, that it's easy to put things together. So that's the way you actually get more and more services and better services. And we have to surely make sure that all those services we're doing are based on the idea of creating value for society. Otherwise, we're just talking about our vanity, and that's going to cost a lot of money and is not going to end being successful at the end for citizens and for governments themselves. So thank you very much for your very valuable advice. I don't see Guillermo around here, but I thank everybody for being present in this conference. I'm personally going to watch it over and over again. There are a lot of lessons to be learned from this experience. Thank you very much. Guillermo?
Thank you very much, Hector. Thank you very much, Erica. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. It's been an honor to have this talk with you.
Hello, everyone. Today is an honor to present some speakers that they are experts in e-government and public policy. So is Erica Permits with us, Hector Cárdenas, and Leonardo Alvarez. Leonardo Alvarez is helping us to moderate this panel.
Hello, everybody, and it's a great pleasure to be with you all. I think we have a very interesting discussion today because we have two leading experts in the field of e-government. We have Erica Pirmets from eStonia, and Estonia is the leading country in terms of digitization, and she's been working on this for quite a long time. She has worked abroad, and then she's been part of the digital transformation strategy on eStonia as a transformation advisor. And well, all her work is devoted to supporting the spread of digitization and the improvement of government services in Estonia. And we also have Hector Cárdenas. He is a lecturer in the Goldman School of Public Policy at the University of California, Berkeley, and he is also the CEO of the Ergo Group, a consulting company that works on e-government. And he has worked on North America, especially in some states in Canada, in the federal government in Mexico, and in state governments in the US. So now that we have them here, we have a very interesting agenda, and let's start with Erica and what's been done in Estonia. We have all these accounts of what's happening in Estonia, but I imagine not everybody is quite familiar. Is it true that all the government services are digitized, that you don't have to use paper documents, that you don't have to be present to do things? How far has this gone in Estonia, and what have been the results of this experience for Estonian people?
Yes, really happy to share a bit more. I would start from our historical background that after 50 years of Soviet occupation, Estonia restored its independence in 1991. As it was a very happy event, we were now facing the struggles of building up a completely new country with no currency, law, or governmental processes, and no money to construct them. So it is often said that Estonia decided to go digital when internet boom really hit off. The truth is, we really did not have a choice. You see, Estonia is a very sparsely populated country, and our remote villages consist of 3 households with 3 kilometers apart from each other. So keeping this in mind, it is really hard to reach all the population physically. So digitalization was essential to bring the state closer to its citizens. It is correct that 99% of the public services are accessible online. However, no one is forced to use the digital way. There are still possibilities for the classical paper forms to be used. It's just that it often saves time and money to consume e-services instead. And as far as interactions go, people are still meeting face to face, just less with civil servants and more with their close ones. And when I say 99% of the services have been digitalized, it's only the number of public services, but there are many private e-services that are accessible as well, such as banking or telecommunication, shopping, etc. And one big benefit from digitalization is undoubtedly the save of time. Statistics show 5 full days per year for the citizen and thousands of working hours for the civil servant is saved. And in addition, of course, the economical gain, 2% of our GDP is saved annually thanks to the use of digital signature. Also, there are many, I would say, hidden parts in digitalization, and we are currently advanced society with the standard of living having risen massively since the Soviet times. And we cannot be sure if we would be the same economically and socially good position without the digitalization implemented in the society in the early 90s. So I would say that there are several gains that we have gotten thanks to the digital society.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the scope? Because it's hard to imagine from some other places what kind of things you are doing online. What happens when a child borns, or you go to school, or you go to a medical service, public medical service? How or a new enterprise is born? How does this work in this digital work in Estonia?
So the basis of all the digital society is actually our electronic identity.
Okay.
And this is really the backbone, because if we can safely authenticate ourselves online, then this is like the groundworks of where the digital society can be born up to. The next part, of course, is to gather all the essential data about the citizen so that you could build the e-services and to make them available. And there is a very easy but really functional software layer that is called the X-Road, that interconnects all the collected data about the citizen so that we could easily consume the e-services. So, and because we have once only principle implemented in the society, that means that a government entity can ask my data only once, and it has to be stored in the database correspondingly. So, for example, a population registry cannot have my health information, for example. Only the health registry can hold my health information. And in case I need to consume an e-service where my health records are needed, the X-Road brings the different parts of the collected data together, enabling me to use all the services online. And as I mentioned before, that when we started to make all the governmental processes physically, they also had to be born online as well. So we implemented them at the same time.
Well, that's really very, very, very impressive. You've gone ahead of all the world, literally, in terms of thinking how to interact with citizens. This part of digital identity is part of what we're trying to achieve in other parts of the world in usual interactions. And this respect on having each part of the information of the citizens in a special compartment where only the citizen can use it when it's necessary for the purposes that are necessary is a very important principle. And those are lessons that are going to be very helpful for all the audience and for all people that are trying to work on that. Thank you very much, Erica. We'll ask you a little bit more on how you did how you achieved this in a few minutes. But let's hear from Hector. What has happened in North America? Hector has worked in different places. What are the things that you think had been successful in this as part of the hemisphere, either at federal, local, or state levels? What has been done?
Well, thank you very much to all of you for this opportunity to talk to you about this really important topic. So, I mean, North America is a very big place, of course, and there's a lot of very different initiatives that have happened over the years. I think the most important, the most groundbreaking thing that happened in North America, of course, was the creation and expansion of the backbone for all of this, which is the internet, and the capacity to do the kinds of things that Estonia is doing is you know, the fundamental basis that's required is wide accessibility of connectivity to everybody. And so I think that's one of the most important trends that we've seen that have allowed for this kind of modernization and digitalization to happen. Now, beyond that, we've seen you know, steps forward in various areas in North America. It hasn't been as extensive as what we've seen in Estonia, but as Erika mentioned, Estonia is a small country, sparsely populated, and some of the challenges that come with trying to create digital services begin with the identification of the person. And that's something I think that Estonia has done very well, and it's been a major headache in other parts of the world, including North America. If you look at Mexico, Canada, the United States, all three countries, for different reasons, have had a very hard time creating that clear and unassailable identification for everybody. Mexico, as we know, it's been a very, very difficult process to create a single database and also to protect the data. And so I think there's been a lot of difficulties in getting people to sign up for digital IDs. The Mexican Ministry of Finance, for example, has come up with a digital signature. But because they're so worried about the access to that information, about the security of the information, they've made it into a very onerous process to have a digital ID. So it's sort of an interesting contrast between the way that Estonia did it and the way that Mexico did it. Mexico did it by creating very complicated ways of becoming a digital citizen, right? You have to go physically to get a certificate, then you have to load the certificate on your computer, then you have to do another 3 steps to get your e-signature, and you always have to keep that certificate around you. So it's very complex. Most people can't do it properly. So that's been the Mexican example. The US example has been quite different. The US is a country with a legal system that is based on responsibility and litigation. And so basically there, and because there's also very strong First Amendment and other procedural rights, there has not been any kind of effort to create a single national identification model. What we see instead are various levels of identification. So everything from what we see through Social Security numbers and tax records and also credit rating companies. So there's there's an intermix of private and public actors who create the identification of individuals, right? So it's a very complex mishmash of ways in which you identify yourself online. And private companies have taken a lead in helping citizens to become digital citizens by doing IDs through Facebook, through Google, right, through other kinds of, through their Social Security number and their tax records and so on and so forth. So it's a very different set of challenges that we've seen in at least these 2 countries. It just, I say this just to give you a sense of how complex all of this framework is. Now, once you get through that, we have been able to expand the availability and the number of digital services in government quite substantially. In the United States, a lot of the major things that people have to do can be done online, from filing your taxes through, again, the intermediation of an entire very, very large, I think over $20 billion a year tax preparation industry that has really taken advantage of this and produced all of these goods. So it doesn't come without a cost, right? But it allows people to be able to interact, for example, for their tax. I'm thinking of these because I just did my taxes just a couple of days ago, all online, right? Fairly simple, even though disappointing. But anyway, you can do those things. You can work a lot on local governments in the United States with very different levels. So, not necessarily where you would expect them. It's not, for example, California, which is the home of Silicon Valley, the home of digitalization, is not a particularly digitized state as far as state services are concerned. There are other states that have gone a lot further in this route. States that have smaller populations, states also that have dispersion of communities in their territory. So not so different from Estonia, right? So states like that have actually advanced a lot more than the bigger states like New York or California. And then you go even lower, at a lower level, at the city level. And at the city level, there's a lot of innovation in using digital services. There's a whole initiative around smart cities that has been having a lot of effect in the United States. Whether it's San Francisco with a host of online services to people, everything from parking to certainly to permitting and construction permitting and all of those kinds of services. So it's a very vast patchwork, I would say, of efforts and successes and failures also in digitalization. And it's not always where you would expect the most progress to have been made, where there has been the most progress. Certainly, it sort of underlies the exceptional story of Estonia.
That's very interesting contribution, Hector, because we can compare these two worlds, and maybe the technology is not the key or is not the different part, but how we approach these things. And in Estonia, they have this unified system that makes everything interoperable. And in North America, we have a lot of different efforts, and some of them are very large, like the ones that for filing your income taxes, whether in the United States or in Mexico, that work very well, and they are national and they're broad and they are working, and you have a registration of a lot of people. But once you get to the different levels of government or the different parts of government, not everything is the same thing. It's a very complex situation. Perhaps there are some political parts, there are technical issues also, but it's an interesting contrast, which put us on the thing on the complexities of government itself in order to be digitized. Well, let's think about these complexities a little bit and understand about these experiences, how that they have been working. Erika, how did you guys achieve this transformation? What were the first steps? How did you proceed from your first steps? And what did you do? What was the basic start of this strategy?
Yes, well, I believe that there was more or less a political consensus about taking the digitalization route in the small round of the decision makers in this time, because there simply weren't many alternatives back in the day to build the country with the resources available. The first step was the creation of the mandatory electronic identity that all the infrastructure of e-services is built upon. And I completely agree here with Hector that this is essential, and it has to be simple and accessible and really understandable for the end user, because when we are building businesses, we are always looking to cater the needs of the end user, our client who is buying the service. So in e-governance, the emphasis should go the same way. Our end user is our citizen. So whatever we do needs to facilitate the end user, our citizen, to gain the maximum benefit. And really, if we take, for example, our neighbors in Finland, they have very identical system to what Estonia implemented also. They have the ID card, they have the authentication methods, they have the secure digital identity, they are making some of the services also online, but people are not using this. And why? Because their ID card, the digital identity, is not mandatory. And Estonia made a really strategical decision from the beginning to make this mandatory for all the citizens. Because if you are developing all these expensive e-services and no one is going to use them, then this is just a waste of money. So the electronic identity that everybody holds is the first step, is the key in my opinion.
Well, that's a great comment and a great insight. What were the main obstacles to achieve this? Because it's not a small thing to get this identity, electronic identity. Were the challenges technological, economical, organizational, political?
Well, yes, when you have the electronic identity in place, you proceed step by step. This is how you build up the digital society. Estonia had the unique possibility of constructing the whole country from zero, basically. And while implementing governmental processes, they were also made available online. This gradual development, digitalization, and the collection of data has led us to the present, where Estonia has 99% of the public services online. This is not achieved overnight. Of course, this is a gradual process, but the decision, the digital-minded leadership has to be before there to make the fundamentals, to set the principles that yes, we're going to go the digital route. And I would argue that the technology is rarely an obstacle, because our digital society was built using the best technology available back then. And nowadays, of course, many of the systems are outdated or carry a complicated legacy architecture, but they are continuously being renewed and modernized. So having the best technology available does not mean that you will have a digital society by default. The bigger obstacle seems to be the lack of this digital-minded leadership that I mentioned, that we see as a reason why some countries are hesitant to digitalize. And really, if you make the processes user-centric and you gain the acceptance from the citizens, and step by step, gradually, this is not overnight dumping a digital society on them and leaving them in a sink or swim situation. This is building up your digital society gradually, introducing new services and making the existing services as citizen-centric as possible.
Well, those are great lessons, and they make me feel quite optimistic about the possibilities of doing something like what happened in Estonia in other countries. But not everybody has the same situation. Perhaps, Hector, you could tell us about the projects that have been successful in this side of the hemisphere. What kind of things were characteristic of those processes? What's the characteristic of the design or implementation of the successful digitization projects, and even the ones you have been part of?
Certainly. So I think first, there's a very important thing that Erica said here, which I think is critical to understanding where you can have success in countries that are very different from Estonia and their historical experience. Estonia was building from scratch, right? That's what Erica's telling us. They had to build something from scratch. And because they were building from scratch and they were building with a vision of an electronic society, they built the government services from the ground up to be digital. This is one of the main obstacles that we have in the rest of the world. When you look at what's been done in Mexico or the United States or Canada, in neither of those cases were we building from scratch. We were building on the basis of government services that already existed and that were designed for the paper world, and were designed also in accordance with the problems that these countries had in the 1930s and 40s and 50s and 60s. Look at the Social Security card in the United States. It is completely not what is needed for the 21st century, right? But yet it is what we have because it is a legacy technology from the 1930s, right? And the same thing happens in other places. In Mexico, the government processes are not designed for the digital world. So the first thing, and I think one of the key aspects of when we have had successful digitalization and automation processes is when governments have recognized that the existing processes are no longer match what is needed in a digital world. And so you don't just digitize a bad process. You change the process first. You recognize that what you have in place is not the right way, and then you can digitize. One very successful example has been in Mexico, for example, with passport issuances. And both Leonardo and I were part of that project a few years ago. And it was a project that began step by step. And before technology was involved, what was involved was careful understanding and re-engineering and redesign of the underlying processes. That's what we had to do. We were dealing with how did you produce passports? It was a completely paper process with typing machines, right? You typed some pieces of information on a piece of paper that then, in the best case, you put a plastic film on top, right? And it was all backed up by paper, right? Old birth certificates crumpled up, right? Photographs taken at the local photo store, and so on and so forth. All of this was completely not the right way to do modern passport issuances. Very difficult to authenticate all these documents. And on top of that, you're doing this in a very large country with a very large population, of which, close to 20 million are abroad. So you had to do it abroad. So it was a very challenging area. And if the Mexican Foreign Ministry hadn't done the work that was necessary to redesign the process, they would not have had the success that they had. In the end, it was very successful because the project allowed the ministry to redesign the process, for example, to integrate databases from Mexico, the civil registry database, where you have the registry of births, with the passport database, so that it was no longer necessary to bring your birth certificate. You could just go to a consulate, say your name, give some basic information. They could look up your birth certificate, authenticate it on the fly, and then issue a passport. And then, of course, the process of issuing a passport became different. And we went from these sort of very old-style paper-based passports to passports that were digitally produced with digital photographs, with iris recognition, and so on and so forth, sort of really modern processes. But again, the most important thing for me wasn't the technology. It was getting the process right. Once you got the process right, the technology wasn't really that expensive to develop. Everything is out there. You just have to source it, right? But you needed to have the vision, and you needed to have the technical understanding of what it is that you wanted to do. So for me, when governments are successful is when they have the right vision, when they are able to get political consensus, either large P political or small P political, the local politics or bigger political issues, when they get the processes right, and then they find the right tools to implement those processes. But without that, the technology isn't going to solve the problem. Sometimes it can make it worse.
Hector, I have a question, because most of the countries, they have their digitization plans, but why then they don't achieve the goal that bring services? Because we see that most of the countries, they are they have a challenge in that field.
Right. Because they're trying to digitize bad processes. Mm-hmm. That's what ends up happening for the most part. They digitize a bad process. And so, there's a famous dictum in modeling: garbage in, garbage out, right? If you have bad information going in, you're going to have bad results. And this is what happens many times when governments decide to digitize. they don't want to spend the time and the money to first redesign. Like Erica was saying, from a user perspective, you need to put the user at the center. Governments many times don't do that. They put themselves at the center, and they design a mechanism that is comfortable for them, that covers their liabilities, that gives them protection, but that doesn't serve the citizen. And you've got to change that. And I think that the really interesting examples where that has changed, the passport example in Mexico is a case. Other cases in the United States where they've put the citizen at the center. There was a really interesting project in New Jersey during COVID to bring COVID services to where they were.
I think we lost Hector.
Yeah, I think. But
well, let me wrap up a little bit what Hector was telling us, because it's really very interesting, the coincidence. Okay, welcome back, Hector.
What happened there that I don't know if I pressed the wrong button or something happened, but I got disconnected. So, but anyway, just finishing the thought. I think there was a very interesting project in New Jersey during COVID where they used a mixture of technology, but also user-centered design to figure out what services were needed and where were they needed. Where was the testing needed? How do you get the testing through that last mile so that it's accessible to people in sufficient quantities and sufficiently easily to make it available? I think that kind of thinking is what makes digital economy and digital society projects successful.
Very, very clear statements from both of you, and there is a strong coincidence on first having the view of digitization clearly is very important, and then to work from the outset in a digital model, which is completely different from the standard bureaucratic procedure. We have to change that, and in order to change that, we have to have the vision, but also we have to put something into the process design that goes differently. It's not working with the same processes that we already have, and this user-centric perspective that you both are telling us is sort of the key of everything. Sometimes the government, how you said it very clearly, Hector, governments have a government-centric perspective to be comfortable, to reduce liability, and that's not going to work at the end. So we have to make these decisions, and these are very hard decisions. And having said that, both of you, I like to hear your thoughts. What would you guys advise to a government that's watching us? Should they start if they are thinking in terms of e-government? What should they do first? Erica.
Yes, thank you. I would say that raising awareness is the key. This is what we do in the eEstonia Briefing Center too, raising awareness by telling the story of eEstonia and what are the benefits and the learning curves we have experienced in implementing the digital society. Start with educating the population and giving enough and honest information about the different aspects of digitalization and show people the real benefit they can gain through this transformation, because in my honest opinion, digitalization loses its value when it's not citizen-centric and when it's focused on, if it's not focused really on simplifying their own lives. It's just not worth to build technologically impressive modern systems just for bragging. I believe in functionality, and before and during the digitalization process, to be as open and transparent as possible to demonstrate the reliability. And naturally, people have fears connected to the digitalization. What if I lose my job? What if I fail to use these services? What if my data leaks? These are all very reasonable fears that need to be addressed and explained. Estonians were very skeptical about these services as well in the early implementation phase. But once the credibility grew and people could really see the positive benefits from e-services, were they eager to change the attitude and behavior to use more digitized services. And now Estonians are a very demanding crowd. Not only do we want to consume the services, we want the high quality, well-developed e-services. Moreover, according to a survey, close to 70% of the whole Estonian population is satisfied with the digital services that the government provides them with. And that is a solid satisfaction rate. And when we talk about policy, then there are noticeable political differences in our society, of course. However, the digital solutions and e-governance are supported by all the parties, regardless of their political views. So I would argue that this is an important key part also, to have all the country's leaders or the political powers on board with the digitalization processes. Because if some authority is always undermining the process that a government tries to sell to the people or to introduce to people, then this creates more fear, more misunderstandings in the society. But your goal, as the goal in, if you are making any transformation in a big organization or business, is to include your members, and therefore you will have less resistance and more availability for them to be part and to try the new ways that you're offering. Nothing can be done by force. If a government has a good idea, let's be very efficient, let's digitalize everything, but forget to include its citizens and inform them how all the processes are going to work, and also not going to help with any courses or any type of support of how to use the new services, then
Excellent.
it's really, really easy to have big resistance.
It seems so excellent advice because it would seem that everything was peachy, very easy in Estonia, and I can see that you had to struggle to get where you are, and that's kind of normal. Is a very big achievement, and that can be encouraging to government officers that are watching us. Hector, what would be your advice to the government officers on how to proceed on this?
Well, if we're thinking about large countries like the ones in North America, I would say the first piece of advice is simplify. Going with what Eric was saying, put the user at the center of things and make things simpler for the user. That's the first thing you got to do. And the second thing is federate. 4 words: government as a platform. I think that's where we have to go. Government should create the platform for all of its services to become digitalized, and then let other levels of government, society, private industry, etc., whoever wants to build on those platforms, use them to create a truly digital society. The best thing that government can do, in my estimation, is to create the basic platform tools. For example, like the identity for all individuals in the country, right? The sign-on, right? The e-sign capability. This idea that Erica mentioned before of I only need to provide things once, right? So create these digital repositories of information that's been validated and then reuse it as a platform across government and across government levels, so that every time you're doing something with the government, you don't have to go back and show your tax return and show your ID and show your birth certificate and so on and so forth. I think that sort of the platforming of government digital services, I think that's the way to go, and it's the best, the best direction that a complex, complicated, and politically difficult country can, can invest in order to make a headway in this sort of digitization agenda.
Well, I think there are some very clear lessons from where we listen from both of you. I mean, this awareness, this consensus is very important to have all the population, but especially to have a consensus in the political field is important. And then to have a simple model, a very clear model in which you don't construct everything integrated, but you just have a platform. Right? That's what both of you are telling us. If you have the platform, everybody can build on that and interact on that, but you have to have the rules for that interaction to happen with certainty, and in which everyone can build things on a secure basis, which is the digital identity in Estonia, and we should have it probably all over the world, not only for government services, but for all kind of e-services. We need a digital identity. That's some of the key challenges of society. And talking about those challenges, there are a lot of technologies being developed right now. A lot of things are new. I mean, we have blockchain, we have the metaverse. How are those things impacting on e-governance? What are the trends that we should be thinking about considering now? Erica, perhaps you want to tell us about.
Yes, very curious that you mentioned blockchain, for example. Blockchain is deployed in our governmental databases already years ago. So this is not a technological innovation for us so much because it's in practical use. Back to your question, I would point out that Estonia's current challenge is to bring the e-governance to a new level with innovative solutions and maintaining the already built infrastructure simultaneously. Estonia has been learning by doing because there are no pioneers in this field who could verify for us that this works and that doesn't. So the new digital agenda is to build new solutions in blocks and not as a monolith, so that innovative changes could be easily implemented. And in case the technology, because technology advances in a rapid pace, and in governance, we are always one or multiple steps behind. So we are just about to implement, for example, virtual assistance network in Estonian governmental services, but iPhone Siri is not a big technological news anymore, but figure that it's only reaching our government systems right now. Another essential part we need to pay attention to in all spheres of life, including e-governance, is the environmental sustainability and the growing technological footprint we are leaving due to the increased use of internet and consumption of the devices with which we connect to internet. Just because the internet is an intangible benefit similar to electricity, we tend to not pay attention to the impact it can have, but we should. If no changes are made, the tendency for 2040 shows that the greenhouse gas emission from the ICT sector could grow above 14%. In my opinion, the future e-governance solutions should strongly focus on having environmental sustainability and climate-friendly solutions as the main principles in developing and choosing the future technology, because I think that we are very close into having very aware users who will demand the sustainable sources also in the digital world. And lastly, I would point out the increasing necessity for cyber protection, because e-governance innovation can only take place in a secure environment. That requires better and comprehensive understanding the global tendencies and the development of the technology. Also, countries need to focus on creating strong cyber defense intelligence within their digital systems, and at the same time be able and willing to contribute to the international crisis management mechanisms. Because as we know, cyber crimes rarely correspond with territorial borders and laws. So these would be the three main principles for me, what we should be focused on when we look to the future.
Excellent, Erica. Thank you very much. Hector, what should be thinking about in terms of these new trends?
Well, let me say that I agree with everything that Erica said, first of all, and many of the things that she said I would have also underlined. I want to underline perhaps just two things. First of all, the last piece that Erica talked about, which is security. And security has two different aspects. One of that is what Erica was talking about, the security from outside forces, from hackers, from the misuse of information by third parties. That is a very important part of securing the internet, securing public services using the internet. But then there's another aspect of security, which is the security from misuse from within. How do you protect people's rights, the rights to privacy, the right to free speech, etc., when government has an extraordinary amount of information about them? And I think that's another one of the important e-governance issues that we have to deal with in all countries. What are the kinds of measures that we put in place to protect people's information from misuse by the very people who are supposed to help them use it? And at the same time, not create such rigid systems that we cannot reap the benefits of all that information being in one place and being useful, right? Because one of the big tendencies that is coming in government is to use the information that government has, not just for the initial service that it was used for, but to create added value, the same way that private companies are using information to create added value. There's no doubt for me that as an Amazon user, right, I get a lot of value from the way that they use my information. But at the same time, I'm worried that every time I have a conversation around Alexa, they know what I want for lunch, right? But if that's something to worry about with the private sector, it should worry us even more when it's in the hands of the public sector. And so we have to be careful with that piece. The second thing is we have to keep in mind the equity aspects of how we roll out this new world to all of our populations. And by that I mean that we have societies that are very unequal and that have very unequal access to technology, to the internet, to government services, and so forth. And we have to be very careful that we work decidedly towards reducing that digital gap and including everybody in this new digital society. We don't want to have yet another level at which we are separating each other and creating greater inequality. So I think for me, those are the two things that I would add to all the other items that Erica so aptly mentioned.
Well, thank you very much. You've been very helpful in this. There's always the temptation to think on what is new, like the newest trend is going to be the most helpful, and we could imagine these virtual settings with a robot taking care of us, yeah, and sitting in there and having all sort of special experiences. But there are some more basic things to be taken care of when we're dealing with government services, and security is certainly the core of everything that we do online. And we have to think in this security in a way in which is not only defensive, but in terms of building strategies for those government services to be reliable and to be capable, redundant, and to be capable of not being destroyed or not having the information taken out. And that's a matter of design on the way we think. We have to think on those blocks on how the government works, that it's easy to put things together. So that's the way you actually get more and more services and better services. And we have to surely make sure that all those services we're doing are based on the idea of creating value for society. Otherwise, we're just talking about our vanity, and that's going to cost a lot of money, and is not going to end being successful at the end for citizens and for governments themselves. So thank you very much for your very valuable advice. I don't see Guillermo around here, but I thank everybody for being present in this conference. I'm personally going to watch it over and over again. There are a lot of lessons to be learned from this experience. Thank you very much. Guillermo?
Thank you very much, Hector. Thank you very much, Erica. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. It's been an honor to have this talk with you.
Bueno, pues buenos días. Bueno, pues buenos días a todos o buenas tardes, según el lugar del mundo en donde estemos. Es un placer tenerlos aquí en este panel sobre plataformas B2B para el desarrollo de negocios, o sea, plataformas.
Y funciona así, así, así. Ah, caray, pues no sabía. Entonces, hacemos el vínculo también de proveedores tecnológicos, no solo cosas que produce IA Greenet, sino también hacemos un vínculo para que ellos tengan soluciones a sus necesidades.
Oye, David, y digamos, ¿tu ámbito de acción estaría circunscrito al noroeste de Sinaloa o podría llegar gente de Tabasco o de Costa Rica a pedirte asesoría para trabajar en sus cultivos?
No, la verdad es que no estamos cerrados, no hay no hay un impedimento jurídico para el Centro de Innovación, que como digo es público-privado. Se puso en Los Mochis por la gran vocación agroindustrial del estado de Sinaloa y de la región, pero por supuesto que si alguien en Aguascalientes o en Costa Rica necesita apoyo, IA Greenet está ahí para apoyar. Ojo, que no es gratuito, ¿no? Es un servicio subsidiado, por supuesto. Es un servicio que normalmente costaría el doble o el triple, pero gracias a esta coinversión público-privada se puede conseguir a un precio muy, muy accesible, ¿no? Y que permita a las MIPYMES entrar a estas cadenas de comercio internacional.
Pues ahora ya lo tenemos, digamos, el cierre desde el nivel internacional a una plataforma de negocios regional vista como negocio con un consorcio de empresas de la zona para apoyar esta parte en un sector muy específico. Y bueno, entonces ya nos queda claro que estas plataformas B2B tienen un potencial, pero me gustaría, o sea, ya en el agregado, ustedes, ¿qué me pueden decir? ¿Cuál es el potencial de estas plataformas en general para los pequeños negocios en América Latina y otras regiones del mundo? Y sobre todo, ¿cuál es el reto para que funcionen verdaderamente para generar y cerrar negocios? Adelante, quien quiera compartirnos una idea. Adelante, León David.
Bueno, yo más que una respuesta, tengo muchas preguntas y las pongo en el panel, ¿no? Porque pues, sé la capacidad y el conocimiento que tienen mis colegas, incluido tú, Leonardo. Pero yo tengo una preocupación muy grande. Yo veo que si bien hay un incremento muy importante de la digitalización y de la economía digital, digamos, a partir de sobre todo la pandemia, ya lo veíamos viendo, pero hubo un empujón digital, por llamarle de alguna manera, en los últimos 2 años. Sin embargo, veo un fenómeno de exclusión. O sea, la brecha digital de la que hablabas al principio, Leonardo, la veo más viva, más presente que nunca, con miles de empresas en riesgo de quebrar o que ya han quebrado, que se están quedando fuera de esto, y con una hiperconcentración de mercado global, que antes a lo mejor las barreras naturales de la distancia, etcétera, hacían que los monopolios o los oligopolios tuvieran más dificultad en seguir creciendo. Hoy eso en Internet no existe, no hay barreras para que, digamos, de espacio, tiempo, ¿no? Para impedir esta concentración, y vemos una hiperconcentración en muchos aspectos, ¿no? Del comercio en línea, la capacitación o el aprendizaje en línea, casi cualquier sector de la economía está sufriendo esta hiperconcentración que demerita pues del lado de los compradores, del lado de los ciudadanos, y también aparte del consumidor está todo este ecosistema de empresas pequeñas y medianas que no logran alcanzar ese, y después lo que podría decir es, bueno, quizás estas plataformas justo ayudan a que no se queden fuera, pero una vez que las empresas logran subirse las chiquitas, suben y entienden esta dinámica, la tecnología avanza tan rápido que luego los vuelve a dejar rezagados, ¿no? Entonces tengo más que una respuesta, yo sí estoy preocupado y creo que todos aquí de alguna manera estamos contribuyendo a evitar este fenómeno, pero se está dando y es riesgoso, creo.
Pues yo creo que pones el dedo en la llaga, León David. Justamente ese es el punto que nos duele y el que nos inquieta y por el que hacemos este panel. Y entonces sí, la pregunta que tú haces es muy vigente. ¿Cómo le hacemos para evitar que haya esta superconcentración? O más bien, a nosotros no nos afecta que las grandes empresas hagan negocios mientras las chiquitas puedan subirse y ganar, ¿no? O sea, no es unos contra otros, se trata más bien de ser inclusivos. ¿Cómo le hacemos para ser más inclusivos en esto? Luis, Andrés, ¿tienen alguna idea sobre este tema?
No sé si quieres. Si quieres, empiezo yo. Les cuento un poquito. A ver, evidentemente, yo personalmente llevo 12 años de mi vida estudiando justamente cómo la transformación digital, cuando realmente es colaborativa, cuando realmente es incluyente, cuando realmente es abierta, puede eliminar pobreza en países en desarrollo. Esa es la base de todo lo que he hecho los últimos 12 años. Entonces, es algo que me ocupa todos los días. Y, por ejemplo, en Alibaba.com hay para todos. Sí, lo dices muy bien, León, muchas veces parece que lo único que hará esta plataforma es la concentración de las oportunidades de compra en las grandes empresas que tienen la capacidad. Entonces, por eso ideamos una estrategia para que no pasara. Uno, creamos algo que no existía en el resto del mundo, que son las tiendas multiproducto, que es consorcios de empresas complementarias dentro de una misma industria que comparten una tienda. ¿Por qué comparten una tienda? Para que sea más barato entrar, para que los costos se prorrateen entre los diferentes participantes, porque no tienen la cantidad de SKUs que les permita competir contra las grandes tiendas y no aprovecharían el tamaño de una tienda. Entonces, así como en una feria, agarras un stand y lo compartes entre 10 empresas, igual en el espacio digital. Entonces, no solamente estamos subiendo a las grandes empresas que tienen la capacidad de montar 300 SKUs en la plataforma, estamos montando grupos de empresas que juntos entran a la plataforma. Lo estamos haciendo con el gobierno de Chiapas, con el gobierno de Guanajuato. Estoy montando una tienda de la industria de la construcción para Guanajuato, por ejemplo. Estoy montando una tienda de la Asociación Agroindustrial de Chiapas. Estoy montando una tienda en cada categoría. Eléctrico, electrónico y automotriz y autopartes en Querétaro, por ejemplo. Juntamos empresas complementarias y las hacemos participar de una misma plataforma. Pero ¿por qué es tan importante el hacer la estrategia paralela? Imaginemos, y esto lo platicaba mucho con Luis, imaginemos que tengo, por ejemplo, un vendedor de chía negra en Jalisco, que tiene la capacidad de vender 1 tonelada de chía negra al mes. y entra a Alibaba.com y su primera orden de cotización es por 60 toneladas de chía negra desde Uzbekistán. ¿Qué pasa con este pequeño productor? Bueno, evidentemente él tiene que decir, yo paso, yo no puedo con esta orden, pero si esta orden le pudiera llegar, por ejemplo, a Verde Valle, uno de los líderes en agro en el estado de Jalisco, Verde Valle sí puede mandar 60 toneladas de chía negra a Uzbekistán. México nunca ha exportado chía negra a Uzbekistán, justamente por lo que platicaban. Una vez que te llegan las órdenes, ahí está el problema. Sí estamos hablando ahorita del contacto, pero una vez que te llega la orden, permisos, regulaciones, puerto de salida, Incoterm utilizado, carta de crédito, ahí es donde se pone complicada la cosa. Entonces, si Verde Valle, que es una empresa que tiene la capacidad de abrir un nuevo mercado, porque tiene la capacidad de tramitar los permisos y regulaciones necesarias para hacer esta primera exportación, nos abre el camino, porque entonces ya sabemos el caminito. Y la próxima orden de cotización de 2 toneladas, no le interesa a Verde Valle. Verde Valle tiene una cantidad mínima de compra de 20 toneladas, o si no, no me contactes porque no me sale con mi operación. Pero este pequeño productor que tiene una capacidad de 1 tonelada al mes, le encanta la orden de 2 toneladas que viene de Uzbekistán, que gracias a que Verde Valle ya entró, ya la puede abrir. Entonces, es un ejercicio que tenemos que hacer paralelo. Vamos trabajando con las grandes empresas en la apertura de los nuevos mercados y vamos trabajando con las pymes en el aprovechamiento de las órdenes de medio mayoreo que pueden ser realmente tomadas por estas empresas que no les interesan a los grandotes, pero que son excelentes para las pequeñas medianas. Entonces, uno es respuestas que podría dar, evidentemente no tenemos las respuestas, seguimos todos los días intentando ver qué funciona, pero la clusterización de la vocación exportable del país es importantísimo y el desarrollo de la cadena de proveeduría de las grandes empresas que le permita a las pequeñas también incluirse en el crecimiento generado por las plataformas. Tomando muy en cuenta lo que comentaba Luis hace rato, que las plataformas lo que permiten es justamente saltar intermediarios, que es a lo que hemos estado acostumbrados los últimos 30 años en nuestro país, y llegar directamente a los compradores finales en los países que están buscando a los proveedores. Entonces, creo que hay cosas que podemos hacer. Creo que para poder lograrlo tenemos que hacer proyectos triple hélice de colaboración abierta, muy puntuales en los que podamos ir avanzando en cada una de las categorías, cada una de las industrias y cada uno de los productos que tienen potencial, pero sí estoy convencido que es algo que podemos trabajar.
Ok, excelente respuesta, Andrés. Es un poco del el abrir espacios y estos temas de trabajo compartido o costos compartidos también pueden ser muy interesantes en la respuesta que tú nos estás dando al final. Luis, la perspectiva desde que vienes de la Secretaría de Economía.
Añadiría un par de cosas más. O sea, el tema de las tractoras es sin duda uno de los asuntos que tenemos que, creo que abordar con mucha delicadeza porque no hay mecanismos hoy que nos permitan que estas empresas tractoras realmente tengan mecanismos de compra, digamos, justas hacia los pequeños proveedores. Entonces, es un tema que tenemos que entrarle y incluso yo creo que hay mecanismos hasta fiscales que pudieran ayudar a lograr esos objetivos. Pero hay 2 temas más que me gustaría tocar. Uno, en esto sí es importante el financiamiento. Las MIPYMES no cuentan con las facilidades para tener acceso a créditos, a mecanismos de financiamiento que, dicho sea de paso, están creciendo y cada vez son más novedosos. Hay de múltiples formatos, desde factorajes internacionales, créditos asociados a los países de compra, créditos en el mercado de banca privada tradicionales, pero con múltiples alternativas. Entonces, al tiempo que está creciendo las oportunidades de financiamiento, no necesariamente se están reflejando en que las MIPYMES sean quienes se favorezcan de ese incremento de alternativas en el financiamiento. Yo creo que, más bien, los datos no lo dicen, son sobre todo las medianas y sobre todo las grandes que ya están teniendo, que tienen historial crediticio, que tienen los requisitos necesarios para contar con esos créditos. Y el financiamiento es importante de inicio para cualquier exportación, es fundamental, pero incluso para la digitalización estamos viendo que para tener modelos un poco más sostenibles sí requieres de capital. Y de hecho, Alibaba no dejará mentir, sí hay costos asociados para pertenecer a la plataforma. Y esos costos, aunque no son altos, digamos, desde un punto de vista de una mediana empresa o de una grande empresa, hay muchas pequeñas empresas que no pueden pagar esos costos. Entonces, el financiamiento no es nada más importante para la exportación y para la compra, sino también creo que tenemos que encontrar mecanismos para que las MIPYMES, sobre todo las más pequeñas, que que son innovadoras, que queremos que exporten, ¿no?, tengan financiamiento incluso disponible para algunos temas de digitalización, que son servicios que sí tienen costo, ¿no? O sea, al final la economía digital no es gratis, y eso es súper importante que todos lo sepamos. Uno tiene la impresión de que abre una página web, entra a Facebook de forma gratuita y como que todo mágicamente resulta, pero lo cierto es que también tenemos que comunicarle a las empresas que la economía digital es un ecosistema, es una economía donde hay servicios que pues se tienen que pagar, y si bien podemos encontrar, yo creo que mejores servicios que otros, hay que ir como pues con ese financiamiento listo. Entonces, el tema de financiamiento es importantísimo, no nada más para la exportación o para, digamos, lo tradicional, ¿no? Como acceder a tu crédito y para la producción, etcétera, sino también incluso para la digitalización. Y segundo, hay otro tema que creo que es súper interesante y que está ligado también a la digitalización de empresas, y es el tema de marcas. Las grandes marcas son las que uno hoy tienen presencia en todas estas plataformas digitales, digamos, no nada más en los B2Bs, incluso en los marketplaces y en las plataformas, digamos, del Big Tech, las redes sociales. Ahí quienes están realmente no son los productos, digamos, genéricos, sino son marcas. Y yo creo que podemos hacer mucho para que las MIPYMES puedan tener acceso a marcas quizás colectivas que puedan posicionarlas en mercados globales, de tal forma que, por ejemplo, cuando un comprador, una empresa en el estado de Pensilvania está buscando pues entre la competencia internacional, ¿no?, de inicio, un producto, digamos, agro, un cítrico, por ejemplo, pues que esté súper bien posicionado el producto mexicano en forma genérica, y que las MIPYMES estén vinculadas a esa marca y no necesariamente, y no únicamente las grandes empresas. Entonces, ahí creo que podemos hacer bastante. Tenemos algunas ideas junto con Andrés de cómo lograr esto. Pero entonces yo, sumado a lo que se dijo, dos temas súper relevantes: financiamiento para la digitalización, y segundo, marcas para las MIPYMES que puedan acceder a mercados globales.
No, pues excelentes contribuciones. Realmente este tema de ingreso a los mercados digitales nos muestra que hay posibilidades, pero los retos son enormes, sobre todo vistos desde una pequeñita empresa que no cuenta con todo, ¿no? Y entonces sí tenemos que pensar un poquito en una forma más consorciada, más asociada, porque si pensamos en cada una de las empresas individualmente, pues enfrentan enormes desventajas. Y si pensamos en una forma en la que las podemos de alguna manera conjuntar o darles servicios conjuntos, entonces vamos a lograr algo más. Y eso sería algo que yo llamo un bien público. Al final, das o semipúblico, porque no es totalmente público, es un bien en el que tiene un acceso colectivo, pagas una cuota por los servicios, pero al final tienes un bien en el que compartes con todas estas características de marca, comercialización, asesoría, que muy bien es muy parecido a lo que se está haciendo en este consorcio en Sinaloa, ¿no? O sea, creo que hay varias lecciones de aquí. O sea, hay que encontrar primero proyectos que generen valor. No puedes invertir en cualquier tema porque es una idea novedosa, sino realmente tienes que asegurarte que genera valor. también tienes que tomar en cuenta la región, o sea, sí hablamos al final de temas regionales y de una vocación económica regional de estos grupos que se pueden formar. Tienes que identificar estos vacíos de mercado y estas necesidades de exportación con claridad, cómo hay un match entre ellos. Sí tiene que existir este match, si no, pues no vas a lograr ningún negocio. Y ahí sí ya puedes pensar en esquemas consorciados que te ayuden a disminuir estas asimetrías de información y a generar ciertos bienes públicos o semipúblicos como estas marcas colectivas de que tú mencionas, Luis, o como esquemas de logística, de vigilancia en la sanidad o en la calidad de los productos, desarrollo de procesos, todo esto se puede trabajar en forma conjunta. Sí se puede dar la asesoría a cada empresa, pero hay que pensar, digamos, como en clústeres que pueden beneficiarse de ciertos temas y ciertos negocios para poder empujar, y efectivamente se requiere de apoyo. No, yo creo que no todo el apoyo debe de ser público, mucho lo pueden poner en forma consorciada entre ellos, pero el hecho de que el gobierno intervenga ayuda no solo a dar un fertilizante que hace que crezca eso mucho más rápido y más, sino también aglomerarlos a todos, ¿no? Funciona como un pegamento que ayuda a que todos trabajen en conjunto. Entonces, creo que eso nos puede ayudar mucho también en los ecosistemas digitales. Y en este momento ya les pediría a ustedes si tienen algún comentario adicional para el auditorio en términos del cierre con relación a los temas que hemos platicado hoy. Adelante, quien quiera participar. Andrés.
Sí, bueno, ahorita que estaba platicando Luis de los retos a los que nos enfrentamos, sí, la verdad es que, bueno, tenemos, y lo platicaba León también hace rato, el reto de la información, y eso, cuando estás con los empresarios y con los productores, ¿y ahora qué? O sea, ¿en dónde checo permisos y regulaciones para la importación de un producto a otro país? Porque yo, por ejemplo, en Alibaba les pido que pongan su producto FOB en el puerto de salida y que hagan 2 corridas diferentes en puertos diferentes. Pero si el comprador llega y les pide una cotización CIF o puesto en su almacén y ellos quieren tomar esa orden, pues tendrán que hacer la cotización. Pero para hacerla tendrán que revisar si tienen la capacidad de meter el producto al país de llegada. ¿Quién te da esa información? ¿En dónde encuentran esa información? Es algo que los frena muchísimo. Y me dice entonces, pero entonces tengo que conseguir esto para los 192 países en los que están en la plataforma. No necesariamente. A partir de la data que vaya generando la plataforma, vamos viendo cuáles son los siguientes países que podemos explorar. Pero para una empresa grande es bastante sencillo. Para una empresa pequeña, ¿en dónde comienzas? Es bien complicado. Y otro tema que me preocupa, que viene para todas, pero para las pequeñas va incluso a ser más complicado, son las regulaciones que se están aprobando en Reino Unido, Europa, para comprobación de la sustentabilidad y procesos de los proveedores. Ahora va a ser responsabilidad del comprador en Europa demostrar que su proveedor en México está cumpliendo con todos los requisitos de Naciones Unidas para la sustentabilidad. Entonces, es caro ser sustentable para las empresas. Solamente los diagnósticos son caros. El entender qué tienen que hacer. Entonces, desde ahí tenemos que empezar a pensar en cómo los vamos a apoyar a ser lo suficientemente competitivos, porque una cosa es la oportunidad ahí está, los compradores ahí están, la plataforma ahí está, pero si no apoyamos a las empresas mexicanas para tener un nivel de competitividad que les permita realmente acceder a estos mercados, difícilmente podrán tener transacciones. Entonces, son más retos que todos los días siguen saliendo, pero pues que al final del día tenemos que trabajar en conjunto para que se vayan solucionando.
Excelente, interesantísimo. Andrés, nos dejas temas de reflexión que vamos a tener que seguir trabajando. Luis, ¿algún comentario?
Pues primero agradecerles, muy interesante toda la conversación, la discusión. Gracias a León, Andrés y a ti, Leonardo, por sus contribuciones y felicitarlos por su trabajo a los tres. Pues decirle a la audiencia que cualquier duda que tengan respecto al trabajo, a los servicios que damos en la Secretaría de Economía, no duden en contactarnos, en conectarme si es el caso. Mi correo es luis.godoy@economia.gov.mx. Y pues como mensaje final, yo les diría a las MIPYMES que me imagino que las que nos van a ver están ya súper digitalizadas, pero quizás muchas de ellas todavía están buscando alternativas para mercados globales. Eh, mi mensaje principal creo que es que se animen a encontrar esos mercados globales. Aquí ya vieron tres alternativas, tres formas de acercarse. Por una parte, Alibaba realmente ofrece buenas alternativas para encontrar compradores en el exterior. Por el otro, León David mostró el caso, yo creo que bastante exitoso, que también digamos, si son empresas agro, les invito a que se vinculen. Y finalmente, pues lo que nosotros estamos haciendo en la Secretaría de Economía trata de apoyar todo esto y les invito a que visiten nuestras plataformas digitales, Data México, Export MX, Comercio MX, Invest in México, entre otras. Y pues bueno, pues muchas gracias a todos por su atención.
Excelente, mil gracias Luis. Este panel de expertos es una referencia para todos los que nos están viendo y pueden apoyarse en ellos. León David, ¿algún comentario final?
También agradecer a los tres, se aprende mucho en estos paneles. Uno dice que viene a exponer, pero yo voy recogiendo ideas de ustedes que me nutren. Pues yo cerraría diciendo que las MIPYMES son realmente el corazón de la economía en nuestro país, ¿no? Y que las necesitamos para que siga creciendo el empleo y que nos vaya mejor. Y hay que cuidarlas. Y yo haría ahí un llamado, no a las MIPYMES, sino al gobierno, al ejecutivo y al legislativo, que son los principales involucrados en el tema de financiamiento. Como bien dices, Leonardo, no se tiene que resolver con financiamiento público, pero el financiamiento público es fundamental y en todos los países de la OCDE, las naciones invierten, el Estado-Nación invierte en sus MIPYMES y los apoya y los financia para que salgan adelante. Yo creo que un buen ejemplo es el caso del Centro de Innovación, pero el llamado es a que se requiere más apoyo, se requiere más financiamiento de proyectos productivos, se requiere más apoyo para las MIPYMES para que logremos esto que se ha hablado aquí. Y creo que es una responsabilidad del presupuesto de egresos de la Federación que pasa por el Ejecutivo y los legisladores de la Cámara Baja, ¿no? Entonces, un llamado a que tomen esa responsabilidad y se refleje en el presupuesto.
Pues esto que dices, León David, va a tener impacto no solo en México, sino en todo el mundo, porque se está observando globalmente. Son lecciones que hemos recibido de los expertos en la materia. Realmente fue un panel súper enriquecedor. Gente que, como ustedes han visto, conoce los detalles de un tema que es relativamente complejo, pero que tratamos de acercar a ustedes con el ánimo de poder ayudar a estos pequeños negocios a subirse. Vamos a agradecer mucho que lo compartan con todos aquellos que puedan ser, los que les pueda ser útil esta información, y es un gusto que tengan un excelente día hoy en el día digital de la Global Digital Week. Hasta luego.
Muchas gracias, hasta luego.
Gracias, que estén muy bien.
Well, welcome, Neil. Welcome, Neil, to Global Digital Week. And we're delighted to have you, Neil. And for the people watching, I just want to give them a little bit of information about you. You're a lifelong politician, heavily involved in education on an international field, Europe and Asia. You sit on many boards, you chair many boards, and you're really in the education space, aren't you? And I want to dig deeper into your educational experience and go through some of the areas that you've been involved in today. Would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself, Neil?
Well, thank you very much, Christina. I have been involved in education, as you say, for a long, long time. And I continue to be so because I think it's actually of fundamental importance to our economy, our society, and our role in the sort of the global sphere. So it seems to me that we have got to get education right. And by that, I mean every education from start to finish, from the day you're born until you can be educated no longer. So that is my approach. And I've always believed that we should have high quality education which recognizes the changing economy as we see it, and also anticipates the role of technology.
Yes, Neil, and we're in change now. We're in a period of change where what we thought when we were younger has completely changed, and our consumers, the people that we're educating, have completely changed. Even different generations have different expectations on how they receive information and for example, duration of content, how it's delivered. Have you seen those changes as you've chaired boards throughout your career?
Absolutely, I have. When I started off, we were circulated with papers a few days beforehand, etc. And now, of course, it's all by electronic activity. And of course, COVID has meant that we're all Zooming and Microsoft Teamsing and so on. So it's completely changed the way in which we communicate. But the essence of communication hasn't changed, which is it is very important and must be done. My predecessor as Member of Parliament for Stroud once regretted that the time for cool, calm deliberation would end just because we've got a cable attached between London and Washington. And he was the Foreign Secretary at the time, Lord John Russell.
Well, I know that you're heavily involved. You're the Chief Executive of UK-China Culture and Education Cooperation. Now, that's a long title. I want you to tell us about what that is, what it involves, and then I'll ask you a follow-up question on that.
Well, thank you, Christina. UCEC, that's the shortened version, and the one I keep on using, is a British company charged with the task of finding what's best about education in Britain, chiefly in the early years sector, but not exclusively so, and making it possible for people in China to benefit from it. So that is about choosing the right kind of learning modules, education services, and so on, making them adaptable for China, and making sure that people can seize them. And that's actually the marketing aspect of it. So that's really what we do. We're also interested in creating children's centres or family centres, if you like. They haven't started yet, chiefly because of COVID. But when they do, they'll further enhance our reach into China.
That's fabulous. Are you actually thinking of taking it into any other markets?
Well, China's pretty big. Every year, 15 million babies are born, and China has plenty of opportunity. But I have actually worked in countries like Myanmar, for example, with a different label. I was actually advising the then Parliament on how to act really as a sort of a democratic chamber with the usual characteristics of being charged with the task of holding the government accountable and so on. But I actually did a lot in education there as well. So yes, China is not the only place, but I will focus on that for the time being.
Well, there'll be many people watching this who are also in the education space. There will also people be watching, if you like, from different governments around the world, and they'll be trying to transfer knowledge from one place to the next. Do you have any guidance or warnings about transferring content or courses and knowledge?
I think the first thing I would say is you've got to remember that lifting up something which looks good in one country might not land particularly well in another unless you take into account cultural differences, differences of process, administration even, and certainly obviously language. So you have to localize, if you like, the material that you are taking abroad. And I think the best way to do that is have the right set of partners in the country to which you are promoting your products. So in the case of UCEC, we've got really good relationships with universities and education institutes in China. And I think that's absolutely critical to the success of our model.
I couldn't agree more, because this conference, it is about technology, but you've got to have brilliant partners, haven't you? Well thought through partners aligned in the mission that you're trying to move forward.
Yes, you do. You've got to choose your partners well and develop a relationship with them, which is based on trust, transparency, and ease of exchange of ideas and so on. I do that. Obviously, between United Kingdom and China, we're challenged by distance, but also the impact of COVID, because we can't get to China right now, or certainly not easily. So it's getting up early in the morning and doing the Zoom meetings then and so on. But it really is essential to build relationships. But I do that, of course, in the United Kingdom as well, because China is represented here, and many of our partners who are working with us in this project are based here. So it's also important to take into account their interests, needs, and values, if you like.
And it's fair to say that we were increasingly using technology to communicate the way we are now and with our partners. But when COVID hit, we were thrown into it. I think everybody will agree that we all had to start learning tools that we'd had no experience of in the past. That's been a challenge for everybody.
I think that's absolutely right. Let's not forget face-to-face meetings have their value. We first met at a face-to-face meeting, yes, I like them. I think that Zoom meetings can be often a little bit too transactional. Yes. And I think that face-to-face meetings are better for developing ideas and strategy. But a combination of both is really important. I'm looking forward to getting back out to China because I want to see people face-to-face, because that's how you can read the body language, etc., as much as anything else. And I do think that all forms of communication need to be used.
Yeah, I think you're right. And what I'm hearing from businesses, it's going to be a bit of a hybrid model. And I think what's going to happen, we're going to start meeting face-to-face more, because I think most people prefer it. But we'll be able to add value to our meetings or take away actions and have quick catch-up, just like we are now, rather than waiting for the next meeting. I think things will move faster and be more efficient with the use of technology now for collaboration.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, because of course it's easier to follow up through this sort of technology and so on. But I do think you've got to network as well, and you can't just sort of switch on your Zoom and start networking from home. You have to know the people really before you start Zooming. So the networking activity, the networking function is still important and still needs to be done.
Yeah, I totally agree. Now, Neil, I'd like to move on to your role as chair of the Pearson Commission for Education, Work, Life and the Changing Economy. I'm particularly interested in a changing economy because this is an international conference. So many countries are looking to change and adapt what they do for their economy. Do you have any advice or models or best practice or insights that you can share on what you guys were looking at that time?
Well, our commission, as you say, was looking at the changing economy and actually thinking about how skills can be cultivated, developed across the piece to meet the needs of the changing economy. But you do need to know what the economy is changing into so that you can plan the skills and requirements going forward. So what is happening? Well, obviously, we've talked already about communication, and that's a characteristic which is obviously changing. But there are other things as well, and that is the type of activity we're doing. Manufacturing still happens, but often in a different way. It's not sort of car manufacturing where cars are coming down the line and one after the other, but quite often bespoke models and so on. And so you're needing to think about supply chains, you're needing to think about the workforce that all participates in that. I remember going to a factory in East Germany, a Porsche car factory, where, of course, at one time, the Soviet Union were dominant and East Germany was in a communist situation and things weren't very efficient at all. But this car factory looked really good and I was impressed by the supply chain. And this really leads me to my first key point about the work of the Commission, because the supply chain not only included the obvious, like batteries and tires and so on, but actually schools, colleges and universities. Porsche were thinking not just about the raw materials, but about the human resources and where they came from and how to cultivate them. So I think one of the big changes is exactly that. And you see that in the Republic of Korea, where there's a huge interest with big conglomerates in what the education system is producing so that they can benefit from a workforce which is primed and ready. So that is one of the big changes, the relationship basically between education providers and the professions, the employers. I think the next big change is the way in which customers are able to basically navigate everywhere for anything. It seems to me that that is clearly going to actually encourage more of the bespoke specialist product services requirements. I think it's also going to mean that businesses just simply have to be even more sure-footed in understanding what the market looks like and reactive to those understandings. So those are the key changes. And I think the final point I would make is that the economies are changing between each other. By that I mean, obviously, United States, the European Union have been dominant economic powers and will remain so, but they are being challenged by emerging powers from elsewhere. Obviously China, but India too, and other countries as well. And so this is not just a question of thinking, well, what am I doing internally to be competitive? We have to be competitive everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely, Neil. And I think it's also important in terms of resilience with climate change and with technology that we need to monitor our supply chains because they are now increasingly international, global. And as we put our own agenda together to transform our businesses, our business models and what we do and who we work with, sometimes it's easy to forget that we need to monitor our supply chain, the people who provide us, and how resilient are they, and how are they advancing in technology. Have you guys had any conversations about that, or do you have any insight?
Yeah, I think there's several things to say about this important area of supply chains. One is actually reputation, protecting your reputation. Dyson have recently come into trouble because of sourcing some products from areas in Asia, which are just simply not good enough in terms of management and treatment of people. So I think it's really critical that firms recognize this question of reputation. They don't want to be connected to an outfit which simply has practices which are unacceptable. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is that you've got to make sure that you've got good relationships with your suppliers, wherever they happen to be. Now, the United Kingdom has taken the extraordinary decision to make things harder for most of its supply chain because, of course, we've left the European Union and therefore created a lot of friction between ourselves and suppliers. This is having a devastating effect on many parts of our economy. So I think the second lesson is that wherever you happen to be, you've got to make every effort to have good relationships with your suppliers. So protecting your supply chain, and that means good relationships, obviously, with China, for example, if you're in the Indochina area or whatever. And I think that is absolutely critical. And the third thing about supply chains, we've seen so easily how they can be disrupted by the incident in the Suez Canal, for example, where the boat basically blocked. And it makes us remember that supply chains, trade generally, is really intense and it's really significant. And if we don't act in a way that protects those chains, then we'll be at risk. And of course, risks come from all sorts of directions. We're confronting one potentially now, given the situation in the Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to move on now to the point that you are the founder of the Festival of Manufacturing and Engineering. And so I'm wondering why you were the founder of it. What was your motivation for it? And was it received well? Did people take action? And where is money being spent?
Well, those are three really good questions. When I first became Member of Parliament for Stroud, I was absolutely astounded to hear the Association of Secondary Heads tell me that the days of manufacturing were pretty much over, and none of their pupils would be heading into manufacturing. Well, even when they said it, I thought they were wrong, because I knew that 25% of all jobs in the Stroud district were actually connected to manufacturing. And so I thought to myself, if the schools don't understand the importance of manufacturing, even though they can actually, in most cases, see a factory from their staff window, how are we going to really get young people to think about jobs in engineering and manufacturing? So that is why I started it off. And we were really successful, because what I found was that large numbers of companies across the area were really thinking the same thing as I was, that we need more people to come to our factories with the skills and so on. And so it was really easy for me to get Renishaw and other great companies to sign up and say, we'll support you. Even Airbus down in Bristol were fantastic supporters. And I got support from all over the place, including the Prince of Wales, who came to open one of the festivals. And I was really pleased about that, because I know that he was interested, still is interested in this sort of area. And so to have sort of the future king in Stroud giving his support of the project was really helpful. So that was why I did it, and that's how it unfolded.
Well, so can you tell me what kind of achievements or what kind of insights and knowledge transfer was taking place because of the festival? What do you think people were learning? Was it more a transfer of knowledge to educators so they have an understanding and appreciation of what was going on?
Well, that latter point's certainly true. I did notice that schools were certainly thinking more about engineering, mathematics, the STEM subjects in general. So that was good. But what I was most pleased about was actually the number of people who went into apprenticeship schemes with firms, local firms, to proceed down in there. I noticed that a lot of them were going to Filton to learn about aviation with Airbus. Renishaws were really good. They recruited large numbers of apprentices throughout every year, and so on. And I saw the traffic of pupils going in their direction. So I was really pleased with the progress and success there. And I was sorry when I lost my seat that it wasn't going to be as successful going forward. But I certainly feel that sort of thing is a good thing to do.
Yeah, things are often driven by the passion of an individual, aren't they? But you know, Neil, I think this is a common discussion globally about the language between business and educators and closing that gap in the awareness. And so I think there's a big piece in that place that we need to tackle, and other countries need to tackle. It's like a completely different language, isn't it? A different way to look at things.
You're completely right about that. And we really do need to, switch the lights on, so to speak, in both the world of manufacturing and engineering, but of course, actually the world of business. It's not just the making of things, but it's everything else as well. Because I think you learn such a lot by doing that. And meeting people, learning about their experiences, and actually sometimes seeing the problems and helping to solve those problems is all good for the sector as a whole. So I'm a great believer in people working together. And I admire, for example, the German economy, which insists on having chambers which are both statutory and compulsory, so that all businesses are involved in the sort of relationship building with schools and colleges and so on. And I think that's one of the reasons why the German economy is so much more productive than our own, because the workforce is already imbued with the ideas that it needs to have to go forward. But of course, we're not just talking about Europe, and I've started to see the same things when I was in China. That sort of real interest in understanding the relationship between education and business, especially in the field of robotics, where I was working in.
Yeah, I think you're so right, and that brings me to that point about trying to create an environment where people are curious to find out more. We had a conversation about at the HR panel, and that was about human resource professionals. Well, there's different levels of human resource professionals and different disciplines, but about the importance to understand technology, the future of technology, and how it can really impact the business, help the business grow, or help an organization achieve its objectives. And I think also in the education space, this needs to happen too. I know there are many forward-thinking teachers. I know there are brilliant people out there, but we can't have brilliant people. We need more. It needs to be everywhere. I'll quote Rohit Talwar, it needs to be intimate. We need to intimately be curious about how we can do things better and how we can serve our clients better, like our students or our employees. So I think that using these tools, but also using these tools to understand the more detailed tools that you can use in a business, like AI and robotics and so on.
I completely agree with you, and I think it's so important to encourage people to be open-minded about technology, and AI, robotics, and so on are there. When I was at school, there we were learning to multiply and divide with a slide rule, I remember the argument whether or not a calculator should be used in the classroom, and I thought that the attitude to that was really conservative with a small c. You need to be more ambitious. You need to be thinking, well, actually, this is a technology which they need to learn, so they might as well get on with it now. It doesn't mean to say you won't understand the principles of addition and multiplication and so on, but you do need to know what a calculator can do. So I just would extend that point to say, well, look, whatever technology is coming along, we need to embrace it. Obviously, some will fail because some technologies do not succeed. But the other key point about technology is today that we think, well, we've got it all. We are busy doing this because we've got laptops and all of the rest. But tomorrow there'll be a completely new set of technologies, which will replace the ones we hold dear now. In other words, we've got to be prepared for perpetual change, and technology will always develop. There'll be always something new. And my guess is it'll carry on as it has done during the last century in a sort of exponential way. We will always be seeing new stuff. And I'm reminded of the alleged story about President McKinley, who speculated about saving money, and he was told the best way to do that was to abolish the patents office, because the steam engine, the telegraph and repeater rifle had all been invented, and there wasn't much else to invent. Well, that was in the end of the 1800s. We know what happened next, and we should also therefore understand what might happen tomorrow. We need to get that firmly embedded in our education system.
Yes, and also at the board level in our companies, because I'd like people to consider, are they talking about how they can improve what they do with technology at their monthly board meetings? Is there someone there with that agenda, somebody with the responsibility to really delve into what competitions are doing or what the possibilities are? And I know a lot of big companies invest a lot of money and they do have people doing this, But a lot of the small companies, which is most of our business community, small and medium-sized organizations, often they don't have time. But I think at this time, it's really critical that they do have it at the board level agenda. So actually, they're aware that they should be asking these questions and looking for solutions to be more efficient and more effective.
You're quite right, Christina. And the small and medium-sized companies are often firefighting, dealing with things that are happening, which require emergency action. And the larger firms are more likely to think about the issues more holistically, more imaginatively. That gives Britain, at least, a problem because, of course, the number of small businesses we have here is massive as compared to other countries. And the number of larger firms, what we'd call a Mittelstand in Germany or something similar in America, is actually much more numerous elsewhere. And so we need to think about how we get our firms to grow so that they can actually do that kind of big thinking stuff, which you have mentioned, because that's, I think, one of the sort of helpful conditions where that big thinking can take place. But all firms need to, take a bit of time to think about technology, think about, how the economy is emerging, think about what the workforce is doing and how it might change and so on, because you need to do that.
I think this is where there's a good opportunity for the big companies to look after their supply chain and transfer knowledge with their supply chain and make sure they're at the standard they need to be.
Well, this takes us right back to the earlier point we were making about the importance of good relationships with supply chains. Because, of course, a large company often does have a range of smaller ones producing, say, one or two things, but one or two things which are really important to the bigger project. Funny enough, Airbus, which I've already mentioned in the context of the Festival of Manufacturing and Engineering, is exactly a case in point. They were looking around my constituency for suppliers of paneling and so forth in aircraft. And Airbus were sensible enough to understand that they had to have a good relationship with their suppliers so that quality was always guaranteed, that product would arrive in time in plenty of numbers, and so on. And this is crucial, that the suppliers could adapt to changes in the aircraft itself. So when new models were being considered or updates were being considered, then change could be easily accommodated. So yes, you're absolutely right. And I think that is a very important point, and the big corporates do need to do it.
Thanks a lot, Neil. Now, I know that you have a farming background, a little bit, so you could tell us a bit about that. And I know that many people involved in this conference also have a lot of involvement in agribusiness. For most of the countries I go to have more involvement in agribusiness than we do in the UK. And I know technology is heavy there. So I wanted to ask you, can you give us an idea of what the conversations are taking place in that world and where the investment is going, which equipment, or what the future looks like for agribusiness?
Well, that's a really good question. When I was a farmer 25 years ago, that's more or less when I stopped being a farmer to go properly into politics. Farming was doing quite well. It was relatively easy to make a profit, certainly in the United Kingdom, because just keep an eye on your marginal costs. But even then, products were becoming, let's say, more refined because the consumer was wanting them to be more refined. And technology was also playing a huge role in making it easier to produce more and more of whatever it is you were producing. So I'm thinking not just of fertilizers and the obvious things like that, but actually techniques and processes as well. Now, I have returned to the farm, so to speak, and my aunt Lizzie tells me I'm a hobby farmer, which is absolutely right. But I'm noticing the huge differences between now and 1998, 99. One of them, obviously, is the impact of farm machinery and the size of it and the technical capacities of it. And clearly, the big machinery manufacturers have really done quite well. And the interesting thing to note here is those that have developed new products and kept a pace with progress, John Deere, New Holland, and so on, have really thrived because they've almost created new markets for their products by demonstrating the value of their products. And I think that's a very important point. The other interesting thing is, of course, agriculture, like any other sector, is regulated, but agriculture is regulated in really quite intense ways because nobody wants to be eating the wrong kind of food, and so on. So regulations are dominating the world of agriculture in a way that perhaps they don't dominate elsewhere. I think it's really interesting to see how the markets are responding to those sort of circumstances. And that, I think, is something which this sector does need to take into account because, of course, regulatory situations are different from one place to another. And then, of course, last but not least, we mustn't overlook the fact that some people are still hungry. And the system has to, deal with that particular question. And there are still places in the world, and I've seen them in Myanmar, where processes are as old as centuries ago, and therefore the scale of production is very limited, and the quality of the food produced is not good. So we have to tackle that as well. And I think it's a great opportunity for business to help in that field.
I think that's great that you've mentioned that, because although this is Global Digital Week and it's a focus on technology, but it's also a focus on technology and how it can also be a force for good. So, for example, some of those successful farmers and the advances that they'll have things to contribute to those small subsistence farmers in other countries. And again, it's that matching of needs and support, and how to be a good company, a good citizen, to transfer the knowledge and transfer how you run your business.
Yeah, well, corporate social responsibility is, or whatever you want to call it, and people are rightly adding the environment into that, is a good thing. And because we've all starting to understand just how important it is to look after our environment, we have to translate that into actions in the field in terms of agriculture, for instance. And the sensible person recognizes that's the obvious thing to do, because what you don't want is the sort of repetition of the Dust Bowl problem in the United States, for example, or the toxification of land elsewhere because of other practices which were not appropriate. And so we do have to think about most policy areas much more holistically than before. But if agriculture does not respond to the need to also protect the environment, then of course it puts itself at risk.
Yeah, and I think Neil, it's not likely that we're going to have as much support from governments. There's a lot on the agenda at the moment. There's always support from governments, but there's nothing better than industries getting together to collaborate and innovate to see how they can do things better as an industry. So I think we all have to come together in different ways to contribute to the solution.
Yes, we do. You can't just rely on government, because if we're talking about a global economy, then you've got quite a lot of governments, each to think their own ways forward. And so you're not going to get everything as consistent as you might imagine, although there isn't increasing evidence that governments are working together to bring about good outcomes. But you're quite right. Business has a real opportunity and also responsibility to work together to deal with some of these issues. And as I've already pointed out about John Deere and New Holland and so on, manufacturing products which are making agricultural production easier and more efficient, but also more environmentally responsible across the whole globe. That's businesses looking for the opportunities in that way. And that's exactly what they should do, but we need to see more of it.
Yeah, that's great. Now, I want to move on to you recently taken on a new role. Is it chair of Talent ED?
Yeah, talent. Talent Ed.
Ed, is that how?
Yeah,
Can
it's a
you tell me
voluntary
about
role. It's a voluntary role, but I was proud and pleased to do it. One of the difficulties that we've got in this country is that there are really far too many children who are not, let's say, getting the best out of the education system because of the impact of social deprivation, inequalities across the area, and so on. That is a complete disgrace, really. We need to make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity. That's good for society. It's also good for the economy. Therefore, what we're doing is saying, look, those who need extra support through tutoring, we're going to provide it. The government is actually supporting this through its national tutor program, but we are one of the key deliverers, we're active in the Midlands, in London, and increasingly in the North. And I'm really pleased that we're helping so many young people, get the best out of themselves for the future that they richly deserve.
That's wonderful. It's great that there are so many other players rather than just the traditional educational system. There's a lot of focus. Lots of people are doing different things, different projects to support young people, because we recognize it's a different world, and everybody needs to help, especially with what's just happened with COVID, because they have suffered a lot trying to make sense of what's going on. So, if they were disadvantaged before, it's going to be worse for a period of time.
You're completely right. And COVID certainly put the magnifying glass on that, and actually the multiplier as well. But we have to face up the fact that for too long we've had far too many children not being properly supported. And that is something we need to put right. I think it requires reform elsewhere in the education system. And I'm busy writing a book to explain what those reforms should be. That will be published in May, so stand by for that. But as it is really important that we recognise that a child who is born in a nice part of London is obviously fortunate and lucky, but a child born in some part of the north or a coastal area, for example, where we know performance is not good, you've simply got to put that right. And we cannot have our people in this country having such a detrimental impact to the start of their life as we do have. Now, this applies to other countries as well, some less so than us, some more so. And so wherever you are, the important thing is to look to see if your education system is giving every young person the chance that they need.
Yeah, I think you're so right, because the educational system can only go so far, and I have seen this in other countries, and that's why it's so important, as you say, to engage the local stakeholders, people who know on the ground. They'll have the solutions. They just need a little bit of empowerment, direction, or a model to follow, something that's been successful in the past. So I'm pleased to see this taking place, but the more we can get coordinated and more of it, the better we'll be. And finally, I'd like to, this is my final question about how you keep up with technology. What do you do to stay ahead of the game?
Well, I'm actually quite interested in technology. You've pointed to my interest in agriculture. I like to see that. I'm actually interested in energy technology. I'm just naturally curious about how we can create things which do a better job than what we've already got. And so when I see that happening, I show interest. I'm not an engineer myself, but I have taken things apart, put things together, and wondered how they could work in a more efficient manner and so forth. And the other thing that I think is really important is that you use technology in the way that's intended, but also perhaps also in an imaginative way too, because that's what I've learned about robotics and artificial intelligence. both are kind of talked about as if there's some sort of, holy grail, but actually both can be applied quite easily now to situations that we've got. Artificial intelligence, for example, in social care arenas, to helping people with disabilities. It's a classic example. And robotics, and not just in repetitive manufacturing, but in so many other possible ways of helping the environment, for example, by enhancing the marine life is an example. So that's what I think we can do with technology, and that's really what I try to do myself.
I think I do appreciate your insights here, Neil, and for sharing everything with our audience today. I've totally enjoyed it. And I think you'd probably agree that, being curious in this space is really important for everybody. Getting used to using technology to communicate and moving over the fear, I think is also important. There are lots of resources out there, lots of trainings, documentaries, tours, networking. But once you realize the area that you're trying, the industry you're in, or the area you want to go into, diving deeper and getting yourself in networks where people are talking about these things, and all of a sudden you become more knowledgeable about them. And I would recommend that would be the way to go for maybe some of the young students or young entrepreneurs watching this conference. Yeah,
I completely agree with you, Christina. I think that's exactly right.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attention, and thank you to Neil Carmichael for giving us his insights in the education panel. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, well, hello, Federico. Hello, Alfonso. Hello, Chase. It's a pleasure to be with you here in this panel for Global Institute for Digital Competitiveness. Today, we're going to talk about cybersecurity. That's a topic that I love to speak about. And I want to take advantage of having you right now in this panel to know what do you think about a few things about cybersecurity. I want to know your perception of some of these topics related to cybersecurity. And I have a first question. We all know post-pandemics have taught us that there are virtual ways to complete our tasks, and even have made it possible to do a virtual work from anywhere in the world. What do you think is the main challenge today for cybersecurity in this digital society?
Great question.
You get. Should we? Do you want to choose who answers it, Juan Carlos, so to make it equal?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you want to choose who answers it?
Yes, okay.
Like a game show, like a game show.
Okay. Well, let's start with Federico. What do you think, Federico?
It's an excellent question. Due to the fact that, as you know, in New Relic, observability has no limits, right? Anything with a digital pulse is considered an area that we ingest the data from. One thing that I think many people forget is that there are two environments when it comes to data and security. There's what we call the controlled environment, the uncontrolled environment, right? Now, under the controlled environment, there's an arsenal of tools that we all buy, purchase, services, use, specialties like the gentleman over here that are accompanying us, right? That means because we're controlling the network, we're controlling the applications, and even on the cloud level, due to the clout that every company has, we're able to do that. However, when things are transacted outside of the control environment, and most people don't realize it, is through the mobile applications, to the laptops, and any device that's accessing any of our services, those are uncontrolled environments. And so much occurs in that area, gigantic amounts. And this is where most companies really have not looked at ways to protect themselves. So I would say making it very clear what is controlled and uncontrolled, I believe, is the biggest challenge right now. And that goes beyond just access per se.
Thank you, Federico. We work in threat hunting precisely about trust boundaries, and I find your answer very enlightening about it. Alfonso, what do you think?
So I basically agree with Federico. I think that one of the biggest challenges that companies are currently facing on this new era, I think, is that companies have been building cybersecurity architectures and have been investing in several tools of cybersecurity for years, and now you don't have a firewall in the home of your employee, right? So it's like now you need to figure it out some ways on how you can protect your data, how you can control in some way, some of the behaviors that most of your employees or users are going to do at their home. So I mean, it's a complete different game change in this aspect of, working remotely at home. So I think this is why there are several new technologies, startup or companies or products or services that are, of course, helping to companies to adopt those new type of cybersecurities or technologies that will allow or are allowing to them to protect better their data, right? So I think that we are seeing a new space of new type of technologies, product and services that will allow to these companies to protect better their data. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we are facing now.
All right, thank you very much. What do you think, Chase?
That's a great question. The biggest issue we see with COVID or post-COVID, the shift to remote work, is it's exacerbated and made much worse a problem that's been around for a long time, which is protecting endpoints. Endpoints, they're the 70% of these attacks are against endpoints or ransomware attacks. Extortionware attacks are going after endpoints. Of course, we're focused on protecting small businesses, so we pay a lot of attention to that. But all these remote work environments have made the business of protecting endpoints way more important than it ever was.
Absolutely.
And what that means essentially is that cyber criminals have a much easier time getting access to endpoints in these remote work environments, which means working in Starbucks, working from home. And majority of the goodies, if you will, and assets that cyber criminals are looking for are on these endpoints. An endpoint, of course, meaning a desktop or a laptop or a server. But in terms of your question, it really means remote workers at home on their laptops on these insecure wireless networks. So endpoints were already a big problem. They're an even bigger problem today in terms of protecting. And we see that a lot of small SMBs, but in particular small businesses and consumers aren't even aware that this is a massive problem. They hear about cybersecurity, they hear about network security, they hear about, the industry, I think, has a really big marketing problem, but a lot of people don't realize how incredibly vulnerable they are with their computer at home. And there's really not many solutions to protect a lot of little guys. And so anyway, that obviously is our focus, but to me, that's the reason why you're seeing such a massive increase in ransom attacks is all this remote work.
Okay, Federico, do you think a data-oriented approach for cybersecurity? What do you think about a data-oriented approach to cybersecurity?
Ideal, but very unrealistic. I mean,
Okay.
again, coming back to areas that you would think are controlled and uncontrolled. Let me add more color to that, based upon, for example, what Chase just shared, right? In the area of observability, which of course New Relic we're a leader in that. A lot of our customers use our technology again to observe their controlled environments. And even if you're talking about areas like Starbucks or stores that you go in, but there are two factors that are very, very important. And talk about data, right? When you think about data, you think about files or messages, and that's great, and that's all good stuff. But how about the data that is within a facility, right? If you think about a coffee shop, you may not think that, but that POS that is not usually owned by them, there's a lot of rich data there, right? Or even, and I know it sounds very, very crazy out there, but even the coffee machines or the air conditioning systems or the human resources scan-ins, these all have data, and all confidential data that is not even, as Chase put it, if I may say, endpoints that they're not even looking at. They're not even including it in their observability mix.
Okay.
My role, one of my roles, now my third year at New Relic, is to have them see the observability has to mean your entire business. And when you're talking about all these areas, that's how we describe them as black boxes and blind spots. Areas of data that are very important and urgent to your business, but there's little or no observability. So we like to work with people that are specialties in this area in security, that understand, identify those black boxes, and we are able to actually, with them, not only they protect it and we observe, and together is the best way that I know that I can do that. So again, the data concept is great if you understand that data is more than just messages and documents.
Okay, Federico, just because you work with observability, that's why I asked you that question specifically.
Thank you.
And yes, of course, we've seen in the past hackers getting access to coffee machines. We saw that in DEF CON a few years ago.
Yes, you see?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I have another question for you guys. Cybercriminals are making headlines every day with some sophisticated attacks targeting production lines, and also with less sophisticated attacks like phishing and impersonation. Who do you think are more vulnerable today, people or companies? Let's start with Alfonso for that question.
Sure. So, I mean, the companies are vulnerable by people, right? So I mean, the biggest concern in companies. You can acquire the best cybersecurity technology, and if you don't have, I don't know, policies, or if you didn't invest a little bit on training people in terms of, improve cybersecurity culture and all of that, at the end, so the same people, you will have a lot of concerns or a lot of risk in terms of cybercrime or cyber attacks. So in my opinion, if we want to split the part of companies and people, I think it's people, because at least companies have a budget and they can invest on technologies or on maybe on they have money to invest and acquire some specific type of technologies to protect their data or whatever. In terms of people, they don't have even the knowledge of why they need to protect their data. So they don't even care to understand, or they don't even have the specific knowledge on, maybe using an antivirus, or why privacy is important, or what is phishing, or why they should understand better about some specific topics. So I think people in that specific case, I think they are more vulnerable than companies.
Okay, what do you think, Chase? Companies or people?
Actually, I think it's both. But people are obviously vulnerable. People are the ones clicking on the bogus phishing link or going to the weird porn site and getting the ransomware, the malware, extortionware, etc. But see, the problem that, well, at least from our perspective, again, we're focused around small businesses and consumers. There is, in particular businesses, they're not protecting their endpoints. Again, coming back to endpoints again, they're actually, they take these actions after they're attacked or after they have to pay a ransom, or, in Bitcoin or in cryptocurrency. So they're kind of equally negligible, because if small businesses were out investing more in protecting their endpoints, you would have a significant drop in the volume of potential phishing attacks that would be blocked against, people, right? But the problem is that those protections are not in place. A lot of these new technologies, this AI and machine learning are incredibly advanced today and can block a lot more attacks than they used to be able to do, at least around endpoints. So I believe there'd be a significant reduction in attacks. Humans would be less, you're basically putting a limiter on a human, because they're going to do something stupid or bad anyway, and the AI and the technology can watch out for them better.
Okay, in the end, I believe companies are made by people, right? So if some person, if one employee does something bad, it will have an impact on the whole company. I believe that thin line that in the past used to separate companies from people is getting thinner and even non-existent in these days. Or what do you think, Federico?
Well, I believe it's even a lot greater than we think. As we're very data driven, as you put it, companies in a traditional manner have been doing a lot of the job for the hackers by creating data lakes. Now, I don't want to go against anybody that loves data lakes, but what are you actually doing? You're collecting all the important information, you're sticking it somewhere, and because of the technologies around creating that, you're creating honey spots for hackers to go into. I don't need to hack your whole system. I just need to find where you're storing your data lake, how you're securing it, and how I can either through people or non-people. That's one thing. The other thing, and again, that comes from our observability industry, is we live in real time. We don't look back at what happened 2 days ago, right? And though observability is evolved from just looking at systems and monitoring in real time to actually observing business, and that's our area. But security also has to happen in real time, right? Just tracing something backward to looking through logs and seeing, that's all good stuff of forensic investigation. But unless you go real time, and unless you actually understand where you're collecting all your data in, without having the focuses on these two, it just makes it too easy to be attacked.
So do you think we should focus on prevention and not on forensics, right?
I believe that, and again, I want to respect all our friends in there that, there's a reason why observability has grown so much. There's a reason why it's gone beyond just looking at monitors and servers and applications. There's a reason why security groups are working with us and feeding us their data in real time, because we're able to correlate activity from what's happening as an attack versus what's happening in the system. So there are many things that occur within a business, small or like gigantic, that are technically not wrong. Nobody hasn't. For example, if you have for some reason 30 transactions of a specific accountant accessing a system in less than 15 minutes, right? That's not really something wrong as long as all the access has been done. But in our world, that's an anomaly. And that's something we can detect in real time, right? If you're looking at security from breaking locks or users that are not qualified, that will only get you so far. Real time and the advances of observability, I think, and again, I'm talking because I'm New Relic, right? Because that's our thing. But unless you're really playing in real time, wow, those guys are in and out before you know it.
Okay, Chase, do you think we are able to do a full prevention today?
For who?
For companies.
No, because I mean, you guys know that there's no 100% fail-safe in cybersecurity. All you can do is try to get as close to that number as possible. It's a statistical inevitability that something will eventually get through. Plus, all the bad guys are just as good, if not as good as the good guys. And that, you guys know this, going to DEF CON and obviously, et cetera. There's a lot of back and forth and switchovers between the parties. So it's never ending. One side gets strong, other side gets stronger, and we get strong, kind of round and round we go. But I think there's a lot that can be done with kind of AI and machine learning. I think what we're seeing happen at least in the endpoint space around artificial intelligence is going to give the ability for small businesses and businesses in general to have a much more thorough level of protection than they ever could have had before, because it's effectively, and as it gets smarter and stronger, it's like adding bodies. It's like having your own SOC team. And so really what's happening is the companies can get stronger and stronger. That will help weed out the little guy attacks and the inexperienced attackers. There will always be experienced attackers. That's never going away. But the whole point here is just to reduce the volume, right? To get on the better side of these statistics, so that the favors and the odds of the odds are in the favor rather of the business.
But how do you think we can fill the gap between that volume reduction and the remaining attacks that could be hit or one company?
Is that for me?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, again, to me and to us, what's happening today and what's so amazing, and what I think is going to be available to small businesses, SMBs, small businesses, really every business, and I think eventually every consumer, is this. And again, we're looking at this from the lens of endpoints. So I'm really responding more from the endpoint perspective. But it's this ability to have machine learning and AI essentially acting as a third-party monitoring and remediation system. So it's able to take its own actions that really didn't exist before, kind of in the traditional EDR, endpoint detection and response space. So now that world is here today, and the ability to run, I think, a 24/7 virtual SOC, anywhere in the world, and to have a combination of those two components is an incredibly powerful evolution of cybersecurity that really, up until recently, only large businesses have been able to have. And so now that's available, really, that's becoming more available to smaller businesses, and I think eventually to consumers. That is an incredible innovation that's going to make it a lot more difficult for at least inexperienced cyber criminals to ransom everyday people.
Okay, thank you. Alfonso, what do you think about security awareness for people? I mean, we've been talking from the endpoint perspective, from the observability, from the company's angle, but we still need to do something about people, right?
Right. Yeah. And as I already said, at the end, companies are built by people, right? And in terms of cybersecurity, even if you invest in the best technologies in the market, if you put all the type of any cybersecurity protection tools, prevention tools, whatever, if you don't invest on cybersecurity culture, on awareness in this case specifically, you will not reach that number that Chase was talking before, right? Like if you want to reduce the risk of having a data leak or whatever, or any type of cyber attack, you need also to invest on cybersecurity awareness. So I think that's one of the things that not most of the companies are doing right now. That's something that, in my personal opinion, you need to improve in terms of your budget, the type of technologies that are available in the market, product, services, policies. I think there is a lot of stuff that companies needs to do. And basically, in my personal opinion, I think that most of the companies that don't reach this a stage where they understand that cybersecurity awareness is very important in a cybersecurity strategy are small and medium companies, right? Maybe a big company has a plan and a strategy in these terms, but medium and small companies don't. So I think this is a huge space that we need to improve in the near future. And yeah, basically to me, it's very important to, comply with a good cybersecurity strategy in terms of applying a good cyber, in this case, cybersecurity awareness program in a company, right?
Yeah, we must protect process, people, and technology.
Right. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. I have my last question, and it's kind of philosophical. What do you think about what do you think about digital government, digital banking, blockchain, but not only as a technology? How to balance privacy versus cybersecurity in digital governments and digital banking?
That's a good one.
That's a good one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, who wants to start?
How to balance, again, just so I understand, how to balance the privacy of the individual while at the same time implement digital banking, correct? Is that the question?
The balance between privacy and cybersecurity in those scenarios. That's a hard one, right?
No,
I can go for it. One. I give it a shot.
Okay, Chase, go ahead.
Well, I'm not a digital banking expert or a crypto expert, but before this, I spent a long time in digital advertising and kind of grew up in that industry. And one of the big trade-offs there is exactly what you just described. It's consumers giving up more of their personal information in exchange for value, in exchange for better targeted advertising, better ability to shop, better offers, etc. And it works. I mean, the industry has a really bad, at least digital marketing has a very bad stigma now of, data privacy, data leaks, people finding out about personal information. And that's all very scary stories that, consumers are always listening to, and it scares them. But the reality of it is, at least in digital marketing, it was a great trade-off, because the more data you gave up, the more efficient and better your life was with marketing and products and services. So I think a similar analogy, like I said, I'm not an expert on the crypto banking side, but I think the same analogy, right? The more, I think consumers are naturally scared because of the news, but the reality, I think, is the more data you share, the more value that you receive in return. So to me, the industry has a big marketing problem. They have to do a better job of communicating that.
Okay, thank you, Chase. What do you think, Alfonso or Federico?
I mean,
I'll go last.
Okay.
Right. Go ahead, Alfonso.
I think that an important concept here is privacy by design, right? I think that we are going to see more in tech companies, product services, this concept of designing products or tech products in this case, with architectures that are going to have as a core value proposition the terms of privacy, because we are looking every day that people, users, are understanding better about the value of their information, their personal data. We are living in a world that every time every country are applying new cybersecurity or privacy laws, like data privacy laws, actually, like GDPR and other ones. So I truly believe that to reach that balance, we need to change a lot of things in terms of how we develop technology, in terms of how countries and government are going to imply or are going to develop some specific laws also, in terms of how the market is going to ask you to improve your security and to protect privacy in terms of data. So I think there are a lot of stuff that is coming in next years, and I think that is going to change a lot. Right now, I think that we don't have that balance, of course, but I think that in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years, we will reach that using the same technology and using new principles and new way to develop technology.
You mentioned something I find quite interesting. People should start making sense of the value of their data, of their personal data, for instance. I like that because that question comes from, you have seen there are many groups in different countries fighting against digital governments that are taking out their data, for instance, with speed cameras, for instance, or digital surveillance or something like that. That's what led me think on how to balance privacy with the cybersecurity, or in general, the security a country or a city needs. Now it's your turn, Federico.
Well, I of course have to tread lightly because of observability, right? So if you think about New Relic, it's now we're going into our 15th year, right? Starting from looking at back in 2007, specific individual applications to everything with a digital pulse that somehow connects to the cloud. We've been cloud since day one, right? And a lot has evolved in 15 years in our industry, right? I do believe, and not just from a philosophical concept, from a realistic concept, that it is a gigantic misunderstanding that in order to provide better security, we need to reduce privacy. I think that's the biggest issue. And that creates fear on every single area possible. In observability, we're able to observe such complex scenarios, whether they're man done or machine done, right? Because we have to look at that in real time, and we're able to do this without any personal identifiable information. I mean, that's a fact, right? So basically speaking, as we go into more areas and more data coming into our system, artificial intelligence and understanding natural language and people and behavior, that's great. However, applied intelligence, which is the next level, the next generation of artificial intelligence, is able to do correlations in real time among so many different data formats, and it's able to measure anomalies. And this is what we deal with every day, right? All of that without having to get that natural understanding of language, without teaching the AI systems. This is something we're doing on a very complex manner. So I think, first of all, it's a misunderstanding that you got to give up your privacy so you can get better security. You can, if you're able to really apply observability in every area possible, you'll understand how an attack will affect so many different systems. Attacks in security are more than smash and grab. As you know, that biggest Sony attack, I think back a few years back, it was sleeping in a company system for 9 months, right? Before it actually took over. If they had observability and they were able to correlate every element, they'd find that agent immediately. So I think that's the best thing. Applied intelligence and understanding the complexities of real time completely will drastically change. So if you understand, whether it's our group or any of our people in our industry, we're handling data in real time from every major auto manufacturer, digital company. Every mobile application that you're using right now today has a observability agent, one or the other. And that's a fact. You know, Agent Smith does exist, right? And he is looking at every activity, correct? But can we do this without having the people's privacy information? Of course we can, and we've proven it. And we actually, if you look at our security page, it talks exactly about our power to be able to do this and at the same time not get information from the private individual. And let me finish off with this. One of the ideas with the metaverse, or however you want to define it, is people creating new identities. right? So, oh, great, I'm going to find the identity of somebody that doesn't exist, right? We got to be able to think even further and faster than that.
All right, Federico, thank you very much. So it's possible to get security without compromising personal identifiable data.
I believe so. I believe so.
All right,
yes,
thank you very much. Okay, guys, thank you very much for being here with us in this panel from Global Institute of Digital Competitiveness. I want to thank you, to say you goodbye for tonight. Thank you very much for your answers, for your appreciations, for your input in all of those matters that we have talked about. If you feel to do a final words, be my guest.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Yeah.
No, thank you. It's really great to share and to see other professionals, and we of course will only get better once we all work together. So
yeah. Thanks, Juan. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so
much. Thank you very
much.
Bye bye, Chase. Bye, Alfonso. Bye.
Bye bye.
Ciao.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Alejandro Caballero Guzman. I am a PhD in environmental sciences. I'm very thankful with Horizons and the Global Institute for Digital Competitiveness for their invitation to share with you this presentation on the business and business sustainability and the environment. First of all, I would like to share with you some of my part of my background. Who am I? What I have done, and what it is my experience on this field. I am an economist and mathematician that is focused on the topic on sustainability and sustainable development. Sustainable development, poverty, and inequality are my passions. I studied a master and a PhD on environmental sciences at ETH Zurich in Switzerland. And during my project, during my PhD project, I participated in a European Union project on sustainability, which is called Sustainable Nanotechnologies. In this project, I was part of the scientific staff who developed guidelines for increasing sustainability on applications using nanomaterials. As some of you may have listened, nanomaterials and nanotechnology became something relevant in the recent decades. And one of the concerns that we had was what is the impact of these technologies on the environment. Having this in mind, more than 30 institutions, companies, and universities work together in a consortium during 3 years to evaluate the impact of nanomaterials into the environment and to provide some guidelines to European companies. So the question on the back and the question behind was how we can develop new products that have that do not harm not only the humans but also the environment. After that, I moved back to Mexico. I am a Mexican citizen, and I worked as data scientist in a financial institution. And currently, I am developing my own consulting company that is focusing on the field of sustainability. And my personal challenge is to create that Mexico is in the frontier of sustainability in Latin America. The presentation that I will give you today is more an overview of the topic of sustainability and business. I think this is important for today's situation. We all know that sustainability it's not only something that is for many people is something fashionable, but beyond that, we should really concern about the health of our environment and our planet. And we know that we are in a world that is focused on economic growth. And one of the questions is how can we pursue this type of development that do not harm the environment, that can fight poverty and reduce inequality. So a sustainability framework can provide some of the answers to these challenges. And the title of my presentation, as you can see, it is Business Impact in the Environment and Sustainability. Let's move forward. I love this presentation because it is shared with the students of bachelor who are studying business strategies and an international relationship. So the horizon of this presentation is exactly to provide this insight to people who is eager to create some businesses and being aware of the challenges that are put by the environment. So this presentation, I think, it is motivating for many of these, for not only for students but for all of us who have businesses, who are wondering what can we do, not only to create employment but to do it without to do it, understanding what sustainability is and how we can become sustainable. So the first topic of my presentation, or the first part of this presentation, it is sustainability and business strategy. Let's quickly just review the definition of sustainability. Sustainability is achieving a balance between economic growth and respecting the environment and social inclusion. We talk about the three pillars of sustainability, which are the environment, the economic society, the economic and the society. The United Nations defined sustainability development as the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This is a kind of not so recent definition, but it is still very new for many for many people who is entering into the business who does not understand and wonder what it is sustainability. Basically, is let's create income, let's grow, but let's not compromise the ability of our future generations for themselves to create to achieve the means that they need to live in their lives, and without with the environment that is not destroyed, or with in a society that considers the rights of the other, not of just some groups of privileged people, but of everybody, women, Black people, indigenous people. So sustainability, when we think about sustainability, we have to think about the balance between these three elements. It is the money, the society, and the environment. When we think about sustainability, many of us try to think about what are the most pressing. Why should I be sustainable? And we have to keep in mind that there are very big problems outside in the world. In each of these dimensions, in the environment, in the society, in the economic, we have a lot of problems, and some of these actual most pressing problems, for example, are climate change. We already know that it's on our shoulders at this moment. We see every day all these huge rains, this instability in the climate, which can destroy crops, increasing the prices of the food, for example. Not only climate change, but the pollution provoked by chemicals and plastics, the biodiversity loss, ocean acidification, animal suffering. In the social side, for example, we are facing problems like racism, discrimination, gender inequality, violence. In the economic dimension, we have inequality, wealth concentration, which are one next to the other, and poverty, the increasing debt of many countries, the low wages. So it's important to recognize that there are big problems that we as a society are facing, and that we should keep them in mind if we are pretending to offer a solution when we are creating businesses. Many people who create most of the people who is creating businesses they do not only want to create income, but they also want to create a change and impact, a positive impact into their society. So regarding, I just in this first part, I will not go into the detail of the environmental problems, but it's just important. But it is very important to keep in mind the information that is provided by science. If we want to become sustainable, we have to be realistic and read what this scientific information is providing to us. It's now the moment not to have split businesses from one side and science in the other side. People who want to become entrepreneur and be sustainable need to have in their minds what the science is telling to us. And as we can see here, the climate change is a big problem that is affecting the whole world. We can see it in the second diagram. this is the climate change is changing the whole pattern of the climate in the whole world, and it's becoming very this image that is in the lower right side. It's telling us the Earth is warming up. Why? In the upper part we have because the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions are concentrating into the atmosphere. This slide I like to show it because it tells us we as humanity how many Earth do we need to satisfy our needs, and as we can see, it's in the right image. We can see how every year we are consuming more and more of the more and more than the nature can give us, can provide as natural resources. The Earth has a time to regenerate its own means, those who are renewable, but now every year we finish these resources before they can renovate. And this trend continues, as you can see. There was a short stop in the 2020, but this is this big consumption of resources, this overshooting, is increasing year by year. This is a trend. As companies, we need. The message of this slide is that we as a companies need to understand that there is not only the market and the legal environment which affect us as companies. We have to take into consideration the social and the natural environment. These also affect us. And our business strategies need to have an understanding of what the society really needs, not only about the money, but also what it is the impact of a company, for example, mining, of the fashion industry, what it is the impact of of the clothes that are being created for the environment, for the society. So the message of this slide is companies should take into consideration not only the market and legal environment, but also the social and the natural environment. One interesting question that many people do is if sustainability pays off, and certainly it does. But also people would like to be they want to be need to be or to receive they like to see numbers, and in this case, in this slide, what I can see is I like to use this information because it gives you the examples of investment. There, what it is telling us is in the we have three types of investment, and we have social responsibly investment and non-socially socially responsible investment. We have what this image is telling us is that the returns of the investment, which are socially responsible investments, is bigger than those that are not socially responsible investment. Those sustainability payoff? Yes, there's several evidence, and this one shows, at least in the field of finance, that those companies that are behaving in a more sustainable way provide bigger returns in every horizon that was that in these four horizons that is shown in this information from Visual Capitalist. The second part of my presentation is regarding the international framework of sustainability. It's many people wonders why what guidelines do I have to become sustainable, or what it is happening in the world that forces not only big companies but medium and small size companies to become more sustainable. In this part of my presentation, I will talk a little bit about these treaties and frameworks, which is important that all of us have in mind. There are treaties, depending also in the field that you are working. It's, for example, if you are in the mining sector, if you are in the computer sector, you have to find out which guidelines you can find outside, in agriculture, in finance. But to talk about a bit about these frameworks, I want to talk with you about I will just bring it into our mind the next in the Paris Agreement, which is focused on fighting the climate change. The Stockholm Convention, which I was working on, that was used to understand what it is the impact of the organic pollutants on the environment and how it can be reduced. And one that was very famous, that it had an impact in our lives, is the Montreal Convention, which became a guideline for the industry to reduce the use of chemicals that were harming the ozone layer. So treaties and frameworks have an impact on companies, and we have to take it into the mind, and we have to keep in mind that there is an increasing a number of these tools in order to support the countries and the companies to move towards sustainable development pathway. One that has become very popular in the last years is the Sustainable Development Goals, which were issued by the United Nations, and one that is having an important impact, for example, in the financial sector. It is the Principles for Responsible Banking. Recently, in Mexico, we signed the free trade agreement between the United States and Canada and Mexico was redesigned, and the new version is more compelling also from the environmental side. Companies in Mexico now have a bigger responsibility on providing services and products that guarantee, maybe not in this moment, but in the short and medium and long term, the guarantee that they don't have a negative impact into the environment. In the end of this slide, you can see a list of a link where it provides a Wikipedia that has an exhaustive list of many treaties and frameworks, which worth to take a look if I want to understand what treaties and frameworks could have an impact in the business field that I am working on. The Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is just the strongest and most important effort that we have done as humanity to keep the temperature of the average temperature of the world, the increase of this temperature lower than 2 degrees centigrade. It's one of the biggest challenges that we have as countries is to set and to fix a limit on the CO2 and other greenhouse gases emissions to the environment, and to fulfill them in a well-defined period. To achieve this, this figure, which contains just a basic summary of what it is, the Paris Agreement. It's telling us that the developed countries will provide some finance to the developing countries to achieve their goals. This is important for small and medium companies because you have to be aware and you have to find out, okay, what kind of financing I can achieve or I can find in worldwide institutions that can help me to reduce the impact of my activities onto the environment. This is what I would like to focus on this slide. Please be aware there will be a lot of money. There is an important amount of resources that is that it's outside, that can be used so that you reduce the impact of your activities into the environment. Let's go to the next slide. Let's talk about the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a set of 17 goals issued in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly, aimed to be reached in 2030. This is the overall and generic goal of these goals is to be used by any organization, either government or company, to achieve a better and sustainable future for all. So I would recommend you to go to the United Nations website and check when you're developing your business strategy, check out these Sustainable Development Goals and how you can contribute to achieve. For example, let's just mention the number one, the no poverty, which is generating a business, which is clear. But for example, gender equality, how can I be more inclusive into my company? The number 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. It is very important, for example, to contribute to this goal that I would suggest that you collaborate with other companies and with research institutions to understand and to understand what it is the impact of your activities into the environment, and to generate some strategies to reduce your carbon footprint, for example. Let's quickly talk about the SDG Compass. It's important that you bear in mind that there are a lot of resources outside, and one of the resources that is outside is the SDG Compass. You can find the website here in the below the image, and then this website provides a lot of ideas on how you can generate business strategies that support your business to become more sustainable. Okay, in this slide, I think it's very attractive for Mexican companies, because now we have into this free trade agreement that was signed on November 2018. It was updated, the environmental section that didn't exist before, and if you want to send your to provide products and services to the United States, it's good that you take a look into these sections. It's the Article 24, because it provides some specific guidelines or goals that you have to bear in mind if you want to trade with the United States and being more sustainable. In the third part of this presentation, I will present to you some of sustainability frameworks that it's important that you have them in mind, and that you have an overall understanding, because these frameworks provide us, as well as the treaties and the agreements, these frameworks provide us with specific ideas on how we can reduce the environmental impact of my business. Compared to agreements and these international frameworks that I have just talked, which some of them are compelling, these are not compelling, but they are very useful in the development of your business strategies. So many of you may have listened about the circular economy. Basically, what this is telling us, let's stop having this lifestyle that is just consuming and dropping and generating a lot of waste. Let's be more creative, and let's think how we can close this, how we can generate this cycle, and like the nature does, how we can reuse more of instead of disposing. This framework aims to imitate nature by creating a cycle that eliminates the waste and resource depletion. In practice, this framework faces two limitations: the relative prices between recycled and raw materials, and the lack of infrastructure to properly manage the new life cycle of resources, doing it economically feasible or attractive for businesses. But many countries, my comment to this slide is that many countries are now issuing are issuing new laws. That just happened 2 weeks ago in Mexico, where a new law on circular economy has just been issued. So it's not easy, but every time we are advancing towards that direction, and we have there are more tools outside there to participate into the creation of a circular economy that has a more reduced impact into the environment. This is very ambitious, the net zero carbon economy, because this is telling us that in the net emissions of carbon dioxide should be zero. Does that mean that I will not put CO2 into the atmosphere? No, it doesn't mean that. It means that you can also you will put CO2 into the environment, but you have to look for the ways to take it back again into the soil until we decarbonize. Because the main challenge of this framework is decarbonizing our economy. It says this framework aims to keep the net CO2 emissions resulting from human activities equal to zero. Its goal is to keep the climate change world's average temperature increase of below 1.5, which, being honest, I think this is not feasible at this moment. And this framework is based on the idea that there is a certain budget of CO2 that you can use to keep that should be not surpassed, to keep that the increase in the temperature below that 1.5 degrees. The main challenge is that we are very carbon dependent. We are a carbon dependent economy. The question that we face is how, from one side, reduce the emissions of the CO2, but and the next challenge is, okay, those emissions that I cannot avoid it at this moment, how can I take them back into the soil? And there are many open questions for this to achieve it. But also, this represents certainly a business opportunity for a lot of, in any sector. Here, you can we as or you as entrepreneurs, you have to be creative and you can create businesses so that provide an answer to this open question. You can provide services that help industry and medium and small companies to help them keep their CO2 emissions, net emissions, below zero, in equal to zero. And the industrial ecology, this is also another framework or another theory that it's helping, that provided some information on how to optimize the material cycle and to reduce the our environmental footprint. Industrial ecology focuses on the stage of the production processes of goods and services from a point of view of nature, trying to mimic a natural system by conserving and reusing resources. It seeks to optimize the total material cycle, from virgin material to the finished material, to the finished material, to component, to product, and to obsolete product, and to ultimate disposal. Limitations include the lack of markets for secondary materials, lack of support from governments and industries, and insufficient investments to adapt current technologies. These environmental, social, and governance criteria it's a set of standards of companies in order to do their operation according to sustainability principles. This framework is currently being used by very big companies, and the challenge is to bring it down and more reachable to small and medium companies. At this moment, they are increasingly popular for investments, and investors try to look for companies who who follow this the ESG framework. They rate them, and they use them to decide. Okay, how do you remember the slide I show you with the returns on the investments of socially responsible and non-socially responsible investment? Well, it's supported by the ESG framework to decide which companies are less or more socially responsible, also environmentally responsible, and to decide how they're going to invest their money. So this framework is behind these investments, and one of the main challenges that we have at this moment is to make it more usable by small and medium companies. And one last framework that I want to mention that is very important is, have you wondered yourself, how are you gonna manage the climate risk? Are you aware of climate risk? In sector like building, agriculture, transportation, energy, and even banking, it's every time more and more important that we are aware of the climate risk. How this, what would be the climate risk? The question is, what kind of extreme weather events can impact my production or the services that I am providing? Am I aware of them? This is one of the questions that tries to be answered by this climate risk framework. And there is a big opportunity for people who want to create business to provide some tools, to develop tools on how to measure, how to assess, and how to manage this climate risk. Just quickly mention one, what is here in the lower part of the slide. It says one main limitation is the uncertainty associated to the models. Yes, there is a lot of uncertainty on how the weather will behave, but also there is a lot of data that can feed these models. I, as a data scientist, one of the challenges that I'm focusing now is exactly this: how we can use these tools to provide more accurate information that tells the companies what it is the climate risk, not only in the short but also in the long run. And this should be taken into consideration of our business strategies that we are developing. I will end up with this fourth part, which is which tools we have to address sustainability in the companies. We have talked about international framework, the treaties. We have talked about some environmental frameworks that can be used to the development, to develop our business strategies. So in this last part, I would like to be more specific on the tools that I have been working with as an environmental scientist, and how could you implement them into the development of your business strategies. Qualitative system analysis. It's an approach that studies the factors influencing a system. It analyzes its interdependencies and explores potential development pathways. It is widely popular for the definition and the study of future scenarios, and it can be used for optimal strategies definition, factor tuning, and addressing structural changes needed to manage transitions towards sustainability. This, when I have different scenarios, I can create a strategy to each of them and to adapt my company, for example, with the shortage of that we are having now of materials in this current time in our world. Prices are increasing, and many companies that did not foresee that are facing the consequences. So this is one tool that is very important to be used to understand what can happen in the future and to adapt and to be prepared to have my strategy to the scenario A, B, and C. And this is widely used by for us as environmental scientists, but also economists and many other groups. Environmental risk assessment. Do you remember I told you in the beginning I was working in this project about nanomaterials and the environment? Well, basically what we are using is this framework to understand my product that is creating my company, and what are the emissions that they are having and the impact they are having to the environment. If I use this framework, if I identify a hazard, if I understand how my product is affecting the people and the nature, I can adapt in the design phase the creation of my product so that it has a reduced impact into the environment. This is the purpose of this framework. Life cycle assessment. It aims to quantify the environmental footprint of a product through its entire existence, from production to the disposal. We as small and medium companies, we have to bear in mind what it is, the environmental footprint of my product. Why it is moving the slides? We have to. It's moving my slides. Life cycle assessments means that you understand what it is the impact of what you're creating since the early stage to the end of life. A lot of successful small and medium companies who want to be. It continues moving my slide. I'm not touching anything. I will just finish quickly. The life cycle assessment, it's a tool that I have to use. No, it continue moving. Well, this life cycle assessment tool, you use it to understand what it is the impact of your product since the early stage to the disposal. And I wanted just to say that the take-home message, it's companies that are becoming successful and regarded as environmentally friendly, it's those who are aware of creating a product that when they are disposed, they can either be recycled, for example, textiles, or they can be disposed without negative impact into the environment. And the probabilistic material flow assessment, it's a tool that is used to understand the overall impact that my products have into the environment. And for this, you have to use a lot of statistics, data science, and as you can see here in these different boxes, you assess during the production, the manufacturing, the use, and the end of life of your product. You can assess in the you can assess how the emissions of how your product is impacting the environment and the different we call compartments of the nature: air, soil, and water. There are many other tools that can be used to reduce the impact of my business in the environment, which I will just list here. The multi-criteria decision analysis, safe by design thinking, transdisciplinarity, system dynamics, and hazard identification and vulnerability analysis. So with this, I finish. This is my contact information. You feel free to send me, please feel free to send me any question regarding these topics. And last but not least, I would like to thank again to the Global Institute for the digital competitiveness, and I hope that this presentation has provided you some useful insights on how to create a more sustainable company. Thank you.
This is Bainu Village. This is Bainu Village. For generations, the villagers made their living planting bamboo and farming just like many traditional villages in China. In the late 90s, an industrial revolution transformed these villages. There were more opportunities and higher paying jobs in the city, causing a massive outflow of young migrant workers from rural areas to urban cities. All the young and strong villagers left, leaving behind the old and the weak. This movement is on such a scale that it left rural villages like Bainu Village underdeveloped. For a long time, Bainu Village remained a hollow village and the villagers lived in poverty.
Esos pueblos se llaman hollow villages o pueblos vacíos. Y un poco lo que pasó en China fue que en el este del país se empezaron a desarrollar mucho las ciudades, las nuevas ciudades. Y con el desarrollo de las nuevas ciudades en el este, los trabajadores jóvenes comenzaron a migrar a la zona este de China y todos los pueblos en China interior se quedaron con los viejitos y los niños. Y a estos pueblos se les empieza a llamar hollow villages. ¿Les suena un poquito eso a algo, a un fenómeno que ha pasado en América Latina durante muchos años? ¿No les ha tocado de repente ir, pues vas de repente a pueblitos y te toca que solamente la gente entre 18 y 60 años están en Estados Unidos o se fueron a las ciudades a trabajar y pues la comunidad están los abuelitos cuidando a los niños? En China era un poquito diferente porque, no sé si alguien haya ido a China, pero algo que tiene China es que las ciudades no tienen pobreza. O sea, no hay mendigos, es ilegal ser indigente y no hay círculos de pobreza alrededor de las grandes ciudades. En la mayoría de las ciudades desarrolladas alrededor del mundo, lo que pasó fue que cuando los trabajadores intentaron llegar a las grandes ciudades, y no encontraron trabajo, comenzaron a formar asentaciones alrededor de la ciudad, en donde pues empezaron a generar círculos de pobreza alrededor de las ciudades. En China es un poquito diferente, porque en China sí tienes como un registro de que por ejemplo, si tú naces en un pueblito, tienes un registro de que ahí naciste. Si te quieres ir a otra ciudad a trabajar, tienes que cambiar tu registro. Ese registro se llama el hukou, como si fueras a otro país, pero dentro de tu mismo país. Entonces, no te puedes ir a vivir a otra ciudad si no tienes un registro. Y lo único que te puede dar un registro es trabajo. Entonces, las ciudades estaban preparadas para solamente recibir a la cantidad de gente a la que le podían dar trabajo. Sin embargo, los trabajos no podían dar registro a las familias, solamente a los trabajadores. Entonces, por eso dejaban a los niños con los abuelos en los pueblos y ellos se iban a las ciudades a trabajar. Esto creó un fenómeno que se llaman the left behind children, los niños dejados atrás. Se cuantifican alrededor de 60 millones de niños que crecieron con sus abuelos y que no crecieron con sus papás porque los papás estaban en las grandes ciudades trabajando y ellos tenían que quedarse en el pueblo porque el pueblo era la única forma que ellos podían tener acceso a educación, a salud y a vivienda. Acuérdense que China es un país socialista en donde el gobierno tiene la obligación de darle a todos los ciudadanos techo, salud y educación, pero solamente cuando te quedas en la ciudad en la que estás registrado. Entonces, cuando se empiezan a migrar los trabajadores a la zona este del país, los pueblos se quedan sin capacidad productiva. Los jóvenes que podían trabajar o producir, pues estaban en las ciudades. Y se crean estas ciudades que se les llaman ciudades vacías, ciudades hundidas en la pobreza extrema.
The stagnant rural economy in Bainu Village experienced a tremendous boost in the last 10 years. Farmers from Bainu village were able to introduce their specialities and culture to the entire nation and to the rest of the world through e-commerce, thanks to the digital revolution. The increase in business revenue lifted the rural village from poverty, and as the lives of the villagers got more financially stable, younger generations don't have to flee to major cities for a better life. Family reunions are no longer a luxury, and Bainu village is back alive with laughter of young, energetic villagers. The secret lies behind the Taobao village model. This model has attracted hundreds of thousands of visitors to the village. Among them were government ministers and young entrepreneurs. So how did a hollow village like Bainu village transform? And what exactly is the model that people are curious about? Let's find out. This is Ye Sheng, a young man from Bainu village. Unlike other young migrant workers, he stayed in the village and helped his father with their walnut family business. 2008 was a critical year for him. He was $23,000 in debt, and their business was not going anywhere. He was desperate for new business opportunities, so when he heard a friend made a fortune through Taobao, he got very interested in it. Taobao is the world's biggest e-commerce website that also facilitates consumer-to-consumer retail by providing a platform for small businesses and individual entrepreneurs to open online stores. After giving some serious thought to it, he decided to give Taobao a try. He started with a $440 computer and a broadband connection which cost him another $100. Since he didn't know how to operate a computer, he had his cousin teach him. Step by step, he learned how to use a browser, navigate Taobao, and slowly manage his own Taobao account. Unfortunately, his father didn't believe in e-commerce. He also thought that the computer bought was just an excuse for gaming. One day, when Ye Sheng's father saw him chatting with one of the customers online, he marched in and banged the computer with a stool. He was really mad because Ye Sheng was still working on the computer behind his back. However, Ye Sheng remained hopeful about the transformation to e-commerce. He believed that this will be a breakthrough for their business. He continued to post product description, take inquiries, and provide customer service online, and in just 28 days, Ye Sheng made his first online sale. In 2008, the number of Chinese netizens would have hit 253 million, overtaking the United States as home to the world's most internet users. Because of that, online payment became more popular. New highways and road systems were built, and the infrastructure in many rural areas was improved. Online shoppers grew tremendously during that year, and Ye Sheng's walnut business saw a huge surge in sales. He proved to his father that online business worked. The online store earned $30,000 the first year and have helped Ye Sheng paid off the loan he's owed for 8 years. In 2008, Taobao fueled the overall growth of the Chinese online shopping industry through execution of the Big Taobao strategy with the aim of becoming a provider of e-commerce infrastructure services for all e-commerce market participants. Ye Sheng benefited from it and is one of the pioneers in the village to have successfully transformed their traditional business model to e-commerce through Taobao platform. Inspired by Ye Sheng's success, many traditional farmers begin to turn to e-commerce. Mr. Dai was almost 50 when he started experimenting with Taobao. Learning to use a computer at this age was a huge challenge. He didn't know how to type. He would keep piles of notebooks of his handwritten notes of things that he's been taught. He would take them out to memorize them repeatedly. These are the notes that he made. Word by word, very neatly written, are steps indicating how to use the computer and the internet. He will follow them one by one. It took time and a lot of patience for him to get where he is today. Practice makes perfect. Look at him now, nailing it. Whenever I get a notification from Ali Wang Wang, that means there are customers who want to inquire, and I'll rush to my computer with excitement. Not only does Mr. Dai communicate with his customers personally, but the product photos online were also taken by Mr. Dai himself. The photos might not look professional, but it is Dai's integrity and sincerity that touch the hearts of his customers. Mr. Dai is very happy with his e-commerce business. Success is hard work, perseverance, and loving what you are doing. Mr. Dai is our living model.
Este pueblo, Baineal, está como a hora y media de la oficina en Hangzhou. Fue la primera aldea digital que comenzamos hace 12 años. Si entran a mi Instagram, de hecho, ahí van a ver, bueno, ahorita si quieren entramos, van a ver historias de cuando estoy ahí en el pueblo, con Mr. Ye, con Mr. Yang, y ahorita están vendiendo una cantidad impresionante de dinero, pero ahora como este pueblo, hemos creado alrededor de 5,210 aldeas digitales, que han sacado a más de 50 millones de personas de la pobreza. Simplemente con un modelo de integración de herramientas digitales en los procesos de comercialización de industrias muy tradicionales. Lo que ahora vemos en estos pueblos es que no solamente la gente que se intentaba salir del pueblo para buscar oportunidades regresa, sino que muchos jóvenes empiezan a regresar al pueblo al terminar la universidad para emprender desde el pueblo, porque les sale más barato emprender desde el pueblo, poner una oficina y a través de conexión a internet, pues lo han logrado. En México, yo llegué a México hace un par de años y lo que quería hacer era replicar un poco el modelo de lo que hicimos en China. Ahora, evidentemente en China es muy diferente porque, espera un segundo. Porque en China los gobiernos entraban con nosotros con infraestructura, con carreteras, con internet inalámbrico para todos. Entonces aquí pues tampoco no es tan fácil aquí en México convencer a los gobiernos de que la inserción de herramientas digitales en las comunidades vulnerables pueden realmente crear progreso, crear autoempleo, crear oportunidades de negocio y emprendimiento. Pero pues sí hemos logrado empezar a replicar el modelo. Ahorita les voy a enseñar. Tan siquiera, y la forma en la que lo hacemos es colaborando con los jóvenes y las empresas de los estados. Entonces, seleccionamos comunidades que tengan una vocación comercial, pero que históricamente pues no hayan podido utilizar plataformas digitales para comercializar sus productos. Y entrenamos un grupo de profesores que entrenan un grupo de estudiantes que dividimos en equipos, se asignan a un microcomercio de la comunidad y durante un año los apoyan en el proceso de inserción de herramientas digitales. Entonces les voy a enseñar un poquito lo que estamos haciendo aquí en México. Tecnologías exponenciales. Transformación digital es simplemente la utilización de las tecnologías exponenciales y las plataformas digitales como un mecanismo para hacer las cosas mejor, más rápido, más fácil y tener mejores beneficios por el trabajo. Y, por ejemplo, se estima que México tenga un crecimiento del 60% en comercio electrónico este año. Cuando oímos este número decimos, qué bien, las empresas se han estado adaptando. ¿Pero qué empresas se han estado adaptando? Porque al mismo tiempo que tenemos el número del 60% de crecimiento, al mismo tiempo tenemos el número que solamente el 10% de las micro y pequeñas empresas mexicanas tienen página de internet. Y menos del 3% están vendiendo en línea. Hace 10 años, China se encontraba también en un proceso de aceleración de transformación digital y ellos empezaron a hacer un modelo de utilización de plataformas digitales y tecnologías exponenciales, pero entrenamientos masivos en la base de la pirámide, y que fueran ellos quienes empujaran hacia arriba la innovación, a través de la integración de diferentes partes, docentes y mentores, estudiantes universitarios y microcomercios en comunidades vulnerables, con el objetivo de que trabajen de la mano en el proceso de creación de innovación que les permita crear empleo, eliminar pobreza y generar oportunidades en las comunidades más vulnerables. Aquí en México, a través de Atomic 88, estamos generando contenido localizado con nuestros socios estratégicos.
Invitamos a diferentes instituciones, pensamos en hacer un pilotaje, por lo cual invitamos a una institución de corte público, el Instituto Tecnológico de León, y otra de corte privado, que es la Universidad de Celaya. Es muy importante poner a los jóvenes a competir en océanos azules, en lugares donde tengan más oportunidades de trabajo.
Mi función es capacitar a los estudiantes para poder realizar los programas de implementación con cada una de las aldeas que tenemos asignadas. Desde que llegas a China realmente vives todo lo que es una transformación digital, desde la parte de lo que percibes tú como persona llegando ahí hasta toda la parte de la metodología del entrenamiento que se viene en 100 horas contacto, que son de mucha información, lo vives, lo respiras, lo duermes, lo comes, todo.
Surge el tema de aldeas digitales por casualidad dentro de alguna de las pláticas y pues me llamó la atención el concepto. Entonces pensé en Zona Piel porque ha sido una de las zonas en nuestra ciudad que han venido creciendo de manera orgánica. La academia juega un papel fundamental en este tipo de proyectos.
Porque los estudiantes estaban súper interesados pues con todo este boom de la economía digital y nos ayudó mucho que los temas nosotros los cambiamos hacia México.
Desde ahí, pues a mí me impresionó muchísimo porque es algo que aquí en México falta. O sea, para mí era como me están adelantando 10 años más.
El beneficio de adquirir el conocimiento, de poder difundirlo a las organizaciones y sobre todo la experiencia laboral que se está abriendo para nosotros ahorita en este momento, ya que es una de las cuestiones también más complicadas para los chavos que pues, salimos de las universidades.
Al tener ya como una certificación ya de Alibaba o ser ya un entrenador de e-commerce, obviamente te abre un área de oportunidad. A comparación con mis otros compañeros que egresen, pues obviamente ese es un plus.
Que sean los jóvenes los que sean los catalizadores de cambio en las comunidades. Guanajuato fue el primer estado que confió en replicar esta metodología en México y empezamos a trabajar con los productores de cajeta en Celaya, los artesanos de molcajetes en Comonfort, y los productores de cuero y calzado en León.
Si volteamos a ver México, los alebrijes de Oaxaca, si volteamos a ver, obviamente, Texcoco, volteamos a ver la joyería, volteamos a ver Tlaquepaque, México es inmenso.
Tan solo 16 meses lograremos la integración del gobierno, la academia y la iniciativa privada para desarrollar estas microaldeas digitales, lo cual se verá mejorado en su calidad de vida.
El programa del GET llegó a nosotros a través de redes sociales. Nos hicieron una capacitación para saber manejar plataformas como e-commerce y subir prácticamente los productos.
Y apostamos en este proyecto y hasta el momento las ventas han ido muy bien. La verdad te abre muchísimas puertas y puedes llegar a muchas más personas, incluso a nivel república o ya viéndolo a largo plazo hasta a nivel internacional.
Solamente con el ejercicio de diagnóstico, en el que en la primera parte los jóvenes empiezan a trabajar con los microcomercios para entender su situación, hemos pasado del 31% de nivel de madurez digital en estos comercios al 52%. Y estamos esperando tener resultados muchísimo más altos que lo que ya hemos visto en tan solo 4 o 5 meses de operación del proyecto.
La digitalización no es el futuro, la digitalización es el presente.
¿Qué opinan? ¿Creen que realmente es un modelo que se puede replicar?
Claro.
¿Creen que es imposible replicarlo? ¿O en China se dio por circunstancias muy diferentes?
Está muy padre, la verdad. A mí me llamó mucho la atención.
Más o menos, o sea, por ejemplo, ¿qué se les ocurre? ¿En dónde se les ocurre en México que se podría hacer? O sea, ¿con qué tipo de comunidades, qué tipo de productos? O en Colombia, por ejemplo, Analú. ¿Qué se les ocurre?
Pues justamente, gracias Andrés por darme la pregunta. Justamente estaba pensando en eso porque aquí en Colombia hay muchos artesanos, mucha gente que trabaja con las manos, hay gente que trabaja con, por ejemplo, las comunidades indígenas que trabajan tulas, son muy famosas, no sé si las conocen, las tulas de las mochilas. Hay mucha gente que trabaja con artesanía y es gente que no tiene oportunidades. De hecho, ayer estaba hablando con una amiga que hizo un esfuerzo económico grandísimo y compró un local en un centro comercial y vende eso, pero pues claramente la rotación de un centro comercial es empezando. Entonces estaba pensando, mientras escuchaba el video, estaba pensando en algo así, es a fortalecer de pronto las personas que tienen talento, pero poco conocimiento en esto. Podría ser interesante
Claro, y la verdad es que ahorita el modelo, o sea, y cuando, o sea, hasta el nombre de aldeas digitales suena como, ah, bueno, pero tiene que ser algo muy rural, pero no. O sea, nos encontramos con, y ustedes piensan, ustedes mismos, o sea, necesidades de inserción de tecnología en sus procesos de comercialización, lo necesitamos todos. Entonces, a pesar de que el nombre es aldeas digitales, por ejemplo, me acuerdo la primera vez que le presenté esto al gobernador de Guanajuato, me decía, híjole, está padrísimo, vámonos a Jichú, que es esta comunidad entre Michoacán y Guanajuato, que es súper vulnerable. Y yo le decía, ah, claro, si estás dispuesto a entrar con carreteras, con dispositivos móviles, internet inalámbrico para todos, vámonos a Jichú. Pero si no, hay muchas cosas que podemos hacer con Celaya, con los productores de cajeta, con los productores de molcajetes en Comonfort, con los artesanos de Talavera en Puebla, aquí en la Ciudad de México. O sea, yo me voy a 3 cuadras a la derecha, hay una comunidad productora que necesita este conocimiento, que necesita estas habilidades. No se trata solamente de que en las zonas rurales necesitan de la integración de estas tecnologías, necesitamos este conocimiento en todos lados. Pero justamente el entrenamiento de habilidades digitales no ha sido prioridad. Y justamente o sea, yo sí estoy convencido porque lo he visto, cómo estas habilidades digitales realmente pueden generar progreso, pueden generar oportunidades de autoempleo y emprendimiento. Y como les decía ayer, nunca antes había sido tan fácil emprender como lo es hoy. Entonces, así como me decías ahorita, Nalu, y tengo muchísimos ejemplos de amigos y personas que me escriben y me dicen, es que gasté todos mis ahorros para poner un localito en tal, y ahorita con la pandemia, pues ya no se para ni una mosca. Y es justamente eso, o sea, ¿por qué no les estamos dando a las personas la oportunidad de aprovechar las plataformas digitales para no solamente pues tener una esquina que si tiene buen tráfico pues nos va bien, sino que estemos en una plataforma que nos permita llegar a todo nuestro estado, a todo nuestro país o incluso a otros países? Entonces, por eso quería empezar un poquito con esto, porque creo que el concepto de la inclusión en la transformación digital es uno de los más importantes. Muchas veces la gente me pregunta ¿qué